Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents The Long Road to Us by M.N. Forgy, narrated by Gillian Macy and Nelson Hobbs. You don't know what storm I've asked her to walk through. God. Part 1. Piper, age 6. Sitting on my back porch, I drop my head into my hands. The pungent smell of the pretty clothes burn in the barrel just feet away, making my eyes water. Cherry, a lady that comes around often to the trailer park I live in, brought me clothes. They were so pretty, but my dad didn't like them and got very angry that I even talked to her. So mad he threw all the dresses, skirts, and pretty clothes in the rusty barrel, poured gas on them, and lit them on fire. I was to never talk to Cherry again. I think he knows her because of the way he acted, but he wouldn't say how he knew her. I wish Cherry was here. I play out on the playground of the trailer park every day, hoping she'll show up to play and talk to me. She's like a mom I never had. My mom left me because she didn't want any kids. That's what Dad tells me anyway. I love it when she brushes my hair and asks about my day while I swing. My dad never does that. Sighing, I pull the small bow I managed to keep hidden from my dad out from under my leg. It's red with white polka dots. The color reminds me of mine and Cherry's matching color hair. Red. I wonder if she knows my dad, the way she told me to never tell him about her. I think they definitely know each other. But why don't they like each other? What happened? I'd ask Cherry the next time I see her, but Dad will be keeping a close eye on me for a while. I won't be able to sneak out and see her anymore. I pull on the camp-colored boy shorts my dad made me put on. They're ugly and itchy. I hate them, and I hate him. Glaring over my shoulder, I hear him yelling and slamming beer cans around inside the house. I hate that house, too. It's the only one in the trailer park, because Dad is the landlord. An uncomfortable feeling roots itself in my chest, making me feel sick to my stomach looking at our house. I cry harder, wishing my life was different. Wishing Cherry was my mom, and I could just live with her. Maybe I should run away. The sound of footsteps on the ground has my head snapping up, and I find a group of scary men in the shadows walking toward me. My back stiffens, and I hide the bow under my leg again. I wipe my tears with the back of my hand. A tall man with dark eyes comes forward. A little voice in my head tells me to get up and run inside. But then I notice that black leather vest he's wearing. It's the same kind Cherry wears. She told me if I were to ever see someone wearing that vest, and I needed help, to tell them I know her. But what are they doing here? Are they looking for Cherry? You okay? The tall man asks. The moon glows dimly across his face, showing just the outline of his eyes, nose, and chin. Who are you? I ask, trying to hide how scared I am. Living in a trailer park has lots of creepy men running around late at night. You never know who is a good guy and who is a bad guy. I'm Lip, he tells me. My brows furrow, taking him in. He has tattoos and muscles. He looks like a bad guy. You're wearing one of those jackets like Cherry wears. Is Cherry with you? She's at our club. I'm her friend, he explains. He must be telling the truth because of that vest. Oh, well, I'm Piper. I smile, trying to hide how unhappy I am. Why are you so sad, darling? An older man steps forward into the moonlight, gray in his hair shining. The way the other guys look at him, I think he's in charge. He has a vest on too, though, so he must be with Cherry. Looking at the vest closer, it reads, Bull, President. My daddy burned all of my clothes that Cherry got me. I point to the barrel, explaining why I'm so sad. Daddy doesn't like me looking like a girl, and I'm not allowed to talk to Cherry again. A sob chokes me, and it makes my chest hurt. Does your daddy hurt you? He asks. My face falls, but I don't answer. It's a simple question, but a complicated answer. Does he hit me? No. But does he do other things a daddy shouldn't do to his daughter? Yes. Why don't you come with me and let us have a talk with your daddy? Another man offers. He is very scary looking, more than the others. His vest says his name is Shadow. Oh, no, I can't go with strangers. Daddy would be mad. I shake my head back and forth. It's fine. Cherry knows us. We're here to take you to her, sweetie, Lip says. Piper? Daddy yells from inside. Get your fucking ass! Daddy stops, looking Cherry's friends over. Who the fuck are you? Dad asks. A guy named Bobby holds his hand out, and I begin to walk toward him. I'm more terrified to go in that house with my dad than into the arms of a stranger at this point. Don't you think about it, Piper, Dad threatens me. Come on, Piper, you're okay, sweetie. Lip encourages, his hand outstretched. I got you, he says, and I believe him. Go with Bobby. He'll keep you safe. Safe. I haven't felt safe in a long time. That's why they're here, to save me from my daddy's abuse. Cherry must have sent them. Get in the damn house, Dad hollers, his face red and flustered. Bobby grabs my hand, walking me away from the house that holds so many horrors. Looking at my feet, I try to focus on seeing Cherry. She'll be so surprised to see me. I stiffen, pulling my hand from Bobby. Wait, I forgot something. Turning away from him, I begin to run back to the house. Piper, wait! Bobby shouts after me, but I keep running until my eyes spot the bow on the top step of the stairs outside my house. Clasping it in my hand, I look up into the screen door and find Lip holding a gun to my dad's head. My mouth drops, my eyes wide. My chest feels empty, and my stomach feels like it did that time I got on a spinny ride at the fair. Arms wrap around me, pulling me from the ground. Come on, you don't want to be here for this, Bobby rasps, tearing my eyes away from the scene before me. Riding on the front of Bobby's motorcycle may be exciting, but deep down, I feel guilty for enjoying it. Because I know Daddy's dead. The next day. Piper. Come on, Piper, I'm sure it looks nice, Lip hollers from outside the fitting room. Smiling at my reflection in the mirror, I twirl the dress back and forth. It's so cute. I've tried on almost every dress in the store and put on a matching bow with each one. Lip has been sitting on a fluffy pink sofa waiting for me the whole time. He looks so funny in all black and tattoos in a girly shop. Are you ready? I think this is the one, I tell him excitedly. Please, he chuckles. Shoving the blue curtain to one side, I show him the pink dress that comes to my ankles. I think that's the best one for sure. He smiles and stands. I think so too, I giggle. I feel like this is a dream, and that any moment I'm going to wake up back in that house with my dad. Lip hunches down in front of me, his fingers feeling the soft pink material in his rough fingers. But you know what? What? I ask.
I think we should just get them all."
Really? Covering my mouth with both hands, a tickle down low warns me I need to pee.
"Yeah, you don't have any clothes living with us, so you're going to need some new ones," he informs.
Turning around to look at all the clothes on the floor of the dressing room, I look at my reflection. My dress is pretty, and I'm actually smiling a real smile. But my hair is a mess. Raising my hand, I touch the knotted mess. Lip's hand rests on the top of my head.
"I'll brush it before we go see Cherry. Don't worry."
Feeling ashamed of it, I force a smile and focus on the best part, being with him and Cherry, and getting clothes that actually fit. Sounds good. Standing outside the hospital room, I chew on my nail. Lip said he'd let me know when to come in. Cherry got hurt, so she's in the hospital. She doesn't know I'm here, so we're going to surprise her. Lip wouldn't tell me what happened to Cherry, but I overheard some of the guys at the club saying she got shot. I can hear Lip and Cherry talking, and it even sounds like she is crying. Peeking around the corner of the door, I hear Lip telling Cherry some guy named Tom died. I frown, watching her sadness. It's like we're connected. Whatever she feels, I feel. Sounds like Tom died doing something for the club. Lip looks up, and I quickly dart behind the door. Butterflies flapping in my stomach like bats at the thought of getting seen. I hear a chuckle. He must have seen me. "Can I come in yet?" I holler.
"Yeah, come in."
Rushing around the corner, I run to Cherry, whose eyes light up when she sees me. "Piper!" She says my name happily, so I know our surprise worked. Climbing into her arms, I hug her hard. My eyes closed. I smell her. The flower smell I've missed so much. "I've missed you," I whisper. "I've missed you," she mutters back. She sits me up and looks me over. "You look so pretty." Running my hand down my shiny hair, I smile toward Lip. "Thank you. Lip took me shopping." Cherry glances over at him. "Yeah?" she asks, and he shrugs. Cherry pulls on my dress to get my attention. "Piper, I need to tell you something." Her voice is serious, so I try and listen to her closely. Her gray eyes look deep into mine, little wrinkles forming in between her brows. "I'm your mom, Piper." I stare at her, the words cracking through a wall inside of me I never knew was there. Cherry is my mom, and Dad tried to keep me away from her. Cherry never left me. Daddy lied. Swallowing all the things in my head, I smile at her. "I always wanted a mommy like you. You know, sometimes when we were together, I would think of you as my mommy." She begins to cry and pulls me close to her. I hug her back and feel what it's like to really be loved for the first time ever. I have so many questions, but really, I'm just happy I'm finally home. "I'll make up for the last 6 years for the rest of your life, Piper," Mommy promises, and I continue to hug her hard. "For sure, the club will always be your home, Piper," Lip promises me, and I believe him. I've been in the club. I've seen the people inside of those walls, and they're just like me. Some are angry, some are hurt. They're misunderstood, but more importantly, they're my new family.
10 years later. Saint. 16 years old. I'm pregnant. Blinking slowly, I try to process what the fuck Tasha just said. My mind tries to do the math of when we had sex and when she last had her period, but I can't really focus on any of it. "What did you say?" I ask her, tilting my head to the side, with unexpected emotions running rampant inside my mind. I said I'm pregnant. She raises her voice, shrugging her backpack onto her shoulder. I take a step back and rub at my chin nervously. I'm fucking 16 years old, with no job and no car. How the fuck am I supposed to care for a child? How am I supposed to take care of her? Anyway, I thought you should know. Her tone of voice teeters on the edge of bitterness. Taking a step toward her, I place one hand on the locker behind her head and lean into her. You sure it's mine? I whisper. I don't mean to insult Tasha, but she's a wild thing, which I like about her. Her free spirit, no fucks to give, is what attracted me to her. But in the 4 months we've been fooling around, I've met more brothers than I care to know who've hooked up with her too. You are such an ass. She shoves me, making me exhale loudly. Bitch is always slapping or hitting to get her point across. I don't want you to worry about it. I'll take care of myself. She looks everywhere but at me. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? Her brown eyes lock with mine, her shoulders rising, as if she's tugging a string of confidence from within. Because it's over. She takes a step in the opposite direction, trying to end on that note. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Grasping her by the elbow, I pull her back. How are you going to tell me you're pregnant and then end things with me? Anger starts to bloom in my chest like wildfire. I don't want to be with Tasha exclusively, but if she's pregnant, I have an obligation to be there for at least the kid. Because my parents said it's for the best. Just don't make this any harder, please. Jerking her arm from my hold, she walks away. I growl, slamming my knuckles into the locker. I should run after her and tell her to fuck her parents and ask her what she really wants. Her parents know I have no business raising a kid, or being around Tasha. She's tall with a Coke bottle-shaped body, big tits, with a heart-shaped face with billowy lips any man would want around their cock. She's a looker, and smarter than any bitch I've been with. Me? I'm just trailer trash from the wrong side of town, who happened to get her attention because I play ball. I don't blame her parents for trying to salvage their daughter's reputation. Jesus, leave it to me to knock her up and ruin her life. Mouth suddenly dry, I lick my lips in an attempt to moisten them and reset everything ominous in my head. Giving the hallways one last look, I walk the opposite way of Tasha and head out the side doors of the high school. I wonder how many weeks she is. We didn't even discuss if she was keeping it. Should I ask her? When was the last time we had sex? I run my hand down my face, frustrated. How in the fuck did this happen? I can't wrap my goddamn head around it. Saint, wait up! Glancing over my shoulder from the call of my name, I find Day. He walks home with me every evening after school. I think it's because he's one of the lesser men on the football team and gets picked on. Walking alongside me when he can, he assumes I'm not just going to stand by and let them steal his expensive as fuck shoes. Shows how much he really knows about me. Shit, I might just take those LeBron 16 shoes. Only reason we know each other is from the football team. Otherwise, his white ass would probably never have thought to talk to me. Sup, Day? I attempt to make casual conversation, trying to get my mind off the fucking bomb Tasha just threw at me. I bet guys like Day don't have to worry about shit like this with his rich-ass parents. Nothing. You benching this weekend? I side-eye him, walking in the direction of our houses. Every weekend, Coach requests us to show up to bench weights, keeping us in shape for football season. After what Tasha just told me, I don't know what the fuck I'm going to be doing this weekend, let alone the next 9 months. Hell, I might have to give up football and work at some fast food joint. My chest burns thinking about slumming it in some greasy-ass burger joint. Probably not, I murmur. A brush of cold air runs across my neck, warning of the sun's departure. I give the sky a once-over, birds flying high above, as if they're trying to hear what Day and I are talking about. Hey, how'd you do on the algebra test today? He continues, oblivious of my absence in our conversation today. Don't care, I bluntly reply, jostling my bag over my shoulder. Man, you're gonna have the coach kissing teachers' asses to pass you, just so you can play ball again. He reminds me of the fuck-up I am. I hate doing homework, and because of that, I have poor grades. Coach is always having to butter up a teacher so I can play a weekend game because of it. I'm just more of a hands-on person. I like being up and moving, get my heart pumping. I don't reply to Day. I'm really not in the mood for him today. Day is the fucking poster boy for preppy white boy. Blonde hair that is short on the sides and tall on top, buff chest, shitty attitude toward girls, and rich. Only reason anyone is his friend is because he'll give you anything to be his buddy. It's sad, really. He's nothing like me. I work for my shit, and I ain't about to give it to anybody. Fuck you if you don't like me. The turnoff for Day's house approaches, and he pats my shoulder. See you tomorrow, man. Yep. Looking down his street, I wonder what it would be like to live like him. Big 3-story house, pool in the backyard, the known security that nobody is going to rob you while you drift off to sleep, and a fancy-ass bed every night. I smirk. Shit, if I walked down this road right now, I'd have the police flashing their lights behind me in minutes. Day's street is not the place for me. No, I belong in the hood. And I know that. It's people like me why Day has those fancy-ass alarms and neighborhood watch. The nice houses become smaller with distance. The perfect manicured yards with fountains turning into rusty chain-link fences with barking pit bulls. The smell of broken-down car fumes and crack cooking invite me back home. Just as I'm about to enter the domain of my kingdom, the unfamiliar roar of an engine has me slowing my steps and looking over my shoulder. It's that guy Zane and a couple of his buddies. He's on a motorcycle looking right at me with cold eyes. I wonder what brings him to this side of town. Then again, his kind go wherever they want without anyone giving them a second glance. He's in a motorcycle gang called the Devil's Dust. Everyone knows them, and everyone at the high school knows Zane. Word is, he's a killer or some shit. Jutting my chin at him, I continue my commute. He revs his engine up and whips away with a following of similar motorcycles. Rounding the block, the wooden privacy fence, trying to hide the ghetto from tourists, awaits me. My hand gives the fence a slap as I walk into my neighborhood. Hey, Saint. Mrs. Maury waves from her front porch, cigarette in hand. She's still wearing her nightgown from the night before. Hey, Maury, I reply with a head nod. She's a cougar, always bringing some young man into her house to use at her disposal. I was one of them. You want to come in for some tea? She brushes her bleach blonde hair from her over-tanned face. Nah, got homework. I decline nicely. It's a lie. I ain't doing homework. But I would if it meant staying out of her house. She giggles, but with the smoke in her lungs, it's more of a cackle turning into a cough. My house comes into sight, a 1-story white brick house. No screens on the windows, the door held together with a rope tied to a nail, and tires on top of the roof to keep the remaining shingles in place. My dad sits on the front steps, singing some old tune. His white shirt has holes in it, and is stained with greasy foods, and who the hell knows what else. He has no job. Neither does my mom. Getting close, I notice my father with a silver spoon in one hand and a clear bottle between his torn house slippers. Hey, Haas! One of the neighbors approaches my dad and hands him some watered-up cash. My dad snatches it and pours whatever's in the bottle onto the spoon and mouth-feeds it to the neighbor. She coughs, making my dad laugh before waving her off. Not this shit again. Go on, you're running off business. He sneers. Pops? He looks up at me, his eyes clearing and widening before returning back to dazed and confused. Saint? What the fuck are you doing? Making money. What's it look like? He grunts. Shifting onto my left foot, I look at the bottle curiously. It's his liquid codeine. He was recently diagnosed with throat cancer, and the only thing they could offer him in hopes to ease his pain was codeine. I get why the devil's dust was outside our place now. I flick my nose with my thumb, irritated at my dad's antics. I can't believe he's being so stupid, selling his own drugs. Those motherfuckers need to mind their own business, Dad hollers, pointing in the direction of the roaring motorcycles. You were selling on the turf again, weren't you? He opens his mouth to respond, but I don't give him a chance to feed me bullshit. What the fuck do you expect then? Keep your crooked ass on the porch, and let's try to keep the peace around here, huh? I stomp up the steps, and my dad's shoulders flex. I'm just trying something to better myself. These fancy doctors don't know nothing about what kind of pain I'm in. He wobbles his head, matter of fact. He's talking about street drugs, which, here in L.A., are expensive as fuck. He's selling his codeine in hopes of something stronger. How much you think you're going to make off some liquid shit? He pulls a wad of cash out of his stained khakis, and this grabs my attention. I stop at the top of the stairs and stare down at him. There has to be a couple hundred there easily. I'm surprised. Enough. Don't worry about it, boy. He shoves it back in his pocket. Don't you have football or some school shit to be worrying about? Leave the grown-up shit to me, son. His tone hits me the wrong way. I hate how he thinks because I go to school, I can't handle myself in the hood. Why can't I be something in both worlds? Nah, I gotta pick a side when it comes to him. Tasha is pregnant, I tell him, changing the subject. He shakes his head. Well, that was stupid of you. I don't tell him about her breaking up with me. He'd probably tell me to count my blessings. Another person, whom I don't recognize, walks up to my dad with a $10 bill in hand. Dad doesn't even say a word. He takes the money and spoons them some drugs. She keeping it? He coughs, film and mucus catching in his decaying throat. I don't know. I look off into the distance, the smell of the ocean and the sound of birds absent in this part of town. You better get your ass a job because I'm not supporting a bastard child. He attempts to offend me, but I stopped caring what he thought long ago. I didn't ask him to support my kid. Hell, I don't ask him to support even me. Saint, baby, is that you? Mom's voice carries from inside the house. He done knocked up that little black girl, he hollers, not only telling my mother, but the whole fucking neighborhood. Scoffing, I step past him and go inside. The house smells of cigarettes and last night's dinner. The walls nearly crawling with nicotine, and the floor scratched and falling apart. This place is a fucking dump. You did what? Pain to the back of my head makes me close my eyes. Mom's famous wallop to the head, smacking me as soon as I walk in. God damn, Mama. Glaring at her, I rub the sting away. How could you be so stupid, child? She scorns. Turning away from me, she grabs her smokes from the cracked kitchen counter and plops down in a metal-legged chair, the off-white flower-patterned cushion barely able to contain her big ass. Wasn't planned, I rasp. Neither were you, baby, and look how you turned out. There's a softness in her face that has me turning around to look at her. No matter how little I think of myself, my mama thinks I do no wrong. Things have a way of working out. You'll see. One eye closed, she points at me, smoke dancing around her. All right, Mama. I don't argue with her because it will just grant me another smack to the head. She's a feisty old bitch, but she's loyal as fuck. She's the only one that has ever had my back. Now go, get in your room and study. Don't want you out here with your daddy and the rest of these fools. She shakes her head, flicking ashes into a Las Vegas ashtray. I don't know where she got it. We've never been to Vegas. Winding down the hallway, I can't help but wonder if the path my dad is on is more realistic for myself. Selling drugs. Being a teenage father, I don't see my staying in school enough to buy diapers. One background check on myself, and any decent job would be out of the question. The color of my skin alone is going to make an honest living impossible. My mama is black, and my dad is white. I don't belong on either line of the race around here. It might be time to put this dream of getting a football scholarship to the side and start hustling. Because regardless of what Tasha and her parents think, I am not walking away from my kid. Only, I'm not about some $10 codeine off the stairs of my house. Nah, if I'm doing this, I'm going into it fully. Turf, gangs, and real fucking money. Might need to ring up the devil's dust and see what I can get my hands into. Saint. 9 months later. Standing on the corner of my neighborhood, I shoot the shit with some of my boys. Business has started to speed up with the sun falling. Pulling my hat down low, the sun baking my fucking cheeks, I look at the time. The devil's dust will be making their rounds soon. I better clean up shop. I briefly talked to Zane a few months back in reference to his offer to sell on their turf, but his terms didn't suit well with me. He offered I sell their product, where they want it, and I can get a cut of the profits. I disagreed with the percentage they were offering, so I declined. I could make more slinging shit on my own. But that also means I have to take a risk slinging coke under the devil's noses. I work for a man named Harry, but if I ever get caught with the amount of drugs I have on me, I'll land behind bars for sure. I'm able to afford my own things now. In fact, I just bought everything on the baby registry for Tasha, and it felt fucking good. Her parents didn't seem to mind when I showed up with all that baby shit, but any other time they swear me away from Tasha. Standing by one of the guys I sell with, his Buick's bass bumping so loud the truck is rattling, we shoot the shit about how we both used to play ball. Phone ringing, I hold my finger up to him and step off to the side to answer it. The distance does nothing to quiet the loud-ass music vibrating through the concrete and my shoes. Hello? Hey, can you give me a ride today? Tasha asks, and I can't help but sigh. Why? I have this cheer thing, and I just don't have the energy to drive, she explains, and I silently nod, listening. Look, someone has to be out here working to pay for the shit you're wanting for the baby, I tell her, not really wanting to go stand at some cheer conference bullshit. Seriously? You're going to make me drive? Her tone rises, and it irritates me. She always makes me feel shit, using her pregnancy against me. I can't just leave. Harry'll be pissed, Tasha. He may be laid back, but expects payout at the end of the day, and if I'm short, I'll have to hear his weak-ass threats. Tasha hangs up. Growling and gritting my teeth, I slide my phone back in my pocket. The guys are laughing, one guy named Chops smiling at me with a gold grill for teeth. Baby mama drama? He juts his chin up at me, both of his hands inside his baggy black jeans. I tell him to fuck off, if I knew he didn't have a trigger finger. I mean, we're not together, but she's having my baby. I shrug him off. That's what all baby mamas are good for. Shit! He turns around half-sentence and steps up to a blue car, selling them some gear. Chops begins to yell, stepping back from the car. My shoulders tense, and I slowly head toward them, ready to back him up if someone is trying to hustle him. It's just us out here. Nobody will come running to save our asses if someone tries to roll us over and take our shit. Phone ringing, I ignore it, knowing it's Tasha calling back. Hey, you got a problem? I ask Chops, who is still yelling at the car. Some cracked-out redhead looks at me from the passenger seat, her eyes sizing me up. Lifting my shirt, I show my gun in the waistband of my boxers. Chops does the same. Knowing they will be outnumbered, the car speeds off. Believe that shit? Chops asks, acting as if someone threatening to turn us into the cops if we don't give them some free shit is out of character for this side of town. Silently shaking my head, I walk toward the Buick. My damn phone ringing once again. Damn it, I hiss, pulling my cell phone out. Only it's not Tasha's number. It's one I don't recognize, but I answer anyway. Half the time Harry calls on burner phones, so his number is always changing. Sup? Is this Saint? Yeah, who was asking? I'm going to be pissed if one of her friends is calling just to cuss me out. I'm calling from LA Emergency Care, and I just wanted to inform you that Tasha Williams has been in an accident with a drunk driver, and we need to deliver the baby. My eyes widen, palms sweaty holding the phone. I was not expecting that. Okay, I murmur, hustling to my car just down the block. I'm on my way. I just want to advise you the parents didn't want me to call you, so be prepared when you show up. However, Tasha cried for me to call you. Swallowing the lump in my throat, I nod, not sure what to say. I just need to get to the hospital, and now. Guilt rises in my throat, the urge to puke nearly impossible to choke down. I should have left and driven her. This is my fucking fault. Every mile to the hospital, I pass crawling cars and swear to the gods that I'll be a better man to Tasha. I'll care more. I'll be there more. I could have left today and drove her to wherever she needed to go. She's been nothing but loyal since she found out she was pregnant, and I've been running around on her, annoyed she keeps wanting to make us a family. My excitement was only for the baby, and not for her. The fear of having her and the baby tie me down, making me ignorant. Turning into the driveway of the hospital, I rush inside the double doors, fear propelling me to the front desk. I spot Tasha's parents standing in the waiting area, with grim looks stitched onto their faces, and a tall man in a cowboy hat in his hands stands feet away from them talking to two cops. I don't recognize him. Is he the one that hit her? Is he the drunk fucking driver? I swear to God, I'll kill him right now. Excuse me. I try and grab a nurse's attention behind the counter, but she's in a deep conversation about switching shifts with another lady and ignores me. I frantically pound my hand on the scratched counter, trying to get their attention once again. A lady with pink scrubs and messy hair gives me an awkward look. "Can I help you?" She sneers. "Tasha, I'm here for Tasha. She, was in an accident?" My words are coming out so fast I don't know if she can understand me. "Right." Her face perks up and she grabs a clipboard. "She was just taken for a C-section. I assume you're the dad?" "Yeah." I nod, hearing her say the word dad, making me more sad about the situation. I haven't been much of a dad. Not in the way Tasha needed me to be. "Alrighty, let's get you set up." She begins to walk around the counter, and I start to feel lightheaded. Licking my lips, I nod. Holy shit, this is happening. I'm scared out of my fucking mind. C-section? That is where they cut her open, isn't it? "Oh no!" The voice of a squawking lady has me looking to my left. It's Tasha's mom, Nia. "He's not going anywhere near our daughter. He's done enough." She points at me like I'm the drunk driver that put Tasha back there in surgery. I'm not the drunk driver. But if I would have taken her, she wouldn't be back there right now. Still, I can't make it right by being out here. I need back there with Tasha so I can tell her I'm sorry. Shit, I'll fucking drive her ass around like Miss Daisy anytime she wants, as long as she's going to be all right. "Nia, I'm going back there with Tasha and my baby, and you can't stop me," I sternly state, my nostrils flare, ready to take this woman on. "Is there a problem?" One of the officers talking to the cowboy takes a step toward us, his hand held out as if he's ready to interfere. The cowboy's eyes hit mine, and they speak of sympathy, as if he feels sorry for me. But he doesn't look drunk. So who the fuck is this guy? "Honey." Nia's husband tries to calm her, but she just shoves him away from her, turning her back away from us all. She's a stubborn old bitch. "This way, sir." The nurse disregards Mrs. Williams and the concerned police officer and escorts me through a locked door behind the desk. "Make sure and keep this on, okay?" She tugs on my hairnet. I don't really have any hair, but I don't argue with her. "Yeah, I will." I lick my lips and make sure the blue gown and nets over my shoes are in place. I was told I had to wear them if I wanted to be with Tasha when they deliver our little girl, for some kind of sanitary purposes. "Right this way then, Daddy." She opens a door, and I'm stuck where I'm standing. Guilt, excitement, my past and future making it hard to take the next step. Daddy. I'm going to be a fucking daddy. It didn't seem real to me all these months. Not until now. What if I fail at being a dad? What if I'm like my dad? "Well, go on." She laughs, holding the door open. Forcing myself to move forward, I only see Tasha's head and arms laying on a silver table. The rest of her is covered up with some blue sheet. Her right elbow has a bloody bandage on it, her cheek is stitched up, and her mouth looks swollen. She's really messed up from the wreck. It makes me nervous to see the rest that is covered up with a blue tarp. A bright light hanging above grabs my attention. The doctors and nurses buzzing all around the room, blurring out as I stare at it. "Just have a seat on the chair and let her know you're there for her," she whispers in my ear, making me break my eyes away from the light. I nod, taking a deep breath. Sitting on the stool, I scoot closer to Tasha. "Hey," I whisper. Her eyes flutter to mine, but she's either too drugged or in too much pain to talk. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry," I tell her, my eyes filling with tears. We've been so back and forth since we've gotten together, but this time wasn't a game. She needed me, and I failed. "Saint," she murmurs, the sound of pain cracking in her voice. "It will be all worth it, babe." Reaching for her hand, I realize it's strapped down. What the fuck? Rubbing my fingers over her bare shoulders, I look her in the eyes. They don't seem as brown or bright as usual. "We will have our baby and find our own place. We don't need your parents." Her lips form a loopy smile, and it makes me happy. "You want to be a family? Fuck it. We'll be a family." I chuckle, squeezing her hand harder. She blinks, her eyes glazing over as she looks up at me. "We're at 40%, the doctor hollers, and everyone starts running around chaotically. Something is wrong. "What's going on?" I ask, nobody in particular. Looking to Tasha, her eyes are closed, and her head is lulled to the side. "Tasha? Get him out of here!" someone yells, and the over-friendly nurse is suddenly pulling me off the stool and pushing me toward the door. "Wait, what the fuck? Tell me they're okay at least," I demand, trying to force my way back in. "Sir, please wait outside," she hollers, her little hands trying their damnedest to push me out of the room. Everything becomes a blur from that moment on. Security rushes into the room to restrain me, dragging me out of the operating room. And before I know it, the door to Tasha and my baby are slammed shut. "Get the fuck off me!" I breathe heavily, trying to get out of the hold of the men that have me. "Let them do their job, sir," the nurse screams, and one of the security guys jerks me around, pushing me against the cold wall. Chest rising and falling, I nod. "Okay, I'm calm." Emotion heavy in my voice. I'm anything but calm, but if they don't get the fuck off me, I'm only going to get farther away from Tasha as I end up in jail. They let me go, and I pace in front of the waiting area. What just happened? Is she okay? Is the baby okay? We shouldn't have had the C-section. We should have just waited it out. Saint, what is going on? Looking up, I find Tasha's parents rushing toward me. Now they want to talk to me? I don't know. Worthless. Mrs. Williams hisses. My brows furrow, my fingers ringing together with anger. "They threw me out of there!" I yell, making strangers look our way. "Sir?" The nurse warns me of my behavior once again, and I slam myself down in an empty chair. Saint. Sitting in a chair, I watch Mrs. Williams bounce her knee with a cup of coffee in her hand. It's been almost an hour since I was thrown out, and nobody has come to talk to us. I'm starting to get fucking pissed. That's it. I stand, ready to ask for some answers, just as the doctor comes out of the door I was thrown out of, wearing a clean white lab coat. Mrs. and Mr. Williams stand close behind me, ready for some news. So when we were in there, Tasha began to hemorrhage, losing a lot of blood. She pauses, and it's in that pause that I know something grave happened. Something that will forever change my life. I'm sorry, but the baby and mother didn't make it. Her voice takes a dip, and so does my breath. Mrs. Williams lets out a wail I've never heard before. One of despair and fear. One only a mother losing their child would make. "What the fuck you just say?" Anger rushes over me, trying to snuff out my breaking heart. "I'm really sorry." She shakes her head and exhales a breath. "This is your fault! Now go fix it!" I holler, not wanting to believe they've done everything they could. "Where is the driver responsible for this?" I demand to know, looking around for that cowboy guy. "I have his information." Mrs. Williams waves a piece of paper in my face, and I snatch it from her. "I'd advise you not to do anything, sir. The law will—" I shove the doctor and her 2 cents out of my fucking face. My eyes narrowing in on her, I silently tell her to back the hell away. The law don't care about us. They never have, and it's not going to start today. Security guards are on me in seconds from putting my hands on the doctor, throwing me to the ground to contain me from touching anyone else further. Tears fill my eyes as my heart breaks into 2 right there on the disgusting hospital floor. "I just want my girls back. Give me my girls," I wail, the heartbreak scarring my soul for life. The guards threaten me to hush, and the Williams encourage me to find the drunk driver from the other side of me. But my eyes focus on the door I was shoved from over an hour ago. The same room that contains the other part of me. My dead daughter, and a girl I should have treated better than I did. It's then I realize today will change my life forever, but not in the way I thought it would. I walked through those doors thinking I was going to become a father or a role model today, but instead, I'm dragged out, a broken man, chasing ghosts, an attempt to fill a void left in the pit of my chest, one I fear will never be mended. Walking outside the hospital hours later, after signing papers for my dead daughter, and hearing how much of a piece of shit I was for my behavior, I was let go, and here I stand, not sure where to go from here. I can still hear the sound of Mrs. Williams screaming in my head. She wanted me to know the man that killed her daughter, the man that killed my daughter. Hand shaking and crumpling the paper within my palm, I stare at the name that's on the paper she gave me. Patrick Scratch, age 45. Who is he? What is he thinking right now? Where is he? So many questions run through my brain, but only one conclusion becomes clear amongst all the voices. I need to find this man and kill him. Tasha and my daughter will not die in vain. "Hey!" A southern man's voice has me raising my head. It's the cowboy. I turn to him. "Who the fuck are you?" He places his hat on his head and inhales a breath. His chest rises beneath his worn blue shirt, his belt buckle reflecting the fallen sunlight. "Friends call me Big Chief. I'm in town for a rodeo competition and happened to see your girl get run down." Hearing him say it like that makes me feel suddenly ill. "Big Chief? You don't look Indian," I sneer. A lazy grin slides across his face. "Yeah." He looks off into the distance, not caring what I think. "How is she?" Twisting my neck, I crack it. Sitting in the chair in that small room for too long has me pent up as shit. "No, she's not all right. She's—" My sentence is cut off with emotion. I can't make myself say the words. "You know the man that killed her is some big-shot real estate guy?" He's rubbing salt in my wounds. Why? Why the fuck are you telling me this? I step up to him, my shoulder squaring off. I've had enough today, and am in no mood for games. "Because we should find the drunk motherfucker and make him pay. Nobody else will." He pulls on the tip of his hat in a manner of condolence. I nod, rubbing the back of my neck. "You don't look like a killer, and I sure as hell ain't one. So how do you propose we do this?" "Yeah, I ain't got any guns," he mumbles, rubbing his chin. "We're going to definitely need something if we're going up against him too." My mind drifts to the Devil's Dust, the gang that not only has guns, but sells them. I know they're not just going to give me guns without an ultimatum. Zane has been chasing me down since he was old enough to hold a .45. I might know where to get some. "Where?" he asks, squinting into the sun, his voice calm. "Just follow me," I tell him, Lowering his head, his blue eyes meet mine. "Lead the way," he insists. Walking in the night air, hands in my pocket, I rush toward an unknown fate. Walking through neighborhoods I have no business being in, trying to find the location of Zane. I don't know where he lives, but I know where the infamous clubhouse is. "You from here?" I ask Big Chief. "Nope, from Texas. I'm just driving through." His southern drawl has me look at him. Of course he's from Texas. "Look, you don't owe me anything. You sure you want to do this?" Seeing what I did and not able to do anything, I want to help take this fucker off the streets because we both know the cops ain't looking for him right this second. He's right about that. Cops don't give a shit about what just happened. Maybe this guy isn't so bad after all. Rounding a corner miles from my home, I find a fenced-in property with a locked gate in front of the Devil's Dust clubhouse. Pulling the hood down of my sweatshirt, my neck bends back to look at the ominous clubhouse over just on the other side of the gate. The gates of hell, trying to keep those who have no business meddling with the affairs of the Devil's Dust at bay. That very building harbors outlaws, killers, and God knows what else. They're just what I need. Taking a step forward, I know there will be no step backward if I continue this journey. Lacing my fingers through the rusted nickel that makes up the locked fence, finding it hot rather than cold, I swallow the indecisiveness warning me to turn away and holler into the night, "I demand to talk to Zane Kingsman." Part 2. Saint. Present day. Turning my hat backward, I tug my gray sweats a little lower on my hips, my hard dick perfectly outlined in the thin material. Grabbing myself, I lift my upper lip. Yeah, someone is ready for some pussy. My cock vibrates with the thought of coming. I need the release. Being a prospect of the Devil's Dust has been fucking stressful. The president of the club is in a hospital bed, bitches being attacked, and shootings. Sometimes I think I should have kept my black ass in the hood. They say happiness blooms within, which makes me think of flowers. Flowers die. They lose their vibrancy and fall to the earth before decaying into nothing. So to keep my life full of fucking life, I keep lots of fucking flowers in my life. Like the bitch I brought home tonight. Where the fuck is that chick? Climbing off the bed, running my hands across my chest, I open the door to my room to find her down the hall talking to Piper. Piper is the daughter of one of the original members of the Devil's Dust. Fiery redhead. She has no filter, so who knows what the fuck she's saying to Brittany. "I just can't believe I'm here with a prospect," the girl I picked up from the bar tells Piper with enthusiasm. Brittany. That was her name. She's short with a big ass on her, medium build. It was the way she danced that attracted me to her. I bet. Saint's a charmer. Piper's brows raise, but the sarcastic tone coming from her mouth tells me she's just trying to be nice to Brittany. Piper's dressed in a short black dress that resembles snakeskin, her creamy legs leading down to a pair of red heels. Looking like that, it's easy to tell she's been out partying again. I don't know how her dad lets her walk around and shit like that and expect me not to stare at her. Piper reminds me of Jessica Rabbit from the movie Who Framed Roger Rabbit. A sex symbol with morals and a bad mouth on her. "I heard he has a big..." Brittany's shoulders rise as if she's too innocent to say what's on her mind. "Dick?" Piper fills in the blank for my girl. Piper has no shame in saying exactly what is on her mind. "Oh yeah, saying is so big, you better do some squats before you go in there." Piper doesn't know how big my dick is. She's totally building the hype up for me. And why? I don't know. Piper slides past Brittany, and her gray, prowling eyes lock with mine. She likes to play games, huh? Licking my bottom lip, I grab at my hard dick, letting her see for herself just how big it really is. These sweats do little to hide what I have when I'm not wearing boxers. My fuck-me sweats is what I like to call them. Her eyes slowly trail down my bare chest until hitting my palm and cock. My head leaned back with arrogance. I have to bite my lip to keep from smiling. Yeah, tell me what you think of that. Saint? She winks but doesn't even widen her eyes with surprise. Piper, I reply. It's no secret that I'd rather have Piper moaning my name tonight, but the way that I'm drawn to that woman, I can tell I ain't ready for someone like her. My past is filled with regrets, losing a girlfriend and baby girl, and as long as I keep my ass moving away from commitment, I can cope with the guilt. Piper slides her red sharp nails across my chest as she walks by, and my dick jumps in my hand. Fuck, I want that bitch. Looking over my shoulder, I watch her drunk ass disappear into another room. We don't normally allow club members' women at the club, but Piper is the exception. She got in nice with the president of the club before he had his terrible accident. Now my boy Zane has taken the spot as vice president and can't really do shit about it. There you are. Brittany runs her hand down my stomach. It doesn't have near the appeal as Piper, but that don't mean I'm not about to beat this pussy up. I'm going to make damn sure Piper hears my name called out in the middle of the night.
Piper. Closing the door behind me, I tap my sharp nails against the wood grain. What a fucking night. I drank way too much, again, and the coke didn't help with my disorientation any. Kicking my heels off, I sprawl across the made bed, the same one I've come to sleep in every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday night. Basically, the nights I go out and let loose. There's something about coming here afterward that makes me feel safe. Maybe it's the badass bikers in every room, or that I grew up playing hide-and-seek in these very rooms. Maybe it's devil's dust insignia printed into the comforter beneath me that whispers me into a slumber. Rolling over onto my back, my dress rides up, and I spread my legs to get comfortable. My eyes feel heavy. A lazy grin spreads across my face when I find a half-naked Pamela Anderson poster on the ceiling. We meet again, Pamela. The sex icon of every man born in the 80s. She and I have a lot in common. Not in the sense that I'm in Playboy, but we both have been sexually abused as a child. Her by a babysitter, me by my father. They say girls who are abused as children swing one of two ways. One, they're either boy crazy, always wanting a man's attention, any way they can get it. Or they're ashamed of their bodies and can't allow themselves to have a man's attention, for they feel nothing but shame. Guess which way I swung. The glitter left over on my boobs and cologne on my neck should be a big indicator of where my morals are. I don't feel pretty inside, so hearing from a strange man's mouth how amazing I am, and what I do to them, it erases the voices in my head. For a little while. After I get my kicks, I'm frozen stupid with fear of being by myself. Closing my eyes, I try and push the dreadful thought away. I'm strong and beautiful, just like fucking Pamela. And, like her, I say who I'm with, and what I wear, what I look like. Nobody knows of my toxic secrets but the president of the Devil's Dust. Or should I say, used to be president? It seems like just yesterday the club was attacked, and Bull, our previous president, was loaded with bullets, putting him on life support in the hospital. Sighing, I swallow, hoping to ease the knot twisting in my stomach. Bull, he picked me up one night after a bender, and in my drunk demise, I told him everything about my dad's abuse. It was then that he demanded I stay at the club after I went out, declaring I had daddy issues and he'd be damned if anything happened to me under his watch. Some of the brothers' old ladies don't approve of me getting a pass to sleep overnight at the club when I wanted, but only because they're not allowed to stay overnights. Jealousy at its finest. Bull is like a grandfather to me, and it hurts to see him in the hospital on death's door. His grandson Zane has taken over the club in his absence, and though I think he'll do well in his place, but he'll never be Bull.
"Oh my God, right there, Saint. Don't stop,"
echoes through the walls, the sound of the headboard banging against my wall. Holding my breath, my head slowly turns to the right.
Yes, right there, Daddy.
I snort. Really, Daddy? A bitter taste fills my mouth, thinking about Saint with some random chick. She doesn't even know Saint, and surely doesn't have the connection him and I do. I can walk into a room, and my body instantly knows he's near. If I didn't have so many daddy issues and need the attention of men to snuff out my insecurities, I could be with someone like him. Ugh. Shuffling my body up the bed, I roll over onto my stomach, pull the bottom drawer of the nightstand open, and grab the iPod I've been using every night. I don't know whose it is, but whoever owns it put a lot of money on it. There are tons of songs. I've been listening to it for a couple years and haven't put a dent into the playlist. Shoving the earbuds into my ears, I turn the damn thing on and close my eyes. Love Lies by Khalid and Normani Corday drown out the ecstasy of Saint and his flavor for the night. My own visions of dancing at the club with strange men and too many shots to count, pulling me into the darkness of the night. The smell of coffee slowly wakes me from a slumber. The one pillow smashed into the side of my face, and blankets tangled around my waist, causing me to sweat uncomfortably. I begin to kick everything off of me. My head hurts, and my mouth is dry as the desert. Sitting up, I pull the earbuds from my ears and shove the iPod back into the drawer. Way too much drinking last night. I feel like shit. Brushing my tangled hair from my face, I sigh and think about what I need to do today. I don't work. No plans with the girls. See Bull. I haven't seen him in a day or two, and it bothers me. Forcing myself out of the bed, I grab some clothes from my duffel bag I have sewed in the closet and get a shower. I like the water hot, so I turn the faucet as far over as it can go. It's as if it's washing away the night's antics and giving me a fresh start to a new day. My pale skin turns red, so pink you can barely see the freckles dusted across my chest. Getting out, I dry off with the towels I brought from home. They're new, one color, and don't look like they've been through an acid rinse. The crap I was drying off with before has less material than my thongs. After getting dressed and feeling somewhat human, I slip the strap to my cameo-colored bag over my shoulder and open the door to my room. Though I'm very comfortable in my capri sweatpants, dainty pink cameo, and flip-flops, these are not something I usually run around the club in. It's time for me to go home and restock my bag. Coming into the main room, Saint is sitting at the bar with a mug of steaming coffee sitting in front of him. He's shirtless, and his caramel-colored skin is flawless and tattooed to perfection. He has a lot of tattoos, more than I thought. He side-eyes me as I slide onto the stool next to him. I pretend like I don't notice and feign a smile at Anahi, Bull's wife. We're short on coffee, so everyone gets 1 cup this morning until I can get someone to make a run, she informs. Seriously? I whine. I need at least 2 cups of coffee to function. 1 for my hangover and 1 to start my day. 1 cup, she reiterates, holding her index finger up. Eyes narrowed only on me. I'd give her hell, but she looks like shit today. Her black hair is more oily than usual, and I'm pretty sure she wore that black top and jeans yesterday. Then again, her man is laid up in a hospital on his deathbed. Who blames her? Anything, please. Sliding a white coffee mug to me, she fills it to the top. The cup has a cat blowing bubble gum. It's my favorite cup. My mouth waters, desperate to wash out the stale taste of Crown. Cupping it with both hands, I take a big sip. The hot liquid doesn't even bother me anymore. God, yes, I groan. Anahi snorts, gaining my attention. My eyes narrow in on some powder under her nose. Is it foundation? No, it's too pale for her complexion. Cocaine? Noticing my staring, she turns her back to me and sniffs. Fuck, is she doing drugs? I mean, I have no room to talk about the occasional bump, but does Bull know his wife is snorting? The TV above the bar is turned off, the sun shining through the windows on the opposite side of the room, illuminating dust particles floating in the air. The leather couch and coffee table that has seen better days. If you move the magazines scattered across the coffee table, you can see the scratches from stripper heels dancing. Every piece of furniture in this place has a story. How do you sleep? A sarcastic voice interrupts my thoughts. I turn to who is speaking, Saint. Fine. Why? He smiles behind his cup of joe, obviously wanting me to bring up how I heard his hoe screaming his name last night. For a second, I think about poking fun at her calling him daddy, but decide not to feed his ego any more than I did last night. I have my own issues, but just looking at Saint's hollow eyes, you can tell he's been through some shit too. That's why it's better that we bullshit each other than try start something neither one of us can handle. Prospect! We all jump where we sit, the demanding tone startling us. Saint looks over his shoulder. I do too. It's my stepdad, Lip, giving Saint a death stare. Even for his age, my stepdad is intimidating. It's the eyes. They're so fierce they make me squirm, even to this day. FedEx man is here with parts to restock the shop. Go unload it. He points toward the garage just outside. Yes, sir, Saint replies, sliding off his stool, his blue jeans sliding down just enough to give a peek at his black boxers. Sipping my coffee, I can't take my eyes off his ass. Trying to hide the smug smile that pulls at my lips from my stepdad's protectiveness, I take another sip of my coffee. I have to admit, it's pretty funny how Lip gets bent out of shape when one of the prospects talk to me. Waiting for the hot coffee to singe my mouth, I'm disappointed to find my cup empty. I drank it all. Shit. I look to the empty coffee pot. Shit. Walking over to me, Lip places his hands on the counter. What are your plans today? Trying to think of what it was I was going to do. I dump the rest of Saint's coffee into my cup and take a quick sip. There we go. Now I can think. Going to see Bull, then work, I finally tell him. Who are you working with today? He raises a brow, not entirely thrilled with the career path I took. I'm a model, taking pictures that are a little risque, with motorcycles or biker gear. I was with the club at a bike show a couple years ago, and as I was admiring a custom-made bike, I was approached by an agency there, taking pictures of the event for a magazine. That is how my career took off. I love what I do. Having the lens on me and the smooth steel of power between my legs does something for my self-esteem. I feel powerful, exotic, and wanted. What more can a woman ask for? Besides maybe money, which I get that too. However, even though my job is amazing, more than once, my love for the lifestyle of a motorcycle enthusiast has given men the impression I want to sleep my way to the top, and this made my Devil's Dust family very angry. Just a couple shots with a Harley over at the dealership. I shrug. Lip doesn't say anything. He just gives me a silent stare, telling me if I run into any trouble, not to hesitate to call him. I smile in response, knowing my family has my back. Give Bo my best, I nod, just as he leans in and kisses my forehead. I met Lip for the first time when I was a kid. I was living with my father in a shit house in a shit trailer park, and one night Lip came to my house and took me to my mom, telling me I was going to live with them from now on, and I never saw my real dad again. Anahi comes out from the kitchen and starts talking to Lip about runs and club stuff, so I take the opportunity to get the hell out of Dodge before they begin asking me to pitch in and do something around here. Shoving my bag over my shoulder, I begin to make my exit. "Piper, girl, get back here with my mug." But not quick enough. "I'll bring it back," I lie. Using my back, I push open the front door just as Saint walks through. The sound of Anahi yelling makes me giggle to myself. We go through this every morning. She should be used to it by now.
"Hey, where the fuck did my coffee go?"
Saint hollers. I pick up my pace to my car, nervous he'll come after me, downing the rest of Saint's coffee before sliding into the driver's side of my car. Lip got me this car when I was 16, a used 2017 black Acura. Shoving my bag in the back seat, I toss the now empty mug onto the passenger's seat, the ceramic clanking with the other 4 cups I've taken. I really should bring some of these back. Tomorrow. Maybe. Piper. Driving into my neighborhood, I pull into my parking spot. My house is in the very back of the middle of everyone else's. It's an A-frame, small but perfect for just me. Heading to the passenger side of my car to grab my duffel bag from the back, I spot near a dozen windmills in my front yard, with some freshly planted flowers. I skid to a stop, my eyes slowly trailing to my neighbor Miss Skitty's yard. It's landscaped with creepy-looking gnomes with evil smiles, colorful windmills, small flowers, and red mulch. She's always getting on to me about how I need to spruce up the little bit of yard I have in front of my place. I guess she decided to take matters into her own hands. Reaching through the window of my car, I wrestle my bag free and give the horrid rainbow-colored pinwheels fluttering in the wind of my yard an evil eye. Okay, so I'm not the best at landscaping. I threw a few rocks in the front and thought it would be enough. Up the steps of my porch, my bird feeder of a VW bus rocks back and forth as a bird becomes comfortable. I smile. See, I can decorate. Look at that. It's perfect, and the birds love it. Miss Skitty just likes to go overboard. I suppose that is what retirement does to you. I dread getting older. Bending down, I tip over a smiling frog in a flower pot and grab my key to unlock the house. Inside, I toss my bag to the floor and kick off my flip-flops. Sighing, I take in the mess of my place. I'm not much for a housekeeper. Life is too short to be cleaning, if you ask me. Deafening silence causes a chill to race along my back. I hate being alone. Damn, it's hot in here. I'm never here long enough to clean it. I also don't leave the air conditioning on, which is why it's so damn hot in there. Walking into the living room to open a window, my knee collides with the coffee table. Beer bottles clank into one another and fall over. The smell of sour beer instantly filling the air. Shit! Crying out with pain, I glance at my knee. It's scuffed but not bleeding, so I hop to the window on one foot and shimmy it open. A cool breeze wafts through the curtains and I inhale the fresh air. Turning on one foot, I slide down to the floor, my back against my floral couch. I inspect my knee again, the skin torn and red. Fuck, that really hurt, I mutter to myself, my hand grasping my knee tightly as if I can squeeze the pain away. Dropping my head onto the worn cushion, I look up at the ceiling. Anxiety of being here by myself begins to set heavy on me, and my heart suddenly starts to speed up. I wouldn't even have this place if it were up to me. I'm fine with sleeping wherever my head falls, but when I became of age, me and Delilah moved out of our parents' house and got this place. Delilah crashes between her parents' house and here. but more often she's at her parents' or God knows where. Lifting my head, the little brown box I keep my weed in sits on the coffee table. I swipe it over to me, pull a joint out, and light it. Inhaling, smoke whispers its security, and I instantly relax. Smoking away, I notice my goldfish bloated and floating in its bowl across the living room. Shit, he's dead. I suck at life. Standing, I glance into his bowl, shaking it to make sure he isn't moving. Smelly water sloshes about, and he remains upside down. Nope, he's dead. The white slime covering his body should be a good indicator. Carrying the bowl in one hand, I take it to the bathroom and spill the contents into the toilet before flushing it. Setting the bowl on the counter, I head into my room. My bed of white blankets and pillows looks so cozy, but it's too hot in here to sleep. I grab some clothes and clean panties and go to grab my bag. I put the dirty clothes in the washer and repack everything for my stay at the club. Done with my joint and repacking, I shut the window, turn the air down, but not all the way off this time, and head to my car. The death of my fish makes me think of Bull. I need to see him, see how he is doing. I'm going to head over there and see him before I have my shoot today.
Saint. Sitting at the bar in the club, the guys behind me shoot the shit, talking about what they've been up to. Others talking about Bull and what they think will happen when he returns. I've seen Bull, and it kills me to say it, but he ain't coming back here the same man he was before. He'll be in a wheelchair or crippled at the least, and any man who knows the life of riding a motorcycle will tell you they'd rather die than never ride again. The doors to the club open, and a rush of perfume wafts through the club, overtaking the smell of booze, oil, and men's cologne. "Hey, boys." Cherry smiles, waltzing into the place like she owns it. I can't help but size her up, my eyes trailing over her red hair and slim body. Her midriff top showing a sliver of tan skin, and those cut-off shorts enough to drive any man wild. Rubbing my hands together, I quickly avert my eyes before a lip catches me staring. Piper looks just like her mom, but finer. All I gotta say, the cherry didn't fall far from the tree. Swaying her hips as she rounds the bar, she smiles at me. "Hey, Saint, how you doing this morning, baby?" I shrug. It's weird having the old ladies in here during the day, especially when you see what happens in here when the sun goes down. "Who the fuck is that?" The concern in Bobby's voice has me look at him before glancing out the front windows. A big red truck with dust layering the outside sits in the parking lot, the driver's side door open, and the top of a cowboy hat can be seen as a man with boots climbs out. The wind blows, sending particles of dirt swaying in the air, just as the man lifts his head, and familiar blue eyes level with my own. "It's Big Chief," I murmur, confusion thick in my voice. "Who?" Cherry sneers, looking out the window curiously. "What's he doing here?" Zane asks from behind, startling me. "I don't know. I haven't talked to him since." I stop. Zane knows what I'm referring to. I haven't talked to Big Chief since the night we killed that drunk driver. An unbearable warmth spreads in my chest, thinking about the past. "Let's go see what he wants," Zane whispers, pushing through us, standing and gawking, before stepping outside. "He's really good looking," Cherry says, her face a little too close to the window and making it fog. I shake my head, a silent laugh pressing through my lips before following Zane. Big Chief tucks his hands in his front pockets, and I notice one arm covered in a sleeve of tattoos. That's new. He's shirtless, his chest red from the sun, and his jeans tight as the last time I saw him. "Well, you haven't changed a bit." He smirks in my direction, that country twang just as strong as before. "You've changed. You found a tighter pair of pants in Texas. I can practically see your dick." I chuckle, making Zane laugh. Big Chief looks down at his crotch. "Nah, it's just big." He winks. "It does that in everything I wear." I shake my head. Arrogant fuck. Humor aside, I can't help wonder why he is here. It's good to see him, but he comes with a shadow I've tried to forget, but can't outrun. We killed that drunk driver together, but it did nothing for the guilt I feel to this day. If I would have been with Tasha that day, her and my baby could still be alive. What brings you here, cowboy? Zane cuts to the chase, and a stoic look takes place on Big Chief's face. Got myself in some shit. Need a place to stay. Figured you owed me. His eyes hit mine. He's collecting on the night he helped me get rid of a body. Zane looks over his shoulder at me, and then back at Big Chief. We do owe him. Big Chief's strength and truck came in handy that night. We have a spare room. Let's go inside and talk about the trouble you're in. If he's talking about the room Piper is in, shit is going to hit the fan. But more importantly, I raise my hand, stopping Big Chief from taking another step. Might put a shirt on, Hercules. If Lip sees his old lady drooling all over those pecs like a thirsty schoolgirl, it might start things off rough for you. Lip isn't the kind of man you want on your bad side. I've learned that quickly just by smiling at his daughter Piper. Zane laughs, rubbing his chin with his left hand. He knows what I'm talking about. Big Chief rolls his eyes, climbs up on the side step of his truck, before diving in the window and pulling out a red shirt from the front seat. Taking his hat off, he pulls it over his head. The sleeves are cut off and droop down to his waist, showing his pecs and stomach off. It doesn't cover shit. I think you lost the other half of your shirt there, brother. I point to the showing skin. Yep. He chuckles, putting his hat back on. Big Chief follows Zane and Shadow into the chapel once inside. I cross my arms and stand by the door. Being a prospect, I don't attend meetings unless asked to. I haven't earned my rocker or my place for that yet, but I will. Zane steps out of the double doors and raps his knuckles on the wood. Hey, you two, get in here, he says. Flicking my chin with my thumb, I come inside and close the doors behind me. So what kind of trouble are you in? Shadow asks, sitting at the head of the table, his hands clasped together and resting on the table. Zane sits in the vice president spot, waiting for Big Chief to reply. I decide to stand. Well, one of the riders back in Minnesota was smacking his old lady around, and one of his kids. A couple of my boys and I decided to pay off a bullfighter, have him look the other way when it came to the fucker being thrown off, and he was killed. I just need to lay low for a bit. He shrugs. Damn, you can do that? Like, pay people off in bull riding? I ask with surprise. These white boys are more ruthless than I thought. Oh yeah, shit gets a little dirty in the South. Big Chief smiles widely. So again, you put your nose where it didn't belong. Shadow states matter of fact. Big Chief shrugs. When I saw that little boy with a black eye sitting all sad on the bleachers, I decided it was time that motherfucker get a black eye, broken rib, maybe something else. I didn't intend for the bull to stomp his ass. Big Chief looks at me with serious eyes. But what can I say? Animals know when they're amongst the devil. The room goes silent, and Shadow scratches his head. Yeah, I get it, he rasps. You can lie low here for a bit, until shit over there blows over. But we might need your muscle around here, Shadow bargains. Yeah, sure. Use me where you need me, Big Chief agrees. Shadow stands, ending the meeting, and so does Zane and Big Chief. I don't know about you, but I could use a beer. Big Chief chuckles in my direction. You came to the right place, my man, I laugh, grabbing his fist and pulling him in for a hug.
Piper. Walking inside of the hospital, the smell hits me immediately. Smells of food and antiseptic. The gray tiles along the floor all scratched up from gurneys being rushed inside, and the white walls scuffed from kids' grubby fingers sliding along the paint. Stepping into the elevator, it's warm and stuffy, the smell of motor oil making me second-guess not taking the stairs. I go up to the 4th floor, the lights flickering in the elevator with each passing floor, before the double doors creak open. I give a friendly wave to the receptionist. She's seen me several times and knows where I'm headed. Cool air wallops me in the face when I get to Bull's room. The lights are off. The only sound to be heard are the machines breathing for him, and all the flowers that people have brought are dead and wilted, their sweet smell now sour. My lips purse, wondering if I should throw them out. Bull's face looks pale, his mouth taped and ajar to fit the tube down his throat to breathe for him. I inhale a breath, trying to get control of my emotions as I step to his bedside. He makes the hospital gown look small, he's so burly. Resting my hand on his shoulder, a sob racks my body, my eyes filling with tears. It's just so hard to see such a strong man so weak. What if he doesn't come back? Or worse, what if he does make it and he can never ride again? His rough skin from the many rides in the unforgiving sun. His knuckles scuffed and scarred from defending his colors. To see Bull sit idle and watch others ride, it'd be like taking the roar from a feral lion. "Oh, Bull," I whisper. The man that is practically my grandfather lives on borrowed time. The club is now in the hands of Zane and his father's shadow, but what does that mean exactly? Will the club change, or will it remain the same? When I think of the Devil's Dust, I feel safe and a sense of nostalgia. So many memories of growing up around things a kid should never see, with other misfit kids just like myself. I wouldn't change it for anything. But like many things in life you don't want to change, it's out of your hands. Like the seasons of weather. A summer so vibrant and full of life slowly fades into the dull color of browns before completely succumbing to the icy throes of winter. Where kids once pranced barefoot with popsicle-stained lips remains isolate and vacant of any life. I hope that won't become my club. Piper. My shoot was postponed due to the clouds coming in, so I head to the club to see what everyone is up to. I can't go back to my house, not by myself. I don't know exactly why being alone terrifies me, but it does. It's like if I'm busy all the time or around other people, it distracts me from acknowledging the trauma I've been through. Parking my car, I head inside and find an unfamiliar face standing by the bar with a bag under his arm. "Who's this?" I bluntly ask. "This is Big Chief. He's from Texas," Saint introduces him. Big Chief looks like he was sculpted from the fields of Texas just for womankind here in California to have their city ways with him. "I'm Piper." My tone comes out more flirty than I intended, but the man is practically country music album cover material. What can anyone expect? A crooked grin fits his sun-kissed face, and he holds his hand out to shake. Placing my palm in his, my body buzzes with excitement. His grip practically swallows my hand. He's strong, too, probably from hauling hay or something. "Anyway, your room is right down there," Zane cuts in, and I drop my hand when I realize where he's pointing. My room. "Whoa, wait, I stay in there." My voice rises. All the devil boys look at me with raised brows. "Bull said I could stay in that room, you guys," I remind them. "Well, that was before we had a guest, and I'm sure Bull would agree that club business comes before your drunken escapades, Piper." Saint sneers in my direction. He thinks because he's sexy, he has the right to be an asshole. He doesn't. "That is my room." I breathe heavy in between each word, my eyes nearly slaying Big Chief where he stands. "Piper." Zane's tone comes off as a warning, but I don't back down. They don't know why I need that room, but Bull did, and he promised me I could have it whenever I needed it. Where am I supposed to go now? "Look, how about when you want to stay in there, I can sleep on the floor or something, eh?" Big Chief's country voice tries to wrap around me and seduce me, but I don't falter. I'm the flirt around here, and everyone knows that. My phone rings in my back pocket, and I take the opportunity to turn away from the guys and check it. The shoot is back on. They moved it to a studio. I have to work. I exhale a bitter breath, throwing my bag on the bar. I keep my eyes on Big Chief. That's my room, I state one more time. I will fight him over it. I'm not afraid to fight a man. Hell, I've been known to have a heavy right hand. It might be time to show these boys women are just as tough as they are, if it means I get to keep my room. American flag printed bikini on, I flip my red hair over my shoulder and smolder for the camera. A custom chrome Harley sits between my legs, the metal cold and causing my nipples to perk beneath my top. I bite my bottom lip for effect. Right there, beautiful, the photographer encourages. He keeps talking, but I'm seething so profusely I can't hear anything but my own thoughts. I don't like that my routine is being fucked with. That room in the club was my sanctuary at night, my safe place. They didn't even ask, but then again, what did I expect? It's a motorcycle club. I should be thankful I was even allowed to step foot in there. But that's why I love the club. They're not like normal clubs. They don't care about race and are lenient with women coming and going as long as they follow the rules. The devils are loyal and relentless when it comes to their own. Piper. I come to, finding the photographer eyeing me with a pointed stare. Lumber is his name. He's tall, but you only see him hunched over with his camera taking photos, or over a desk looking at photos he took. His brown hair curly and short, and his face is clean-shaven. In a nutshell, he's got a geeky look about it. Yeah? Try smiling, yeah? Lumbar smirks, and I realize I'm grimacing. I'm just not feeling the shoot today. I feel off. Maybe I should go out tonight, have a few drinks with my circle, or maybe Delilah. Lumbar notices my unease and stands straight, the camera still in his hands. I think I got enough shots, darling. Why don't you head to the dressing room, eh? His fingers click on the camera, looking at the images. Sighing, I unstraddle the motorcycle. A stagehand hands me a towel, and I wrap it around myself, heading to the dressing room to get dressed. Closing the door behind me, I slip my phone off the counter and text Delilah. Want to get drinks tonight? P. You mean, will I be your wingman while you drag some poor bastard into thinking he has a chance with you until you get bored? D. I don't do that. Pursing my lips, I know I do that, though. Does that make me an awful person? Groaning, I drop my head back, wondering what the fuck is wrong with me. Do I have daddy issues to the point that finding misery in male strangers stratifies me? My phone dings, causing my chin to fall to my chest, in a lazy manner to see what Delilah wrote. Yes, I'll go with you, slut. I'm fucking bored to death anyway. Watching others suffer sounds fun. D. Laughing, I type K. Her response makes me feel a little better about myself. I mean, everyone has their own demons. I just flaunt mine like the devil would his horns, whereas other people try to hide their flaws. I wear red lipstick, have wild red hair, and bring men to their knees just before I turn my back on them. I'm addicted to the game of flirting, of having control. I am who I am, and my scars aren't fading anytime soon, so either get beside me or behind me, I say.
Saint. Outside the club, sitting on a stray brick, my knees are bent with my elbows resting on them. I soak up the rays of the sun. Maybe I should go for a ride. Big Chief startles me standing next to me, leaning against the club with his legs crossed. He seems as bored as I am, and he just got here. I'd suggest some pussy to help mend your restlessness, But all of our sweet butts are gone since Bull was put in the hospital. Mourning and shit, I state. Girls who hang around the club and offer their sweet ass to members is what we like to call sweet butts. Yeah, I'm good, he informs me with his southern drawl. What the fuck does he mean he's good? I'm glad you are because I'm going fucking stir-crazy. Running my hands down my face, I try and think of the last time I had an adrenaline rush. I can't, though. The club has gone stale as we wait on what happens with Bull. He has to pull through this shit so we can get back to doing what we do. Glancing up at Big Chief, he's typing on his phone. Who you talking to? I can't help but be nosy. Give me some fucking drama or something. Tell me your baby mama is fucking your brother or some shit. Rad walks out of the club and stares at Big Chief with heated eyes. Now here is some fucking drama. Only this shit will eventually become my problem, and I don't like that. Rad doesn't like Big Chief, it's obvious. Why? I'm not sure. Probably because Big Chief was welcomed in with open arms and isn't treated like a prospect. Friend of mine, he's a bouncer at Cryptos. He wants me to come out. Says there's these women that come every week looking for some company. Big Chief explains. Cryptos, I've been there. Great place to grab some ass and water down alcohol. I haven't been in a while because I get better pussy and drinks here at the club. Well, did. Let's go. I stand, wanting to do something besides sitting around here. Wait, I thought you were lying low, Big Chief. Rad's abrasive demeanor doesn't go unnoticed. Blonde hair escapes his surfer-looking ponytail, his tattooed hands crossing in front of his bare chest as he stares daggers into Big Chief for an explanation. I am, but if I wanted to be off the map completely, I wouldn't have come here. Big Chief fires back, his brows furrowing in. He's picking up on Rad's attitude. Yeah, I think you're fucking hanging around trying to get patched in, Rad claims, clearly not happy about it. Big Chief shrugs, his face blank of caring. What if I am? All right, easy, boys. I cut through the tension and looked to Big Chief, my hand pointing at him. Your friend said there's a few women? I clarify. Big Chief nods. Good. Let's go online for a bit. What do you say, Rad? I pat him on the back, encouraging him to calm the fuck down and join us. He doesn't take his eyes off Big Chief. Yeah, sure. Let's go unwind. His tone condescending. You know how to ride a motorcycle, Chief? I jut my chin toward the garage. I've never seen him ride one before, but if he's hanging with us, he's going to fucking learn. Turning his head where I'm looking, he eyes a gray painted Harley. The sweeping crow that Delilah just painted on the tank, looking fucking good. She really has a talent for painting bikes, man. I need her to do something to mine, make it stand out. Yeah, I've ridden a bike or two, he says, walking over to the Harley. Gonna have to take that ugly fucking hat off to ride, Rad insults, striding past both Big Chief and I. You got a fucking problem? Chief has had enough and is puffed up like a fucking peacock, ready to fight Rad. Rad stops, turning around to face off. I step in between them again. Let's just ride. Fuck. They're starting to piss me off. Both of them breathing heavy, they step away from each other. Rad heads to his bike and takes off, not caring to wait for us. What the fuck is his deal? He's usually too high to give a fuck about anything. I've never seen him like this before. He's right, you know. You can't ride with that cowboy hat. I point to it. Big Chief straddles the bike, ignoring me, his biceps flexing as he revs her up. He looks at me one last time before saying, "Watch me."
Piper. So, you buying drinks tonight? Delilah asks, hopping her ass on top of the counter in the girls' bathroom at Club Cryptos. She's wearing tight jeans and a sleeveless white top that shows her black bra. She's such a tomboy that if it weren't for her tits and pretty eyes, you'd think she was a boy at first glance. Pressing the cool red lipstick along my bottom lip, I roll my eyes at her assumption of me buying our drinks tonight. Smacking my lips to even the color out, I flip my hair over my shoulder for that beachy look. I adjust my off-the-shoulder white top so my tit doesn't pop out and pull my tight-ripped jeans up a little more to give my ass a tighter look. "You're such a bum," I jab at her. She's always having others buy when we go out. Then again, maybe if I lived more like her, I wouldn't be so broke. "I figured with all the blowjobs you're going to give and those red heels tonight, you could afford it," she fires back, making me laugh. Sassy little bitch. Positioning my hip out, I showcase my brand new left shoe. "This is not a hooker heel." She chuckles, hopping off the counter. "Right, just like when we were 12 and you tried to convince everyone that the stuffing in your bra was really your busty chest." She has to remind me of the humiliating shit I did when growing up, because if not, who would? Flicking her in the tit, she cries out and covers her chest, her face in shock. She shouldn't act too surprised. She knows I act out when people upset me. "Come on, nipple hair, let's go get some drinks and dance." Walking past her, she suddenly stops me. "Wait, I need to tell you something." I frown. She seems serious, like more than usual. "Okay." I step back, my right brow arched with concern. "So, headquarters in Georgia wants me to come work for them, airbrushing motorcycles." I shrug. So what? I'm not surprised. Delilah is the best artist I've ever seen. "So, I'm moving. I accepted it." She implores for more of a reaction from me. My stomach falls and my mouth instantly goes dry. Her moving never crossed my mind. She can't leave me. "You can't move." My words echo through the bathroom, I holler so loud. "I can and I am," she chuckles. "Please support me. I need this." Delilah whining is a sound I've never heard before. I don't like it. It reminds me of a movie where the bad bear killing everything finally gets hurt and is crying out in pain. You can't help but feel bad for it and want all the pain to stop. "What do your parents think? Wait, oh my God, what about Zane? He's going to flip the fuck out." My eyes go wide. Zane has been overprotective of Delilah since the beginning of time. When I used to be head over heels for Zane, it made me jealous how much he cared for Delilah. "I haven't told anyone else yet," she murmurs. This is going to go over so well. I can't hide the sarcasm in my voice. I'm hurt. She can't leave me. She's my partner in crime. "It's going to be a shitstorm, I know." A silent laugh rocks her chest. "I wish I could just take everyone with me," she mumbles. "I still have time to think about it, though, but something deep inside of me is telling me I should go to Georgia, Piper. I feel as if I can't grow here. I can't become a member of the club, and everything I do, I have my dad or my brother Zane over my shoulder," she continues. I nod, understanding where she's coming from. Zane is always in her love life, and her parents are always wanting her to do something with her life that they came up with. "Maybe I'll come with you," I mumble, and her eyes light up. "Yeah?" she laughs. "Maybe there's nothing here for me." I chuckle, pushing the bathroom door open, and step into the carefree atmosphere that gives me a sense of control. But who am I kidding? I can't go anywhere with Delilah. My sanctuary for my insecurities is that of the clubhouse. The strobe lights and pounding music, the stuffy air and sea of people, they all rain to me as I walk through the club, turning heads. I say who buys me a drink tonight. I say who dances with me. And I say when I leave. No rules, no expectations, no judgment. Everyone that's here is here for the same reason: to forget. Whether it's the shitty day at work they had, the significant other twisting the strings of their heart, or trying to cling on to a memory that made them happy back in the day, we all come to a place like this to call the shots. Speaking of shots... Leaning onto the black counter, I wave down the bartender. She looks new, but surely she can't mess up a couple of shots. I raise 4 fingers and mouth, 4 shots of tequila. She nods in understanding and lines up the glasses before pouring clear liquid into them. Delilah stands next to me, tapping her chipped black painted nail on the counter. "Did you call Addie?" I yell over the music. Addie is our other part of our circle, but she's been MIA lately. Delilah's eyes half roll before she leans into me. "Yeah, she's hanging with Zane tonight." Ugh. Ever since those two started seeing each other, it's like they went fucking domesticated or something. Not that Addie was ever much for partying, but still, we hardly see them anymore outside the club. Turning my back to the bar, I look amongst the crowd. People dance, grind, and laugh with each other. The sea of people move to the rhythm of Wow by Post Malone, except for one guy in the back of the crowd. Standing still, he looks upon me like a hawk prying on prey from afar. He has brown choppy hair that hangs just above his smoldering eyes, a strong jawline, and prominent lips. Biting my bottom lip, I become curious what the rest of him looks like. "Here we go, all right? I'm going to go mingle. Don't get into any trouble," Delilah hollers into my ear, knowing I have my eyes set on someone. I nod, shooing her away. I step through the crowd, and a sexy stranger pushes off the wall to greet me. Finally close enough to see all of him, I notice a sort of callous demeanor about him. Something strong and powerful glows across his face. Standing in the throes of moving bodies, I hold my hand out. I'm Piper. He grins, his white straight teeth making him look almost villain-like. Grasping my chin with his firm fingers, he slowly turns my head and leans into me. "I'm Pike," he whispers into my ear, the swell of his bottom lip brushing along the shell of my ear. Goosebumps race amongst my neck and collarbone from the contact. He's yummy, but there's something creepy about him. I realize my insecurities are probably protruding more than anything right now, and shove the thought away. I mean, the guy is hot. Turning my back to him, I begin to walk away from him as if I'm uninterested. He wraps an arm around my waist, pulling me back to him. It's the oldest trick in the book. Act like you have better things to do, and they come chasing you. Tingles rush down my limbs that he really wants me. Out of all the girls in the club, he's going out of his way to make sure I'm the one in his presence tonight. "You just got here. Where do you think you're going?" The low rumble of his voice has me curling my toes in my heels. God, he's so much man, I can barely handle it. Laughing flirtatiously, I swing my hips back and forth, allowing my body language to do the talking. Looking over my shoulder at him, I can't help but run my tongue along my bottom lip. He's delicious looking. He joins in, gyrating his hips from behind. My body fits his perfectly, and for the first time all day, I feel wanted. I feel beautiful and needed. As if the thought of me not being broken and normal for a second could be a reality. I could be a girlfriend, wear Pike's shirts to bed and wake up to him ravishing me early in the morning. Until I open my eyes and I realize I'm still fucked up Piper. Guilt begins to fill my chest, and I second-guess teasing Pike. If he knew me, everything about me, he wouldn't even talk with me, let alone dance with me. I'm damaged goods. Pulling away from him, I point to the bar, encouraging him to join me. I need more booze. He smirks and grabs my hand. Pike in tow, we make it to the bar, and I turn into his arms. "I need a drink." I smile, but it's not real. My insecurities are eating me up faster than I can drink them away. "Yeah, what do you want?" he asks, looking down at me. He thinks he's going to get lucky tonight. Will he? Will I go all the way with him? I mean, he's really cute, but all the guys I choose are. I could use someone to love for the night. To have the arms of a man around me tonight instead of the smell of the clubhouse. It would be nice. The bartender takes his order, and his attention is back on me.
You from here?
He tries to make light conversation, but we both know he doesn't care where I'm from. There's something off tonight. I'm not feeling this guy or being at this club.
Oh, I see how it is.
He chuckles, his hand coming up to rub the little bit of dark scruff around his chin. I'm just saying, do you really care? I smile for real this time. Before he answers, 2 shots of amber liquid are given to us. Which is just in time, because liquid courage is exactly what I'm going to need if I want to go anywhere.
Can you shoot whiskey?
His tone is laced with a challenge. He sees this pretty little tart in heels thinking I can't shoot whiskey. I down it without flinching. Jack Daniels. Growing up with the devil's dust, you learn to shoot whiskey. What can I say?
Wow, I'm impressed.
Nodding, he shoots his. The song changes to Bad Guy by Billie Eilish. God, I love this song. It makes me feel so bad. Eyes squinted, I glare up at Pike and decide I'm going to find out how this man tastes tonight. Fuck my feelings. They've never done anything worth raising my head a little higher the next day, now have they? Slipping my palm around the back of his strong neck, I pull him to me. He doesn't hesitate. Our lips lock, and before I'm given the chance, he's swirling his tongue with mine. He's strong within my hold, as if I'm kissing a soldier. He tastes of Jack, of course, but there is something sweet lingering on the tip of his tongue. His hand slides to my back before slowly trying to slip down a little farther. My ass cheeks tickle with anticipation. Will he be gentle or hard when he grips me? His fingers flex over each buttock before a hard squeeze claims both of them, his fingers just inches away from my slick heat. He wants to play? Then let's play. Gripping his chin, I squeeze before shoving him off of me. He bites his bottom lip, his eyes becoming deranged at my teasing. I can't help but laugh before turning away from him. Heading to the bathroom to freshen up, I am suddenly shoved from behind, my head hitting the bathroom door. My body cools off instantly. Fuck! I don't look who just ran into me. I turn with the fist swinging, but it's caught. By Pike.
I'm starting to think you're just fucking teasing me.
He chuckles, my fist trapped within his. You just made me hit my fucking head, you prick. Attempting to pull my fist from his, the alcohol from the night decides to run its warmth through my veins. We aren't doing anything together. Not now, you fucking... I struggle in his hold, becoming more and more angry by the second.
Oh, no, you don't, you little cock tease.
Letting go of my hand, he grips me by the hips and jabs me with his hard-on.
See what you did to me? Now make it better, he growls.
I'd like to say this is the first time I've gotten myself into this predicament, but it's not. My insecurities and need to feel wanted has led many horny men to their weakest point. Like I've just done to Pike.
Saint. Pulling up to the club, Rad is leaning against his bike, waiting on us, smoking a joint. Killing the engine, glancing over at Big Chief parking next to me. I'd be goddamned if he still doesn't have his cowboy hat on. How the fuck did he keep that on his head and keep up with me? Putting my bike on its stand, Big Chief does the same. I'm really starting to not like that fucking guy. Big Chief snarls. What's his problem? I shrug, not sure. About time, Rad nags. Well, if you didn't run off like a pissed-off high school girl, you wouldn't have to wait on us, I hiss, done with whatever is going on between them. Do you know Big Chief or something? What the fuck is going on? Rad eyes him. Nothing. I just don't get why the whole club is falling to his feet when we have to earn our way around here, Rad explains. It's all clear now. Rad wasn't around when Big Chief, Zane, and I had our little intro. He earned his keep way before you did. That's all you need to know, man. Stepping past Rad, done with the conversation, I hear him scoff. Approaching the club, a big dark-skinned man stands in front of the club, singing to the song playing inside. How the fuck did Big Chief and this guy meet? Actually, come to think of it, Big Chief near a club should be the biggest question of the hour. His country ass looks like he belongs in a field with corn, not a dance club. There's a lot about this guy I don't know. Maybe I should be more like Rad and start asking questions. Big Chief, the bouncer bellows, a big smile on his face as he wraps Chief into a hug. It's been a long time, brother. Hey, Chocho, what's up, man? Big Chief asks. Oh, you know, working. He shrugs. Big Chief looks over his shoulder at us. This is Saint and Rad, he introduces. Chocho shakes mine and Rad's hands, his fingers feeling like sausages against my own, he's so robust. Come in, boys. Let me set you up. He turns around, waving his hand for us to follow him inside. Lights sway across the building, making you feel as if you're walking like a robot. The music loud, and the place is packed. I haven't been here in a while. We go to the left, up a couple stairs, giving us a view of the whole place. There's Kelly. She's a freak. She won't tell anybody no. Chocho laughs, pointing out a blonde, pigtailed girl dancing on the bar to the far left. She acts like she owns the place, her blue jean skirt barely covering her most intimate places. Fuck, she has some legs on her. Over here we have Yazzie. She's a bitch, but wild. She's a good time. Chocho rubs his hands together, laughing at himself. Yazzie looks to be Mexican, and she's short from what I can see. I like little shorties, though. They're awesome in bed. Lastly, we have Piper. She's a hell of a night, but not a sure thing. Take your chances, brothers. My eyes follow to where he's pointing, and sure enough, Piper. Our Piper is at the bar with some guy pressing up against her. The look on her face is devious, like she might actually eat the fucker alive. Isn't that... Big Chief recognizes her. I give him a look. Wait, so you mean to tell me that girl is here a lot and fucking around? I clarify, pointing at Piper. Yeah, you want me to introduce you? Chocho questions. No. All three of us men say in unison. Her dad Lip is going to shit a brick if he knew what kind of reputation Piper has around here. Maybe I should go down there and drag her ass out of here, slap some respect into that sexy little mouth of hers. Let's go play. Big Chief chuckles, heading to one of the girls Chocho pointed out, Rad doing the same. I decide to stay where I'm at. I can't help but watch Piper and whoever this guy she's with. Leaning on the railing, I bend over and rest my arms on it. I came here to let loose, not be a fucking babysitter. Jesus. Running my hands over my face, I look back at Piper, only to find her and the man missing. I stand and walk the rail a little farther down to see the dark hall around the bar. I see heels flailing along the floor and dress shoes planted firmly in front of them. My gut squeezes, red flags going off in my head that something is wrong. Gripping the rail, I jump over it and find the guy manhandling Piper against the bathroom door. Shoving people out of the way, I make it to her in seconds and throw my fist in the guy's face. My knuckles crack as they make contact with the guy. Piper screams, moving out of the way. Hovering over the man, he smiles a bloody grin. Grabbing him by the shirt, I pull his head off the ground and start drilling him with my fist, over and over again. People around us scream, and before I know it, Big Chief and Rad are next to me helping me kick this guy's ass. They don't even know why I'm beating the shit out of him. They don't need to. They have my back, no matter what. All right. Chocho's voice comes from behind, pulling me and my boys off this piece of shit. Out of breath, I stand back on wobbly feet. The man is bleeding from his nose, mouth, and one of his eyes is completely fucked up from Big Chief's boot. God damn it, guys. This is going to attract the cops. You better get out of here, Chocho warns us. Flexing my sore knuckles, I glare in Piper's direction. Let's go, I exasperate. Her eyes pop to mine before scowling. I'm fine, Saint. Her tone of voice triggers me, and I'm in her face. You're fine? Really? Is that why you're seconds away from having your name scratched into the bathroom stall for a good time? Her mouth drops open, and a sting blooms across my face from her slapping me. Piper, are you okay? Glancing over my shoulder, I find Delilah staring at the scene with wide eyes. Grab her, I instruct Big Chief. Without question, Chief hauls Delilah over his shoulder. My attention back on Piper, I grasp her by the waist and throw her over my shoulder. Let us go, Piper screams, her hair swaying back and forth as I make my way through the crowd, right behind Big Chief, who is getting pounded in the back by Delilah. I swear to God, I'm going to kick your ass when you put me down, Piper threatens. I'd laugh, but these bitches ruin my night out. Once outside and in the parking lot, I set Piper down. Her wild hair is everywhere, and her face narrowed in anger. Who do you think you are? She's in my face, poking me in the chest. It's funny, most girls would be intimidated by me, but not her. She's ready to whoop my ass. It's cute. Shut up and get on the bike, Piper. She shuts up and looks at my motorcycle. No, she simply replies. Delilah drove. I'll ride home with her. Looking at Delilah, who is now on Big Chief's back like a spider monkey, slapping the shit out of him as he steps in circles, trying to pry her off of him, I'd say Delilah has her hands full. I'm guessing that smell of alcohol isn't perfume, and I'll be damned before I let either of you drive while drinking. So you either get your tight little ass on the back of my bike, or I can have your daddies come and get you. I leave no room for negotiation. This is how it's going to be. Piper's eyes squint with rage. Delilah must have heard me because both of her feet are now planted on the asphalt, and her attention is on me. Just get on the back of the bike, girls, Rat implores, done with drama. Fuck you! Delilah flips him off, but she's not beating the hell out of anyone, so that's a start. That's what I thought, I mutter, straddling my bike. The sound of sirens around the block getting louder by the second. Get the fuck on! Piper growls before small hands clench my leather cut, her leg lifting over the back of my seat before she situates herself right behind me. She smells fucking good. A firestorm of musk and amber with tones of apple dance around my senses, making my dick hard as ever. You would do better minding your own business, she hisses. I don't reply. A strong man stands up for himself, but a stronger man stands up for others. And looking at Piper, I can say that no weak man can love her. She's too brave, and he wouldn't know what to do with her. You should have better taste in men, I school her. Ha! You mean like you, Saint? Biting my bottom lip, I plant my boots on the ground and look at her over my shoulder. Baby, when you get a taste of a real man, this fantasy world you live in will never taste the same again. Her throat bobs as she swallows that information, and I know I just said some smooth shit, so I leave it at that. Flicking my gaze over to Big Chief, he's got a pissed-off Delilah riding behind him, the look on her face resembling the look of a toddler eating something sour. I give him a nod and lead the way back to the club. Finally arriving at the club, I put my bike on its kickstand, and Piper is swinging her legs off the seat before I even have time to situate the bike. Hey, I holler at her, but she doesn't stop. Her ass sashays, her arms swinging like a model on a runway. Jogging up to her, I pull her by the elbow, swinging her around. Fucking stop! I grit through clenched teeth. What the fuck do you want? Do you have a habit of leading men on, putting yourself in danger like that? My brows furrow with concern. The way she's giving that man fuck me eyes 1 second and turning him down like a cup of shit would make anyone furious. Don't assume you know anything about me, Saint, she hisses. Tilting my head back, anger coursing through the veins in my neck, I flip the tip of my nose, eyeing her with disdain. But I do know you. Probably better than you know yourself, baby girl. Yeah, that's right. I watch you, and you see me watching you. Don't act coy. She hops and begins walking back to the club. I want to choke her, demand to know why she is doing this to herself every night, playing with fire in the hands of men who are pyros. A black Mustang pulls up to the club, headlights shining over us all. "Who the fuck is that?" I asked the boys. "Oh, invited the women back here," Rad explains. The doors to the slick car open, and a blonde woman with pigtails climbs out. Kelly, I think her name was. She had long legs and big-ass tits on her. I could motorboat the fuck out of those. My heart throbs in my dick, thinking about having her to myself tonight. "Hey, boys," Yazzie cheers, stepping out from behind the wheel. She's short and cute, her dark hair silky, and begging me to wrap it around my hand while I thrust into her from behind. Glancing over my shoulder, my tongue lazily licking my bottom lip, I look at Piper. Her face takes on a stoic look as she eyes the girls before her gaze falls upon mine. "You little girls get inside before Daddy comes looking for you," I taunt. Delilah sticks her tongue out at me, flipping me off. I grab my dick and thrust my hips at her. I'd fuck her if she wanted the dick. I ain't scared of anyone's daddy. I'm a bastard like that.
Piper. Leaning against the kitchen counter, the sound of giggles from the main room. My hand grips the glass of water I'm holding even harder. Drops of cool condensation run over my fingers, but it does nothing to snuff out the fire inside of me. I'm beyond angry at the way Saint came in there, acting as if he was my knight in shining armor. I had hold of the situation. I knew what I was doing. He fucked up my routine, and now I feel alone amongst smiling enemies. The madness that creeps within me crosses from doubt to certainty. I'm certain that I'm worthless. Closing my eyes, trying to push self-doubt away as if it were an aggressive dog barking, its chain nearly breaking and ready to eat me whole. All I see is my dad's face, his panting, his wide eyes and lips parted in ecstasy. "Fuck this girl, I'm going home," Delilah sneers. "Don't leave me, bitch." My eyes deadpan. I wish I could tell her what's wrong with me. I wish she was the glue to my brokenness, but she's not. So telling her would just have her look at me differently. She shrugs. "Sorry." Inhaling, I toss the glass in the sink, causing it to shatter. Fuck water. I need something stronger. Following Delilah out of the kitchen, I walk into a room of smoke, the herbs of weed making me want a joint. She gives me a weak wave before shoving the door to the club open and leaving. I can't believe that hoe left me here by myself with these fuckers. Sighing, I turn away from the door and notice a chair sits solo under the main light. Saint sitting on it with his legs spread. His head is buried in a blonde's bare tits, smoke rolling along her nipples as he flicks his tongue over her rosebuds. The rest of her body is naked, her skin smooth and milky-looking, her ass round and the perfect amount of robust. His eyes slowly trail over the skank's shoulder, coming eye to eye with me. Something inside of me squeezes. I don't like the feeling. It dulls my spirit, making me feel a neurotic insecurity. Skank Barbie begins to moan louder, her thrusts becoming rapid. Saint takes a drag from his joint and blows the smoke to the ceiling. His face goes hard, his body tensing. Wrapping an arm around Skank Barbie, his mouth drops as if he just came inside of her, his brazen eyes never leaving mine. Fire erupts inside of me, the pain licking up every limb and burning me into a heavy sweat. I feel jealous. My mom always told me jealousy is the smell of betrayal and being love-struck. It breeds insecurities, and my cup is runneth over with that shit. This is exactly what he wants. He's a player, a fucking heartbreaker. The begrudging feeling of wanting to prove myself has me walking over to him before I even realize it. The way his eyes widen like saucers confirm I'm doing the right thing. "Excuse me," Skank Barbie tries to cover herself. I smirk. It's a little late for modesty, ain't it, sweetie? Still, I can't help but take in her flawless body. She's so confident, so perfect with her flat stomach and bony thighs that it makes me hate her that much more. My thighs are thicker, and my stomach isn't anywhere near abs like hers. You want to turn on Daddy Saint's dick, baby girl? He smirks in my direction, smacking the girl's ass. I snatch the joint from him, bringing it to my lips and drawing a long, deep drag from it before blowing it in his face. Turning on my heel, I sashay away, but not before swiping the bottle of tequila off the bar counter. I'd do anything to see his face right now. That bitch! Skank Barbie squeals, only making me laugh harder as I go to my room, slam the door, and lock it. Looks like Cowboy Chief, or whatever his name is, will be sleeping on the couch tonight. Piper. The ache pounding in my head wakes me from my slumber. My tongue sticks to the roof of my mouth, making me choke. Dry mouth is punishment from the gods, I swear. Throwing the blankets off my upper body, I tug the earbuds from my ears and sit up. The music that was blaring in my ears, not a distant noise. Dragging my eyes to the mirror across the room, it confirms that I am indeed a hot mess this morning. My hair is everywhere, and my mascara has run like a whore. Fuck, I'm never drinking again, I lie to myself. I'd be surprised if I don't drink before the day is over. I don't have a problem, I just like to party. My maroon bra and panties the only thing on. A sudden chill from the room has me looking around for my clothes to cover up. Please let me have taken them off in here and not somewhere else. Shoving the blankets from my bare legs, I climb from the bed to stretch and find my dress. A low moan rattles my throat as limbs unwind from the last 5 hours curled up in dreamland. Shut the hell up. Groans from inside the mountain of blankets on the bed. Gasping, I turn, covering my half-naked body to find Big Chief tossing about. He was asleep next to me all night. What the fuck are you doing in here? I screech with panic. Eyeing me with disdain, he sits up, shoving the blankets behind his back to cover his ass crack. Oh my God, he's naked too. Everyone is going to think we slept together. His back is a golden tan, outlined with perfected muscle. My neck and chest suddenly flush with sweat. It's a good thing I didn't know he was sleeping next to me naked, as drunk as I was last night. Where else was I supposed to sleep? Sleep heavy in his voice. The couch? He scoffs as if I'm being ridiculous, standing up with the sheet wrapped around his waist. Not happening, he informs, bending down to swipe up his briefs that were thrown haphazardly across the room. Putting one foot in at a time, he doesn't shy away from looking at me. Insecurity climbs up my throat, causing me to cross my arms and cover myself. He juts his chin at me. I thought women who wore a matching bra and panties were a myth. Finding my dress, I pull it over my head quickly, shimmying my hips to squeeze into the damn thing. A myth? I mean, I guess on any given day I wear whatever is clean and don't bother with the semantics if my bra matches my panties. Well, any woman who plans on getting laid prepares. I can't help the flirtation that drips from my voice as I answer him. It's starting to become natural for me. Well, if I would have known you were preparing, I would have made a move. His voice takes a dip, one that I can feel all the way between my legs. But, regardless of what others may think of me, I do have some self-control. I mean, that's the whole point of hooking up, isn't it? I decide when and who I screw. I wink at him, my lips curving into a sly smile. Maybe next time, cowboy. I fetch my heels next to the bed and open the door to leave, but stop when I find Saint and Rad both leaving their bedrooms at the same time. They look in my direction. their eyes falling on Big Chief behind me, who is still getting dressed. Rolling my eyes at what this scene must look like, I slam the door shut behind me. I'm not even going to try and explain myself. Nobody will believe me, and I have nobody to blame but myself. They say it takes many attempts at building a good reputation, but only one bad move to destroy it. Well, what happens to your self-worth when all you do is make bad decisions? I'm a good girl with bad character. The club is full of the original members this morning. The smell of eggs absent, but the stale smell of weed from last night still present. My stepdad Lip sits at the bar drinking a cup of coffee, looking up at the TV above the bar. Hey, I lean in for a kiss, and he presses his lips against my cheek. Where is Anahi this morning? I question. She is always making the boys breakfast. With Bull, he's not doing too well this morning, Lip informs me. My brows furrow, concern succumbing my chest like a sudden vice. I should go see him, I mutter. Lip shakes his head, gulping down a sip of hot coffee. No, let her have her time with him. She needs it. Wow, it must really be bad then. A piece of me thinks to disobey his suggestion and go see Bull anyway. I have to see him before something really bad happens. A lot of the members don't know just how close Bull and I had become over the years, so I don't expect them to understand my need to be there for him like he was for me. Fetching my purse from behind the bar, I snag my phone and start looking for an Uber. Where are you off to? The accusing pitch of his tone causes me to glare. He knows I'm not listening to him, so of course he's asking questions. My car is at home and my ride left me here, so I need to find an Uber to get home. I don't completely lie. The fuck you are. That's not safe. Lip turns around, finding Saint, Rad, Zane, and Big Chief all talking amongst themselves on the couch. Will one of you take Piper home? Lip casts a narrow glance my way before continuing. And make sure she stays there. My mouth drops open. Delilah and Addie have both been put on watch by some of the club's guys at one time or another, but this is the first time Lip has ever done it to me. No, I point at Lip, leaving no room for discussion on the matter, but he continues to look forward as if I didn't just reject his outrageous demand. I'll take her, Big Chief offers. Snapping my head in his direction, I can't help the large inhale through my nostrils. Sexy cowboy at my place? That's going to end in only one way. Then again, maybe that will teach Lip a lesson about bossing me around like I'm a child. No, that's not a good idea. A devil needs to take her, Rad interjects, gaining a frown from Big Chief. Seriously? We're just going to pretend that I'm not standing here? Tossing my arms out, I nod angrily. Saint, take her, Lip instructs with a deep exhale. I can't help the deep sigh that rolls from my mouth. Fuck. Anyone but him. I'm still pissed at him for ruining my night. Lip telling me what to do is one thing, but Saint not fucking happening. Done with this conversation, I begin walking to the front of the club. Sounds good. I got nowhere to be. Saint jogs up behind me, following the protocol of prospect duties. Do whatever a club member tells him to do. Once outside, the heat causing my skin to sweat instantly. Flipping my hair over my shoulder to allow one side of my neck to breathe, I snatch the helmet off Saint's motorcycle and begin to put it on. Saint stands on the other side of the motorcycle, staring at me. What? He licks his bottom lip, his eyes trailing up and down my body. You are so fucking pretty. I go instantly sober. The way he says it, as if he didn't mean to, grips me in a way that no man at a bar feeding me cheap lines to get in my pants ever has. His words filling every insecure hole in my body goes to show the kind of power a real man's honesty really has. I'm hot. Let's go. Ignoring his advances, I look the other way, pulling a stray hair from sticking to my lip. No amount of swagger or power can fix what's been done to me. My father took away my worth, my safety, and confidence. Biting my lip and looking at Saint, it's as if a little voice inside my head is saying, "Until Saint showed up." I've been screaming for years, and it's as if he's the first person who has ever heard me. Stepping over to my side on the bike, he leans in close, the smell of him suddenly everywhere. "Why are you playing games with me, Snapping my head toward him, our faces inches apart, I glare at him. "Games? I'm not playing games." Is that right?" He throws his leg over his motorcycle. "Is that why you slept with Big Chief and not me?" "Excuse me, but I think you had your hands a little full of skank last night to be accusing me of anything." My abrasive tone giving away that I'm jealous. He licks his lips, his eyes looking to the ground before looking back at me. "While she was dry humping my dick, I dreamed it was you on top of me." His hooded eyes strike every nerve in my chest, my heart humming right into his charm. Why would you do that? Why would he tell me this? Because I know you dreamt of me, too. My mouth pops open, the words I want to say getting caught in my throat just as he starts the motor. It thunders against the ground and vibrates my feet. Dumbfounded, I climb on behind him and dig my claws into his hard back. I knew everyone would think I slept with Big Chief, but what I can't get over is the tone of jealousy in Saint's voice and how he wished it was me on top of him last night. That could be both good and bad. He's someone I see every day. Sleeping with him and trying to keep it only physical would be difficult. Then again, he's a playboy. Not committing to anything would be ideal for him. Driving out of the courtyard, he takes a left toward my house. A sudden frown tugs at my lips, wondering how he knows where I live. But then it occurs to me that Lip told him. The breeze sweeps across my neck, and I can't help how relaxing it feels. God, I wish I could ride every day.
Saint. Pulling up to Piper's place, I put my bike on its kickstand and let her get off first. Her place looks dreary compared to her neighbor's place. Then again, Piper doesn't really look like the type of girl that would fall to her knees and dig in the dirt. Maybe be fucked in a flower bed, but not create one. "Well, this is my humble abode." She throws her arms out, showcasing her little house. I smirk, following her to the front door. It's a quaint little place, a floral couch with a coffee table in front of it, the counter littered with mail. "I'm going to change real quick. Make yourself at home." Glancing over her shoulder at me, she walks down a dark hallway. The glisten in her eyes makes me want to follow her, rub my hands along her silky-looking back, kiss her neck, and do nothing but her all day. After what I just told her, I wonder if she'd be down for that. But what I saw this morning with her and Big Chief keeps playing in my mind. I didn't sleep with that chick last night, but did Piper fuck around with Chief? Taking the place in, I find a fishbowl with calcium buildup. There's no fish inside, though. There's no pictures of her and her family on the wall, nothing that says this is Piper's place. In fact, this could be a complete stranger's house. "So, are you really not going to let me see Bull today?" I turn, finding Piper walking out of the dark hallway. She has on a crocheted-looking top that has beads under the bra line, skimming across her belly. God damn, could her shorts get any shorter? I bite my bottom lip, wanting to see what color panties she's wearing. "You're really not," I inform her. She scoffs, plopping down on the couch. I can tell not seeing Bull is really bothering her, but I was asked to keep her little ass away. Stepping up behind the couch, I grab her shoulders. She stills. "Why don't we go out? Get your mind off of Bull for a while." Like where? A club? She looks over her shoulder. After last night, I think I'll pass. Gritting my teeth, I pull my hands away from her, for the fear of me shaking her like a child might overpower me. It's not even noon, so I wasn't thinking clubbing was really an option. Whatever, she mutters, turning back around. Let's go to the beach, babe. I lift my chin, not really a man of the sun myself, but if it helps her, I'll go. Besides, me alone with this little spitfire is only making my dick harder. Turning where she sits, her legs crossed Indian style, she looks up at me with the softest gray eyes. The beach? Yeah. Call Delilah and Addie. I'll get the boys, and we'll just fucking chill for the day, you know? Chewing on her lip, her eyes look to the left in thought. I mean, I guess that could be fun. She shrugs. I can tell she's not really into it, and only agreeing because she thinks I want to go. I clap my hands once. It's a date. Let's do it.
Piper. Climbing off Saint's bike, I grab the blanket just as Delilah pulls up and the boys on their motorcycles show up. The whole gang is here. Man, it's been a while since we've all gotten together like this. The whoosh of the waves hitting the beach makes my toes curl in on themselves. The need to squish the sand is overwhelming. Hey, bitches! Delilah slams her car door shut with her ass, a bottle of whiskey in each hand. I can't help but laugh. God, she gets me. She begins to dance, her black bikini top bouncing with her breasts, her unzipped shorts moving with her hips. Jesus, we're going to be drunk before the sun sets, Addie's voice states from behind me, making me look to her. She has a large white cover-up blocking almost every inch of her skin. Same ol' Addie. Addie! I wrap her into a big hug, squeezing the lights out of her. She squeals as I rock her back and forth. I feel like I haven't seen you in forever. Zane gives me an awkward eye, knowing what I'm getting at. Ever since you and Zane got together, I feel like you turned into a housewife or something. I hit the elephant in the room and can't help but smile at the scowl on Zane's face. Big Chief, Rad, Zane, and Saint all walk together down to the beach, leaving Addie, Delilah, and I behind their trail. So why the family reunion? Delilah asks, pulling the plastic off the top of the fireball. I snatch it from her and take a giant chug. Needed to get our minds off things? I shrug. I'll drink to that, Delilah mutters, opening the other bottle in her hand, Jack Daniels. Finally, on the hot, grainy sand, I pull the large Devil's Dust shirt off my body and adjust my red bikini bottoms. My hair sways into my face from the warm breeze, and the laughter of Addie and Zane flirting has me glance up. Only, I don't see them. I find Saint staring at me with hungry eyes. I feel him in my bones, a look that will be forever felt even when he's not near. Snapping my gaze from his, I watch Delilah toss a large beach blanket out. Stepping off the hot sand, I lay back and take in the warm sun kissing every inch of my skin. Closing my eyes, I lift my chin to the sky. Fuck me, that big chief is something to look at, Delilah mutters next to me. I pop an eye open, finding him pulling a tight shirt over his head, revealing chiseled back muscles and his board shorts low enough to see a back dimple. It should be illegal to look that good, I concur. Word around the club is you slept with him. Delilah doesn't beat around the bush. That's why I love her. She doesn't talk behind my back. She'll ask you face to face. If I had, don't you think I would be talking to you about it nonstop? I mean, let's be real. Look at him. From the looks of his dick outline, I wouldn't be walking right either. We both laugh. Touché, she laughs. What's so funny? Saint asks, suddenly standing above us both. Nothing, Delilah and I both say in unison. Laying down here, I can't help but look up Saint's board shorts, his dick hard and giving Big Chief a run for his money. Saint shakes his head at us and walks toward the rest of the guys drinking and shooting the shit. Then, again, Saint's cock is so big it has a fucking elbow, I casually toss out there. Delilah snaps upright, swiping her sunglasses off her face to look at me. You've seen it? My eyes closed, I just smile. Oh, I've seen it. And I approve. I want. The day goes amazingly. The girls and I catch up. We drink, we laugh, and we get a golden tan. The boys drink, laugh, and give each other shit. Zane makes a fire for Addie, and I drink, trying not to think about my flaws and how Bull is doing. Delilah sits on the edge of the beach, the water splashing around her feet. The way she stares out over the water so peacefully, I can't help but sit next to her, my eyes feeling heavy from the whiskey. It's beautiful, she whispers in a daze, her soul lost to the sunset. Humming, I wrap my lips around the top of the fireball and finish it off. I feel good, really good. Strong hands cup me from under my arms, and my eyes widen. Swim with me, Red. Saint tosses me over his shoulder and begins to take us into the ocean. Wait, I'm not ready. I kick and laugh. He smacks my ass, and I feel the contact all the way to my core. My nipples react to the sting across my backside, becoming hard. Picking me up off his shoulder, he tosses me out into the waves. My head goes under, water filling my ears and drenching my hair. My feet plant into the sand, and I shove myself upward until my face hits air. Wiping the water from my eyes, my mouth drops. He fucking threw me! He laughs, amused with himself. Using both hands, he runs them over his face. Swimming to him, I jump on his back and try to push his head under the water. He's too strong, though, and my attempt at revenge is laughed off. Hands grip my thighs, and before I know what's happening, I'm slid around, my legs wrapped around his torso. Waves float around us wildly as the tide picks up, his eyes never leaving mine. I feel his fingers playing with the strings of my bikini, and I will the sun to go down faster so he could untie it all the way. A shrill scream from the beach has both of us snap our attention to the sand. 2 of the guys are fighting. Oh, shit. I push Saint away and begin to swim toward the shore. It looks as if Big Chief and Rad are at it. Saint makes it to them before me and pulls Big Chief off Rad. Say it again, motherfucker! Rad tries to pull out of Zane's hands, swinging in Big Chief's direction. Making my way to the beach towel, I stand next to Delilah, who watches with interest. What happened? I question, squeezing my hair of the ocean water. Rad started mouthing Big Chief, telling him he's a third wheel or something, and then Big Chief said something about Rad not being devil material, and then boom, Rad punched him. Wow, I mutter. I'm kinda sad I missed it. I love it when bikers fight. There's no hair-pulling or name-calling. It's fist-to-fist contact, skin pounding the shit out of skin. It's hot as fuck. Big Chief slaps his chest before holding his arms out wide, willing Rad to come at him again. Go to the club, Saint demands, the hardness in his voice making me wetter than I already am. You too, Rad. Go. Zane points in the direction of the road, ordering Rad to call it a night. Looks like the party is over, Addie sighs, kicking sand onto the fire. Pulling my shirt over my head, I nod in agreement. I feel a little waterlogged anyway. We clean up and give our hugs. Delilah and Zane fight over whether or not she's sober enough to drive, just as Saint and I head back to my place. The warmth of the breeze stinging the sunburn on my cheeks. Piper. Back at my house, I climb off the motorcycle first, fluffing my beach-waved hair out while handing the helmet to Saint. Taking it, his eyes lock with mine. I can feel the heat of his stare in my gut. I can only offer a meek smile in response from the burning stare he's giving me. The unmistakable hunger that dwells in his eyes is more powerful than any pick-me-up I've found at a bar, and I don't know what to do with it. Walking up the steps to my place, I glance over my shoulder, finding Saint following me, his eyes now lingering on my ass. Talk about pressure. When a guy stares at my ass, it unnerves me. Do I sway my hips? Stick my ass out more? It's a lot to put on a woman. I bite my lip and unlock the door, turning the lights on. The house's cool air causes a sunburn on my back to radiate a cold heat. Goosebumps lick a trail of fire over my shoulders, making me shift under my shirt uncomfortably. Kicking my boots off near the couch, I can't control my eyes trailing up and down Saint's perfect body. His muscled arms, the swagger in his movements, and his tattoos. I wonder what his brown skin amongst my milky white complexion would look like. Our clash of racial connection, a symbol of beauty I've never experienced before. You got some sun on you today, Red. Quickly, I avert my eyes to the floor, nervous I was caught eye-fucking him. I can feel it. Tucking a hair behind my ear, I smirk in reply. You got something to put on? My eyes snap to his. I sense him trying to find out if I'm interested in him. He's so charismatic. It's hard not to sway into his charm. Yeah, let me go grab it. I can hear the timid crack in my voice, and I loathe it. Why am I acting like this is my first crush or something? I should just jump on him and ride him like a sex-craved maniac. Instead, I turn on my heel and fetch some coconut oil from the kitchen. Grasping my shirt by the hem, I pull it over my head, revealing my red skin nearly matching my scarlet bikini. Fuck, I really did get burnt today. Setting the coconut oil on the counter, I take the lid off and dip my fingers into the softness. Caressing it on my breasts, I make a show of it, my fingers slipping beneath the silk fabric of my top, pulling on the skin just enough to give Saint a second of a glimpse of my nipple. Teasing him has me wet and throbbing at the core. It's mere torture not to relieve it right this second. Stepping around the counter, he comes up behind me and slips his fingers into the oil. I watch him carefully as he slides his warm palms along my skin. The fire licking up my back instantly cools from the oil, but his touch lights a new kind of fire. That feels so good, I moan. Yeah, you should let me take care of you a lot more often, Red. The huskiness in his voice coats my insecurities. It's like he knows exactly what to say, which makes me think he must say a lot of shit to a lot of girls. Moving my hair to the left side of my neck, he continues to massage the oil into my back, making me hang my head forward and really feel him up against me. I can feel his excitement press against my backside, and the sexual diva in me wants him so badly. The only thing that matters right now is having Saint. Reaching over my shoulders, I untie the strings of my bikini, my heart falling to my chest from my leap of courage. My top slips down and dangles beneath my breast, the silky straps tickling my stomach. Saint doesn't miss a beat as his hands slide from behind and over my aching tits. God, yes, touch me. I arch my ass into him, and he nudges my head to the side with his face, giving him full access to my neck. He kisses the tender spot right under my chin, his hands groping everywhere at once, and his strong hips rock into me from behind. Mouth ajar, I pant, my fingernails scratching onto the counter for more contact. His palm caresses my collarbone and gently up over my throat before he slips a finger over my bottom lip and into my mouth. I latch down on his finger, the taste of coconut filling my mouth like a forbidden sweet. Like an almond joy. A candy I will never look at the same again. Hands press into my lower back, pushing my chest onto the cold counter. My fingers quickly fumble with the ties on my bikini bottoms, untying them as fast as I can. Saint undoes his board shorts with one hand, the other still on the small of my back, keeping me in place. He must be a man that likes to be in charge. I'm not sure what I think about that, considering I'm usually the one calling the shots.
Fuck, Piper, your ass is perfect.
His feral words press through gritted teeth. I can practically feel his excitement just by listening to his voice. He gives my left ass cheek a playful smack, my backside firm but has enough bounce that makes him bite his bottom lip with greed. Both of his hands on each of my butt cheeks, he rubs and kneads them like he can't get enough. I feel so beautiful, so needed and wanted. In his act of admiration, his finger accidentally skims across my wetness, and I feel weak in the knees from the feathery touch.
Ah, I felt that, he whispers into the shell of my ear. You're wet for me, so fucking wet.
I have to hold on to my counter for dear life because I'm so horny, I feel like I may faint the way I'm panting so heavily. God, just drive into me already. Taking me by the hips, he spins me to where I'm facing him and picks me up, placing me on the counter. Positioning his hands on my knees, he spreads my legs wide and locks his eyes on my pussy. I swallow the insecurity and focus on his hungry stare.
You're so pink and sexy,
he growls. I smile at his excitement. Dipping his head, his eyes on mine, he licks at my clit, and my head falls back with ecstasy. I close my eyes, not wanting to see Saint's gorgeous eyes watching me, and focus on how good he feels. It's so wet and warm, the pressure of his mouth unsacrificing. His lips pinpoint my clit and suck harder. A finger comes out of nowhere and slips into me. My toes curl, and I fall back on my elbows as little pinpricks of pleasure bead throughout my limbs. My nails claw at his shoulders, my eyes rolling into the back of my head as I moan loud enough for my crazy neighbor to hear. Placing a chaste kiss on my pussy, he pulls away, and my chin falls to my chest, my hazy eyes finding his. I want to ask why he stopped, but I can't form the words to say anything. I can only focus on breathing at this point. He's good at this, really good.
I love the way you squirm when I feast on that little cunt, he breathes heavily.
Did they pull you aside in the locker room as a kid and teach you how to do that or something? Because, oh my God. Enthusiasm drips from my voice like his spit drips from my greedy pussy. Licking his glistening, swollen lips, he grips me by the hips and he turns me to where my stomach is now on the counter. Giving me a slight jerk, my feet hit the floor and his hard cock skips across my lower back.
Bend over for me, Red,
he whispers in the nape of my neck, his hand pressing on my lower back. I do as he says, my locked knees having to be forced to move. Glancing over my shoulder, I watch him fist his cock at the base, pumping it a few times. The unmistakable shining from the kitchen light reflects off a piercing slipped through the tip of his dick. He's pierced. Holy hell.
You all right?
Snapping my eyes to his, my hand now on my collarbone, I shrug nervously. I don't want to come off inexperienced or scared, but wow, he's big and pierced.
Trust me, the stimulation from this fucker will be worth whatever is going through your head, he promises.
His mighty ego makes me giggle, and less nervous somehow.
Condom, Ron James.
He looks up at me from under his lashes, the look of question bringing about a second of awkward silence, but I don't budge on this one.
He wears a condom or this isn't happening. Shit, Ron James learned everything he knows from me, baby. There is that saint charm you can't help but love. Please put a fucking condom on and take me already. He grabs his shorts from the floor and tugs one out. Thank God. Of course he has a stash with him. This reminds me of how much of a playboy he is, and a sliver of uncertainty blooms in my chest. Wait, who am I to judge? My reputation is probably worse than his. He sheathes his cock and is behind me by the time the thoughts have passed. Tell me if I hurt you, he breathes heavily. Okay. I silently laugh. He is so into himself, it's almost a turnoff. First the tip presses into me, and then inch by inch, he fills me. Oh my, I blurt out mindlessly. The feel of him filling me so deeply has me on the tip of my toes, unconsciously pulling away from him. He's big, much bigger than I thought. The stretch of him burns, and he's not even in all the way. I stumble on my words, unsure if I'm going to be able to do this with him, even though I really want to. I glance over my shoulder at him. He reaches for the coconut oil and rubs it on his shaft, slowly thrusting inch by inch into my tight pussy. That damn piercing of his rubs my G-spot just right, and pain suddenly blossoms into pleasure. That better, baby? He moans from behind me. Yes, I reply, all breathy, rocking onto him for more. Jesus help me, it feels incredible. I don't think I'll be able to have sex with anyone else after having Saint's big pierced cock tonight. His hands are all over me, feeling me up, touching me, pinching me. The sound of our skins smacking against each other, thanks to the help of the sweet coconut oil, echoes through the kitchen, and my hand swipes along the counter for purchase, throwing the oil onto the floor in the process. I've met a lot of people, but none have felt like Saint. The way he holds me, as if I'm some mystical star ready to evaporate into thin air at any moment, tells me just how addictive he's going to be. He'll replace every anxiety medication I have and become my new drug. I know it. I feel it. His hands slip over my shoulder and down my arm to my hand, his fingers interlocking with my own as he fucks me from behind. My tits press along the cold granite, making them ache, but I'm too fixated on our entwined hands to care much about the glacial counter beneath me. His dark skin, mixed with my white, has me realizing affection is colorblind, despite how hard the world tries to give it eyes. A warmth begins to build within me, my knees becoming jerky as the need to come is overwhelming. I'm going to come, I warn him of the pleasure coming on fast. I want this to last longer, to feel him inside me, but my body demands a release. Yeah, me too, baby, he pants, his eyes watching his cock slide in and out of me. The way he's so transfixed on our bodies connecting has me lose it. I come. He comes. We come together, and it's the most powerful orgasm I have ever had. It's like a warmth spreading across my chest as I free fall into a dark pool of satisfaction. He falls on top of my back, and my knees give out, taking us to the floor. I'm shaky, my lungs burning with the need for fresh air. Nobody has ever taken my breath away, but Saint doesn't even have to try. I'm breathless. Carefully, he pulls the condom off and ties it in a knot at the end. I point to the trash can beside the fridge, and he tosses it in there. This feels different. The sex. It's more than just physical attraction. It's emotional. It was good, but so personal. Why? Because we grew up around each other? Or is it because misery loves company? Maybe because I didn't think the motive behind having sex with him. I just went with what I was feeling. The images of my father never wavered in the back of my mind. Not until now, anyway. For once, I didn't mentally beat myself up about what was happening. I was free of my mind. Great, I'm catching the feels. Standing on unsteady feet, I wobble into the living room and fetch my box of weed. I need to numb these emotions before they get out of control. I don't do relationships and never will. Nobody would want to be with me if they knew the tainted scars that I am. "What's that?" Saint asks with a pointed stare, but I ignore him. I open the lid and tug out a joint. Placing it between my lips, I light it and take in a long, deep drag. The smoke burning the back of my throat, I try and hold it as long as I can before exhaling. Saint snatches the joint from me, taking his own hit. He's so beautiful, naked. The sharp cut of his jaw and the billowiness of his lips, his strong chest leading into his even stronger biceps, gives me an awkward want to curl up in them. Just looking at him, I feel safe. Safe. Funny. I'm here in my house with him, and I never thought about the word safe until now. He just has a sense of security about him. You can't help but feel safe around him. Jesus, listen to me. He's fucked me stupid. "Piper, this is just physical, not emotional," he states, cutting me straight to the heart. I look to him. Yeah, I'm not emotionally available to... I stop, not sure what the hell I'm trying to say. Truth is, I want more, and know I'm not ready. But to hear him cut me down so quick, it hurts. I feel like I don't mean anything to him. "I'm tired," I bluntly state out of nowhere, needing to get away from him and whatever the fuck kind of game my mind is trying to play. "Wait, I didn't mean..." I stand, cutting him off mid-sentence with the wave of my hand. "Relax, it was just a round of good sex. No need to try and give me the talk." I play it cool, trying to act unaffected, but I'm spiraling out of control. My mind and feelings are everywhere and confusing me. "Just good sex?" He scoffs, obviously wanting more praise for his penis. I shrug, finishing off the joint. Great, now I sound like I've fucked so many guys that I have the right to judge his sex game. I need out of here before I make things worse. "I take it Big Chief stole you before I had the chance, eh?" he replies casually. My eyes as wide as saucers. I can't gauge whether or not he's serious. "I didn't fuck Big Chief," I inform him, my eyes starting to tear up. I hate that he thinks of me like so many people around the club do. I hear the whispers, see the looks. I'm the hoe of the club. He rubs his chin, a sly smile across his face. "Doesn't matter if you did." He shrugs arrogantly. "Why's that?" "Because I stretched that pussy to accommodate my dick. It fits my cock, and only my cock now. Big Chief's game is going to be weak compared to mine, baby." Why do I feel that all the way to my toes, like he just possessed me without me knowing it? Because he did, and he knows it. He can tell me he's not ready for anything more, but then tell me I'm only his. I want to laugh in his face, but I'm so emotionally confused right now. All I know for sure is I'm doomed for any man to follow Saint. This can't happen again. We know each other, a level too personal for us to have just casual sex, obviously. "You can have the couch." I close the lid to my wooden box and all but run to my room. "Gee, thanks." Sarcasm drips from his voice just as I slam the door shut. Swiping my hair from my face, I stare at the unmade bed. "You can't hide, Red." I hear his muffled voice through the door. I may be able to run from him tonight, but I can't hide from him. The morning is going to be awkward as hell. I never should have slept with him, but my body was pulsing so hard with need, all I could think about was satisfying it. Now, I fear I started a new war with myself, where I'll never sexually relive like I was tonight again.
Saint. It's quiet. Too quiet. And I can't sleep on this fucking couch. Sitting up, I toss the pillow that was behind my head to the floor. I rub my palm over my bare chest. Looking down the hall to Piper's door, I stand and walk to her room. Pushing the door open, I find her sprawled out on the bed, sound asleep. Naked. Her eyes are red and puffy like she'd been crying, or at least upset. Deep down, I know I caused that. Bending at the knee, I kneel at her bedside and watch her sleep. I want her. I want her so fucking bad, all I can think about is me getting patched in and making her my old lady. But, laying my head on the side of the bed, I exhale. It's better for both of us to just try and resist whatever the hell we got going on. We're both damaged goods, and I know for one, I can't give her what she thinks she wants. Love. Devotion. A gentleman. That would mean getting over the wall I've built around my soul, one made up of scars and guilt, the one that I made to make sure I never feel like I did the day I lost everything.
Piper. Moving my legs to kick the blanket off me that currently feels like it weighs 100 pounds, I can sense the soreness Saint left behind from last night in between my legs. It's a new feeling, and it turns me on. Running my hands across my face, I sit up and swipe the hair out of my eyes. I guess I should get this awkward encounter with Saint over with this morning. Man, what was I thinking about fucking in my own backyard? Grabbing my black silk robe from the back of my door, I tie it around my waist and open the door. It's quiet. Saint must still be sleeping. I should pour a cup of cold water on his morning wood. Or I could go for another ride. Yawning as I enter the living room, the couch is empty. Saint? Looking around the house, it's empty. It's just me. Nibbling on my nail, I guess I should be glad he's gone. Then again, I am alone now. I hate being alone. Taking a deep breath, shaking my arms out as if I could literally throw the anxiety off me, my phone rings from the bedroom. It's Lip. Shit, I wonder if he knows about Saint. Hello? Hey, get to the club. His voice is somber, and a chill runs down my spine. Why? What's going on? Just get here, now. Click. Despair fills my stomach like a ghastly virus, the urge to get sick overwhelming. Forcing myself to drop the phone and get dressed, I pull out a red shirt and my shorts that have more pockets showing than jean material. Slipping on my flip-flops, I grab my purse and rush out of the house. I hope Mom is okay. Was the club hit? It's times like this I wish I lived a normal person's life, one boring and uneventful. Pulling up to the club, I hit my brakes. It's packed full of motorcycles and several cars and trucks. Brows furrowing, I pull to the left and park, my rear end halfway on the sidewalk. I hope I don't get a ticket. Fetching my purse, I climb out and slam my door. Something is wrong. Something is really wrong. Stepping inside, everyone's head is hung low, old ladies are crying, and the good whiskey has been brought out sitting along the bar. What's going on? My voice louder than I intend. Delilah looks up at me, her mascara running all the way to her chin. I don't think I've ever seen her cry. My mom steps up to me with a look in her eye that matches someone approaching a timid animal. Oh, honey, Mom sobs to me. What? Spit it out, I snap, losing patience with everyone. Bull has passed, she mutters, tears slipping over her lips.
My eyes widen, my parted lips beginning to tremble. I feel heavy and light, all at the same time. My knees locked, but wobbly. I throw my purse to the floor just as my body begins to rack from crying. "Oh, baby, come here." Mom wraps me in her arms, just like she did when I was a kid, and I pull her closer, needing her more than ever. The glue to our family is gone, perished. You can literally feel the hope of the devils hanging in the air, mimicking the passing of a heavy afternoon storm. The Reaper sits by with his head hung as one of our own was taken by command and not by will. Our leader, the man behind the club, bringing us together, is fucking gone. What do we do without him? What am I going to do without him? He is the only one that knows my dad raped me and made me feel like I could still go on, that there was something else out there for me. He gave me the sanctuary of the club to lick my wounds until I found myself. Bobby wipes a tear sliding down his cheek and begins to line up shots along the bar. We're taught to celebrate life, not mourn it. But how can we when the man who taught it to us is nowhere near? Mom finally releases me and sniffles. Patting her back, I make my way through friends and family, needing a drink right now. I'd settle for any drug to numb what I'm feeling. Denial, anger, sorrow. Death is a funny thing. It makes you remember the good times, but instead of being happy, you get more depressed. I don't want to think about anything. I just want to be blackout drunk right now. Saint steps in front of me, a hard stare across his face and 2 shot glasses in his hands. He hands me one without saying a word. A truce for now. Taking it, I down it, our eyes locked. "You cut one, we all bleed," Shadow booms from behind the bar. Closing my tear-filled eyes, I recite the words. "You cut one, we all bleed," everyone in the club shouts. Deep down, this is a wound that will never heal. We all know that.
Saint. The entire club has a dark, ominous cloud over it, for days. No runs, no outings, and Bull's wife Anahi hasn't stopped crying or doing blow. Danny had to give her a couple Valiums, just so she could sleep and give her nose a break. But out of everyone, I'm worried about Piper. The only thing I've seen her do is drink and blow. She hasn't even changed clothes since the day she found out about Bull's passing. I feel like shit because I was ordered to keep her away from Bull. She didn't even get to say goodbye. Speaking of the devil, Piper walks into the common room. If you can even call it walk. More like stumble. Her hair is kinky instead of its normal rich, silky straightness. Her eyes bloodshot from the drugs and booze she's consumed. "Hey, you want me to fix you some cereal or something?" Her eyes snap to mine, her hand grabbing a bottle of Johnny Walker. Leaping over the counter, I fist the neck of the bottle. She doesn't let go. "Piper, that will fuck you up quicker than that shit you've been drinking." She's going to have alcohol poisoning or overdose the way she's going. With a pointed stare, she tugs the bottle from my grip. "That's the fucking point, Saint. To get fucked up." Sighing, I slap the top of the counter with anger. "God damn it, Piper. You can't drink this away. You're going to have to feel it at some point." "Who are you, the death expert or something?" She scoffs. Anger thumps against my chest. "You could say I know a thing or two about losing someone, yeah." Admitting it is hard, and the thought of my baby girl makes me want to go drink with her. She scoffs again, stumbling back outside to sit against the club. That's where she's been for days. Outside, on her ass, drinking. Her and Delilah both. Fuck, Delilah wasn't even with her. I should go check on her, make sure she's still alive. "She okay?" Bobby asks, making me turn where I stand. Where the fuck did he come from? I don't know. Or any of us? Bobby swallows, dropping his head. He scratches the back of his neck. Everyone is dealing how they know how to deal, man. Yeah, well, Piper and Delilah are on their way to liver damage if someone doesn't step in. Those girls have been drinking since they could pick up beer. They'll be fine, man. Bobby turns around, walking like a zombie, back to one of the rooms. Jesus Christ, someone has to step in and lead this group back to civilization. I get it, this shit hurts. I miss Bull. He was more of a dad than my own father. But if someone doesn't do something, this club is going to be nothing but a foundation of sorrow. Bull wouldn't want that. You're right. Turning around, I find Shadow slumped onto a couch, his eyes bloodshot from coke, and his hand fisting an empty bottle of whiskey. He stands, his stance unsteady. We need to rise above this. I nod, but my skepticism that Shadow can do anything but throw up right now is pretty high. I need to find Danny. You start on the girl, Saint. Shadow points at me. Poor Danny, she lost her dad. I know what that's like, and I didn't even like my dad. She loved hers. I'll take care of the club. Go be with Danny. Shoving the doors to the club open, I find Piper laying over on the concrete next to Delilah, passed out. The bottle she just took outside, already halfway gone. Jesus. Picking Piper up, I toss her over my left shoulder. I can't leave Delilah like this. Bending at the knee, I grab her hand and try and pull her up, but it's like trying to move a dead person. She falls back to the ground. Fuck! Here, let me help. Zane grabs Delilah and tosses her over his shoulder. Giving him an appreciative look, he gives me a nod, one that tells me he's with me. We gotta get our club back. You're one strong motherfucker, man, I tell him. He doesn't say anything. The bob of his Adam's apple as he swallows to hold back his emotions. At least he's sober. Back to the task at hand, I march inside of the club and into one of the bathrooms. Turning the faucet on cold water, I slide Piper down my shoulder onto the floor of the shower. Zane does the same to Delilah, both of them falling on top of each other. Both of them come to about the same time, their eyes wide and hair soaked like a rag doll left out in a storm. What the fuck? I'm going to kill you! Let me the fuck out of here! I don't know who is saying what, but they're pissed. No more drinking. We gotta get our shit together, Zane yells at them. They both shut up and shiver beneath the ice raining above them. Where is Zadie? Piper asks, or more like slurs. She's with her mom, dealing, Zane informs, leaning against the shower. We're all fucked up over Bull's death, but if we don't clean up, this club is going to be nothing but a distant memory of Bull, I tell them. This grabs their attention. They give each other a look, one that breaks my own heart. These girls just lost a very important role model in their life, and moving on seems bleak and unrealistic to them. Hell, to be honest, I don't see this club ever being the same again. But I will do my best to make it close to what it was. For Bull. Zane reaches in and turns the water off. Flinging the water from his hand, he shoves his way out of the bathroom.
Piper. Sitting outside on the cracked asphalt, leaning my head against the warm brick that makes up the club, I rest my hands on my bent knees. My head is still fuzzy and my body warm from all of the alcohol I've consumed over the days. My chest aches from the passing of Bull. Death. It hurts so fucking much. There's no testing of one's patience like the acceptance after one's death. I didn't even get to say goodbye. I was naive and hoped he'd pull through, and things would be like they always were. Bull raising an eyebrow at the boys roughhousing and talking trash. The club loud and always in trouble. It feels vast and empty right now. I hate going inside. That's why I've been sitting out here with Delilah most of the time. But Zane is dealing with sobering up Delilah, and lucky me, I get Saint, who is sitting right next to me offering me a beer. I thought the goal was to sober me up, I question, taking the beer from him.
You'll want to come down slowly, or you will get sick as fuck, he informs me. Licking my lips, I chug back the Miller Lite. It doesn't have a taste, which means I'm pretty fucked up. That, or all the drinking, has zapped my taste buds. You and Bull were pretty close, huh? Saint asks, his head turning my way. Glancing at him from the corner of my eye, he mimics my stance, his elbows on his knees. Yeah, not a lot of people knew that, though. You said before that he said you could stay at the club. You must be pretty important to him for him to say that. I didn't know he didn't like women at the club, unless for events or some shit. Swallowing the lump in my throat, I think about that night me and Bull bonded. I was so drunk, I couldn't feel the scrapes and bruises on my knees. I had been bar hopping and drunk out of my mind. I was slipped something in one of my drinks, surely from one of the guys I had been leading on. They got pissed when I was ready to call it a night and roofied me. I managed to figure out what was going on and got away. However, I was so fucked up I called Bull to my rescue, and he wasn't letting me go without an explanation of my behavior. My father raped me when I was just a kid. Because of that, I go to bars and dance and flirt with men to satisfy myself. But deep down, I know none of them would want to be with me if they knew I was used up at the age of a preteen. So I go home, and then I take a deep breath. I get anxiety about being alone, afraid the guys I danced with or hooked up with will come after me, like my dad. Refusing to look up, I stare at the crack that resembles the Grand Canyon just a few feet ahead of me. I don't feel numb anymore. I feel embarrassed and scared. Why did I tell Saint that? I haven't told anyone but Bull. But Bull is gone, and with that, so is my secret. I need someone to know, to understand there is more to me than an empty shell my father abused. Fuck, Red, Saint murmurs. Yeah, I murmur, not entirely sure what to say. I hear the empathy in his voice, and I appreciate it, but it also confirms just how fucked up my daddy issues really are. Closing in on myself, my hair shields my face, and I drink the rest of the beer. I shouldn't have told him. I'm too fucked up to be around people right now. You know, people think I'm just some player, that I get a kick out of fucking women and moving on to the next. But when I was just a kid, I knocked up my girlfriend. I was a shit boyfriend to her. I didn't go to her cheerleading shit or make sure she was taking vitamins. I was out hustling drugs the day she carpooled to some cheer meet, and the car was hit by a drunk driver. It killed her and my baby girl. My head snaps up, my eyes wide. Saint is a daddy? I can't move on from a one-night stand because the guilt that I let them down and might be moving on eats me alive. Tucking my hair behind my ear, my eyes filling with tears at the heartbroken story, I can't help but put my hand on Saint's. He was just a kid. He can't beat himself up like this. Where are his parents? They should have told him he was just a kid himself. Our struggles is what makes our present so much more real, though, you know? We've known what hurt feels like, and we'll do whatever it takes to not go down that beaten path again. He looks at me with glossy eyes. Bull showed me a shortcut through the pain. I nod. Me too. Sitting there silent, we both stare out into the darkness. Two people with vastly different pasts, trying to figure out the map of life. One wrong turn changes the entire course of your trip. There is no going back. There's only trying to ride it out until you get to where you're going. Saint and I would rather do the traveling alone, which up until now is how I wanted it. My mom shows up an hour later with a dozen pizzas and about 22 liters of soda. "Come on, babe. We gotta get our family back on their feet." She sniffles back her tears. Standing on wobbly feet, I head her way to help carry in some supplies. Lip steps in front of me and grabs both of my cheeks, his eyes looking every part of that a concerned dad should be. "You okay?" He really cares about me. He always has. He killed my dad for me and my mother, and if he knew what my dad did to me, I know for a fact he'd dig my shitfather up and do unspeakable things to his corpse. "Yeah, Dad, I am now." Choking back the words, I step around him. I'm done with this sad shit. It's not a good look or feeling. "Let's get some grease and sugar in our system," I state, slamming the car door shut with my hip. As soon as we step inside the club, the scent of pizza has members climbing out of dark corners from all over. "Come on, grab some food, sober up. Y'all smell like the homeless people on Long Beach," Mom hollers. "Really? I thought it smelled like Teen Spirit." Bobby pulls a smirk, making a couple people laugh. "Yeah, well, if you smelled the locker room at the high school, it's about the same scent," Addie adds. "Hey, don't talk about Rad's people like that. It ain't nice," Saint winks, giving Rad a hard time. My eyes linger on Saint, my heart beating a little harder than it was. I can't be near him without feeling like a teenager with a crush. Yeah, fuck you." Rad shuffles the pizza boxes, seeming unfazed by Saint making fun of him for being homeless before living at the club. Pulling one of the cardboard boxes open, I grab a slice, my other hand swiping a bottle of something from under the counter. I'm wanting to move forward, but at the same time, I gotta do it on my terms. I can't allow myself to feel everything that is going on right now. I just can't. We eat, we talk. Some of us throw up, but all in all, we are trying. Delilah, Addie, and I share the bottle of cheap vodka I pulled out from under the bar and eat pizza from an entire box Delilah managed to snatch when nobody was looking. It does nothing to mend anything I'm feeling, but it's fun trying. "This is the shittiest vodka I'd ever drunk," Delilah says, burping as she looks the bottle over. "It's all I could grab with the sober police hiding all the booze." I shrug. "I'm not wasted, but I'm not wasted." I laugh. Addie and Delilah start chuckling so loud one of them rip a fart, making us laugh louder. "Ew, you're so gross." Addie tosses a sauce-covered pepperoni at Delilah. "Bitch, don't even. Only your ass can fart like a princess." Delilah flips her off in return. "It's beer farts. We should really cut back," I include. I agree," Delilah says sarcastically, just before she takes another gulp from the clear bottle. I shake my head, swiping it from her. To my bitches.
Saint. Sitting at the table, I lean back in my chair, my arm outstretched and finger tapping on the wood. Giggles and laughter from the girls filter in through the window from the back of the room. It's Delilah, Addie, and Piper. Shadow glares over his shoulder, annoyed with their bullshit. They're just trying to overcome the hurt of losing Bull. I get it. I wish I was with them, to be honest. As I was saying, we'll be riding the stretch by Long Beach to release the ashes of Bull. Everyone from the club will be in tow to support him, and then some. He lowers his head, his shoulders rising as he takes a deep breath, one we all feel to the core. It's what Anna he said Bull would have wanted, to be spread along the road, Shadow informs. Giving a curt nod, I sit up and run my hands along my face. This all seems so unreal. How can the King of the Devils, the Reaper himself, not lead us anymore? Our future as a club is uncertain. We've missed drops this week, and pickups. Bobby speaks out of turn, but he makes a valid point. Our contacts are expecting answers. I can't help but tense thinking about who we've pissed off. I don't know of every drop and pickup, as I'm a prospect. I'm told what to do and when to do it, and that is about all the info I get. For now. Yeah, we're going to be short for this week's drop-off, Shadow mumbles, his head lowered. This is going to spark the rise of others trying to take over our territory, Zane adds, sitting beside Shadow. He's talking about drugs. Our pickup from our grower was missed this week, and more than likely sold to someone else. Our buyers will be going to them instead of us, and we will be short on cash. The original crew has plenty of money and can put back what was lost this week. However, us prospects will be biting the bullet. We won't get any profit from the lost sale. It's what we do to show our loyalty. We'll make it up. Shadow slams the gavel, declaring the meeting over. The older brothers get up, pushing their chairs in as they leave, but Rad sits across from me, still, swiveling back and forth in his chair, his hand cupping his chin as he stares blankly at the table with hostile eyes. You all right? I kick him under the table to get his attention. His sharp blue irises flick to mine. So, we're fucked and nobody cares? He drops his hand to his lap, his nostrils flaring at the fact we're shit out of luck on getting paid. I scoff. It's what it is, man. Family comes first. I stand and tap my knuckles on the table. I mean, you live at the club. You have no bills. What the fuck are you crying about? Big Chief asks, standing in the doorway behind me, holding a beer by the neck. Rad points at him. I have a life outside of this club, motherfucker, and just so happens money would be really helpful right about now. Venom laces around each word. Then fucking do something about it, pussy. Big Chief schools. Easy, brother. I place my hand on Big Chief's shoulder, trying to keep shit at peace. I plan to. Rad's cool reply skipping off the back of my neck like ice. I know some people that will cut us a deal. Give us a little side cash. You in? Sighing, I run my hand over my head. I mean, to make up the lost cash would be nice. But we ain't got any supply to sell. That's the problem. What's the deal? I question. They'll supply us, and we sell it. Old school hustle. Rad chuckles. I laugh. I can get down with that. Back to my old ways would be easy. Then let's roll. Rad stands, stepping too close to Big Chief in passing. You coming? He asks him. Big Chief hits me with a pointed stare, question lingering in the depths of them. Cut me in? He questions. I nod. Of course. He gulps the last of his beer before slamming it on the table. Belching, he makes a weird shape with his lips. I'm in then. I mean, if Rad vouches for these so-called growers, then they must be worthy. Sarcasm drips from his tone like toxic acid, but he makes a point. How do we know these growers are worth a damn? That they can be trusted? This is legit, right? You're not fucking us around, I interrogate Rad. He turns, his tan arms from the sun blazing his skin when he surfs outstretched, his leather cut having more material than his actual shirt. Seriously, bro, my word is my bond. Shaking his head, he leaves. Giving Big Chief a second glance, I shrug. The club trusts him. That's why he's a prospect. I have no reason not to. I explain to Big Chief, and I follow Rad out. I shouldn't have questioned Rad. He's my brother. The whole point of being a prospect is learning to trust one another with your life. Loyalty to the crypt. Big Chief is really starting to rock this club. Outside, I find Shadow and Lip trying to get the girls up off the ground. Piper is seriously fucking wasted again. She's laughing her ass off, stumbling on her own 2 feet, and Delilah is squatting in the corner trying to piss. Lip's intense stare has me notice he's staring at me and not her. It's a warning to look away, but it just makes me stop. I'll be right there, I tell the boys, and head over to Lip and Piper. Saint! Piper slurs with excitement, throwing her arms around me like I'm her favorite person, the bottle of booze she's holding spilling down my back. Hey, why don't you go inside with your dad? Lay down for a bit, I ask. She shoves me away with a pout, those sexy red lips making me want to fucking bite them. I got this. Lip shoves an arm in between us, pushing Piper and I further apart. It pisses me off, and the need to take care of Piper becomes deafening. Go! Lip roars. Rubbing the back of my neck, I turn around and head toward the guys. The sound of Lip yelling at the girls to get their shit together, making the muscles in my neck tense. If only he knew the shit Piper has gone through, the storm that has wrecked her and continues to haunt her daily. He'd be a little more patient with her. She's a fucking survivor, not some fragile, sorrowful, depressed female. She is out there trying to find herself again, to feel something, and I, for one, understand that. I know what people say about her, how fast and wild she is, that she's careless. But I see another side of her, and after her confiding in me, I understand her even more. Maybe everyone would cut her a break if they knew just how brave she really is. She wears a thick Band-Aid over her wounds, and only I know what's caused them. A burden I wish I never knew because I can't do shit to fix her. Riding in Big Chief's truck, I take the back seat so Rad can sit up front. He and Big Chief could use some powwow time. I decided against the bikes as I don't know how much product we will be taking out of there. My saddlebags can only carry so much. Rad directs Big Chief away from the city, onto rural roads where the beautiful landscape becomes swallowed by half-dead foliage. The roads are left to fend for themselves, the asphalt cracked and uneven. Houses that were made of adobe are cracked and have fallen in. Shrubs with thorns as big as pencils grow within the lost memories. Where the fuck are we? I finally ask. We're almost there, Rad replies curtly, not fully answering my question. We pull into a narrow driveway, branches and leaves scraping the top of Chief's truck as we descend the broken path. It's dark, the halo from the headlights scattering along dead shrubs, the only light. If we go any farther, we're going to hear banjos, man. I don't know about this. Scratching my chest, I crack a joke. But in reality, I'm fucking serious. We are far from the city and any devils. My gut is telling me we should turn around. An off-yellow RV comes into view next to a metal garage, an outside lamp hosting a flickering light just above it. My hand instinctively goes to the gun in my holster. Jesus Christ, this is some suspect shit. Nothing good could come from a place like this. Big Chief puts the truck in park, and we both look to Rad. Let me handle this, he instructs, grabbing the door handle to get out. What was the point of us coming if we're staying in the damn truck? I question. He glances over his shoulder and pins me with bloodshot eyes. Rad is always high. This occasion shouldn't be any different. But, considering where we are, it just makes me that more nervous. In case I need you. I don't need you right now. Look, they don't know you guys, so let me handle this, all right? His tone is hostile and arrogant. I shake my head and prop my legs up on the bench seat in the back. Man, white people be crazy, I mumble. What the fuck ever. Hurry up. I wave him off and pull my phone out to entertain me. The door to the truck shuts and I hear Big Chief sigh. What? I begrudgingly ask. I'm not one to sling this kind of shit, but my gut tells me this isn't how y'all normally do things. Hesitation hangs at the tip of his words like a dip in a cold pool. It's not. Whoever this is, they're not approved by the club. Rad is vouching for them based on street credit, brother. I smirk, flicking through Facebook. Piper has a picture of her and the girls at the club. Her red hair frames her face, her tongue sticking out playfully as she wraps Delilah and Addie into her arms. Our club is the ace of hearts when it comes to good-looking women. Seems like since we've slept with each other, she's in front of my face more these days. Or maybe I just keep thinking about her. But how can I stop when everything reminds me of her? I swipe upward, irritated with the thought. My heart was buried a long time ago, with my daughter. Minutes pass and I become bored as fuck. Shoving my phone in my pocket, I sit up, resting my hands on the seat in front of me. He needs to hurry up. I need to piss, I groan, grabbing my junk. As if his ears were ringing from my talking about him, the door to the rusty old shed opens, and he hustles out with a dark duffel bag under his arm. "About time," Big Chief says with an exhale and starts the truck. "Let's go." Rad climbs inside out of breath, shutting his door. Tossing the bag in the back seat with me, Big Chief begins to back out of the driveway. Rad chuckles like a crackhead joker, stretching his legs out and clanking his boots onto the dashboard, making a dusty mess of Chief's truck. "What the fuck, man?" Big Chief glares at him, his hand gesturing toward the muck marring his once clean interior. Commotion from ahead grabs our attention. Some guy in overalls and boots walks out. His hairy arms hang off his body, looking like a lineman from the Kansas City Chiefs. "What the fuck is this about?" I point toward the guy. Rad doesn't answer. The guy slides his thumb across his neck, conveying he'll slit our throats. My eyes widen just as my gut clenches. Something shady went down. I know it. "Fucking go!" Rad slaps the dashboard excitedly, and Big Chief's foot slams on the accelerator, throwing us in reverse. "God damn it, Rad!" I can't help the irritation laced around my words. "He didn't want to take the deal. His boss overminded him and he's pissed. He'll get over it. Just keep going," Rad instructs. So we do. We back all the way out and head back to the club. The sky being pitch black aside from the moon, casting a ghostly shadow through the windows, I unzip the duffel bag. There's about a pound of meth. Clutching the see-through bag, my fingers strum through the loose rocks. Jesus. I drop it and drag my hand down my face. Warm regret flushes across my cheeks. Why am I slumming back down to this shit? I'd rather sling weed than this. Meth brings out the crazy motherfuckers. You will literally see someone deteriorate visit after visit, buy after buy, and all you can do is sell them their next fix and look away. I fucking hate it. Not to mention the invisible courage junkies have. I don't know how many times a meth head has tried to stronghold me into giving them my product in cash. They don't care if they die. All they can think about is their next fix, and they'll do anything to get it. I zip the bag up. "I can't do this. Sorry, brother." His eyes snap in my direction so hard, he turns in his seat. "You fucking with me?" He sneers, his head cocked to the side. "No, I am not kidding. The whole reason I'm with the club is so I ain't gotta deal with shit anymore," I explain, shoving the bag away from me. "You don't think the club slings this crap?" Rad mockingly laughs. I shrug. "I don't know, maybe they do. But they have each other's back. It's just us right now, and I ain't getting schemed over or shot over some garbage-made meth man." Silence falls over the truck the last few miles to the club. When Big Chief puts the truck in park, he sits back, his hand under his chin, as he looks out the windshield. I open the door and climb out, shaking my head at how low Rad is willing to go just for a few bucks. The club is about loyalty, and being a prospect is about showing how we trust that the club will have us, even when it looks like we've hit rock bottom. Walking away, I can hear Rad yelling at me, calling me a pussy. I ignore him. He might be that hard up for money, but I'm not. What Big Chief decides, that's on him. In the club, I find Piper asleep on the pool table with Delilah, but Addie isn't here. Zane probably took her. Striding up to the table, the light above casts a glow on Piper's face. Her ember-colored hair and winter-white skin, reminding me of a fire in the middle of January. She coughs and then flings herself over the side of the table, puking on my shoes. I jump back, but not quick enough. What the fuck? There's fucking yellow chunks all over my shoes. She slumps over onto her back and continues to puke, only now she's drowning in it. The gurgle and gasping has me acting quick, and I roll her onto her side so the contents that are pooling in her mouth dribble onto the table. Jesus, did she take something? Cupping her body into my arms, I lift her off the table. Jesus, Red, I murmur into the side of her head, carrying her down the hallway to my room. Even at her worst, she is fucking beautiful. The smell of her making my dick stir, wanting seconds of what she has to offer. Sitting here on my bed, I grasp her shirt and raise it above her head, her lavender-colored bra cupping her perfect tits as my eyes glued to her before I even have a chance to look away. Her chest dusted with freckles has my mind instantly flashing back to when we were at her house and my hand was sprawled out amongst her collarbone. She was all mine that night. I glanced down away from her and noticed chunks on her pants. Shit. I ain't about to let her sleep in my bed with that on her. Grabbing her bottoms, I shimmy them off her, and again, her leopard print panties causes a rugged groan to vibrate in my throat. Leaning into her, my head resting onto hers, I sigh loudly before forcing myself to stand. I look in my closet for a shirt and try to put it on her. It's like trying to dress a dead person. She's heavy and not helping me at all. Having my old high school shirt on her finally, I pull my blanket up over her long legs and curvy hips. "You're killing me here, Piper," I whisper, brushing her hair from her closed eyes. Rubbing my face, then the back of my neck, I look to the floor. I fetch a pillow and toss it on the floor, bunching it up underneath my head before falling asleep to a lavender leopard.
Piper. Waking up, my head is pounding for the 5th day in a row, and my mouth is fucking dry as hell. Damn, has it really been 5 days? This has to be a record. Ugh, I feel sick to my stomach. Stretching my legs out, a soft blanket envelops me, having me snap my eyes wide open. I'm in a bed. I was on a pool table last I remember. Something warm is beneath me. Is it Delilah? Did she take us to a room? I sit up and discover in horror I'm lying in Saint's bed, at the club, with him. My hands slide down my front as if I'm trying to feel for a sign of my sleeping with him. I don't feel like I hooked up with him. Wait, this isn't my shirt, though. Pulling the fabric away from me, I find a faded school logo across the front. Instinctively, I lift it to my nose and smell the fabric. The scent of Saint heals my throbbing head and mourning heart. He smells so good. A clean scent mixed with wood and spice. But I swore I wouldn't sleep with him again. Shit. My head lolls back, shame sitting heavy in my stomach, not settling well with all the booze. I glance at him, sleeping next to me, shirtless. His chest is perfect indents like a Hershey bar. Rolling my lips onto one another, I can't help but want to run my fingertips down his smooth chest. It's so unfair he is this good-looking. Raising my hand, my fingers begin to shake, my eyes shifting between his immaculate pecs and his closed eyes. There's a light knock on the door, and I quickly drop my hand. Lip walks in and comes to an abrupt stop, his eyes wide and jaw clenched. "Get dressed and get your ass out here now," he roars, waking Saint up. He blinks a couple of times before realizing what's going on. Or what Lip thinks is going on. He stumbles out of bed, nearly falling on his face as he chases my stepdad out of the room. Getting off the bed, I follow. "Wait, Lip!" He doesn't stop. "We didn't do anything," I holler, coming up to Lip and Saint both arguing with each other in the hallway. "She is not just another notch on your belt," Lip screams. "It's not like that, man. She was fucked up and I—" Lip slams his fist into Saint's face, causing him to fall to one knee. "Saint!" I run in between them and shove Lip away. "What is wrong with you?" I ask on a flustered breath. Lip looks down at me with disappointed eyes. "Why are you doing this to yourself? Why?" The words hold a double meaning. He's ashamed of me, my sleeping around and flirting, finally making him snap. He's never said anything to me about it, always looking the other way, but I can see it in his eyes and voice that he's always wanted to say something. "Who I sleep with is none of your business!" I slam my finger into his chest.
He drags his palm down his face, placing his hands on his hips. "Go put some fucking pants on, Piper," he sneers, before turning around and leaving us and the rest of the club, who are staring at me and Saint. "What the fuck are y'all staring at?" I raise a brow at them all and turn to Saint. He's kneeling on the ground, his hand on his jaw. Lip hit him out of nowhere, and from the sound of it, it's going to leave a mark. Kneeling at his side, I place my hand on his tattooed back. "Are you okay?" He flinches from my touch, causing me to become angry. "Why didn't you hit him back?" Disturbed brown eyes snap upward, as if I just offended him. "You don't get it, do you?" He stands, and that's when I notice his busted lip for a split second before he walks back to his room and slams the door shut. Feet sweeping across the floor grab my attention to Delilah, who is wearing a wrinkled t-shirt 2 sizes too big for her and gray sweats to match. "He didn't hit him because he's a prospect, dumbass. If he fought back, he could kiss that patch goodbye," she informs with a hoarse tone. Fuck, I knew that. Sighing loudly, I stand up and dust my hands off. "You sleep with him?" Delilah asks point blank. I look at her. No. "Who'd you sleep with?" I gesture my index finger to her oversized shirt. She smirks, shrugs, and turns around. She probably stole it. She's too scary to screw around with. She's crazy. Piper. 2 days later. At my house, I look the black dress over, a joint hanging from my hand. It's my favorite outfit. Off the shoulder, sleek black material that hits mid-thigh. It's perfect for a party or a funeral. I'll wear my red lipstick that matches my trusty heels and have my hair straight. No mascara today, though. Maybe I'll put on some of those magnetic lashes so if I cry, I still have the thick look for any asshat that might take pictures. I never understood people that took pictures at things like that. Who wants to remember something like that? Today is the day we spread Bull's ashes. I'm okay, considering what the day entails. I've gotten my shit together for the most part. I mean, I'm not drinking my lunch and dinner anymore. After Saint got into it with Lip over me, it was a wake-up call. He could have lost his chance at being in the club. I wish he hadn't done that. Care. I wish he didn't care about me. It would make me accept what we did the other night as a one-night stand and move on. But feelings are brewing inside of me for him. He makes me feel like I can rewrite my...
Music is the breath between the words. Take this time to enjoy that breath. This audiobook is free, and your presence means a lot.
story, or rebuild the walls that have been broken for so long. Shit, my mom is texting me, Delilah hisses, walking into my room, taking me from my wandering thoughts. Her black strapless bra matching her black boy shorts. Such a little tomboy she is. Is that what you're wearing? Delilah points to my dress. I take a drag from the joint. Yeah. My mother is trying to fucking dress me. She annoys me. She plops down on the bed, her hands above her head.
Her body is perfect, not too skinny nor too thick. I could gain a few more pounds if I'm being honest. It's like our parents think we're still fucking kids or something, telling us what to wear, who to be with. I'm still pissed at the scene Lip caused the other day. Fucking embarrassing. Yeah, she probably has a dress or some shit for me. She takes the joint from me and hits it with her natural pink lips. I laugh. She probably has a matching bow, too. She giggles, but we both know her mom, Danny, probably does. Danny has been trying to make Delilah girly ever since we were kids. The closest thing Delilah ever got was taking gymnastics classes. Tell her you'll wear something of mine and go find something in my closet, babe. I wave my hand toward my small closet. It has so many clothes thrown everywhere it looks like a sale at Maurice's just went down. Have you talked to Saint since, well, you know, Delilah casually asks, browsing through my clothes. Placing my dress over my body, joint hanging from my lips, I stare at my reflection. No, today will be the first time since that night, I tell her. I won't lie, I'm nervous. Will he be the same Saint I can't stop thinking about? Or will he be more determined than ever not to let my actions intervene with his patching in and ignore me like he should?
Saint. Straddling my motorcycle between my legs, I rest my hands on the handlebars as Shadow tells everyone how the procession is to happen on the highway. I, being a prospect, will bring up the back. I pray I don't get pieces of bull in my fucking teeth. We'll pass the main bridge and I'll come to a stop. That's when Danny will turn backward on my bike and release the ashes while I slowly drive. You all will rev your bikes during that time until Bull is completely freed from the vase. Then you'll continue driving until circling your way back to the club. Any questions? Nobody says a thing. A couple silent nods and men glancing down. My dick is fucking sticking to my balls, man. Rad complains next to me, earning a glare from me. They asked us all to wear jeans and a black shirt under our cuts today. With the fucking sun shining and the humidity, everyone is already drenched in body sweat. Rad is the only one complaining, though. Does he do this shit around Zane? Act like a little bitch? Dania and Anahi walk out of the clubhouse holding the vase together. It came yesterday, and has been sitting on the club's table for everyone to say their goodbyes. Bull's late wife, Anahi, is crying, her black lace dress matching her laced heels. She's a fucking looker, that's for sure. I don't expect it to be long before some other fucker tries to swoop in and take her. She's too young to be a widow. Shadow greets Danny, kissing her on the cheek as he takes the vase from her. Again, she's wearing a black dress, but this one comes to her thighs before little see-through flower designs claim her knees. The lace makes me think of Piper. Curious how she's holding up. I haven't seen or heard from her in a few days, and the longer I'm not around her, the more I fucking think about her. Is she okay? Is she drunk or using? Or worse, out trying to fuck her pain away on some asshole who doesn't deserve her pain? The bikes begin to start, Danny now sitting behind Shadow, and Anahi riding behind her son, Zane. Addie must be with the girls because I don't see her. Zane and Shadow leave first, and the rest of us follow. Big Chief begins to tread in front of me, and Rad makes a point of cutting in front of him and slamming on his brakes. You're not in the club. Back of the line, prick. Shadow wants him to ride next to me, Rad, I argue, my face furrowed with frustration. It's as if Rad is making a point of Big Chief being with the club. He's more than a hang-around, and I wouldn't be surprised if he expresses interest to be patched in. Chief shakes his head, revs his motor, and takes off. Reaching out, I slap Rad upside the helmet, gaining his attention. Fucking chill out, man. You're acting like a little bitch. I flip Rad off and speed up to make sure to put him last in the line of bikes with the hang-arounds. When we finally hit the stretch of highway, there's patrons lined up on both sides of the road, holding signs and flowers. Normal people. Those who own shops, families Bull has helped out, and kids that would come by around Halloween and get candy from him. It's unbelievable how Bull has touched so many lives within this city. It's clear his passing has touched more than just the club. Trying to keep my emotions in check, I try and focus on the road. That is, until the bridge comes up, and the familiar red hair of Piper standing above grabs my attention. She's looking down, and it just so happens that this is when Shadow has stopped ahead of us, the line so long that it has us stopping before the bridge instead of passing it. Meaning, I get to look at Piper during this tragic event. I wish she was down here on the back of my bike, holding my cut with a death grip. Silence falls as the cars behind us come to a stop because we've backed up the roads. They can't pass and have to wait for us to go forward before driving again. "Hey!" A guy hanging outside his window honks his horn. What we're doing is inconvenient, and probably illegal, but he's being a disrespectful motherfucker. He can wait 5 goddamn minutes for everyone to say their goodbyes. He honks again. Rad and Big Chief look behind them, glaring at the man blaring his horn. I decide I'm going to do something about it. Getting off my bike, I stomp his way. "Come on, man, I have a meeting to get to," he complains to me, like I care his suit-wearing ass is running behind to some desk job. I don't. Pulling my gun from my waistband, the color drains from his face. His upper torso hanging from the window, I grasp his ugly fucking tie and slam the grip of my gun into his face. The sound of metal and bone cracking against each other, loud enough to warn others we aren't playing around. Some stare, others roll their windows up, as if that will keep them safe from me. The man groans and cries, holding his nose. Shit, there's blood on my gun now. I wipe it on the sleeve of his suit. "Get back in your fucking car and shut the hell up." He doesn't move. He just moans and groans, dripping blood down the side of his car door. I shove him inside his window and turn back to my bike just as the boys start to rev their engines to move forward. Shadow and Danny must be releasing the ashes. A heaviness sits in my chest, one I don't think I'll ever come back from. Straddling my bike, I look back up at Piper. She's staring at me intently, those red lips forming into a smile. I wink. Even in death, a brother has a brother's back. My hand pulls the throttle back, my engine growling with the others. The cries of sinners for their lost king echoing down the highway of lost devils. It's enough to send chills up my back in the midst of a heat wave. I notice bikes in front of me inching forward, so I lift my feet and drive the rest of the way in silence, saying my final goodbyes to a man nobody will ever be able to replace. R.I.P., Bull.
Piper. The soft morning and everyone telling their condolences ended about an hour ago. The music has now kicked up, and people are starting to get loud, which is normal. I haven't seen Saint the whole time, though. I wonder if he's taking this okay. Well, just about as good as anyone could, I suppose. Stepping outside, I notice the garage lights on across the courtyard. Crossing my arms, I head that way, my heels clicking along the concrete into the night. There he is. He's bent over a car, shirtless, working on a motor. A red rag hangs out of the back pocket of his blue jeans, and it occurs to me he must have gone in and changed to hide out here while everyone was mourning. I get it. It's hard listening to others pretend they knew Bull so well, and they'll miss him. Bull might have been a gentleman to a lot of people, but he was our family, during good and bad. There you are. I step into the bay. His head raises, those brown, intense eyes finding mine. Butterflies fill my stomach, and I look away. I hate that feeling. It makes you say and do stupid things. It's like voodoo. Yeah, figured I'd better take a break from the drinking. He explains his absence, wiping grease off his fingers. A man working on a car in low-slung jeans and grease on his skin brings a whole other meaning to sexy. A fucking nun would be fanning herself if she was standing beside me right now. Same. If I start drinking, I'll be needing you to rescue me from drowning at the end of the bottle. Again, I playfully remark, gaining a chuckle from him in response. Sexual tension hangs in the air, undressing herself and teasing both of us. Leaning against a red toolbox, my arms still crossed, I look the car over that he's working on. This yours? He glances down at the vehicle. No, just someone needing some work done from the club. Figured I'd see if I could find where the leak was coming from. Help out, you know? He lifts his left shoulder in response. I shake my head at his kindness. I've never met a prospect volunteering to do grunt work. The club would be lucky to have you, Saint. It's true. Even the members who have been patched in for years don't show as much commitment as he does. Climbing out of the hood of the car, his boots thud against the ground as he makes purchase. He starts walking toward me, and those voodoo butterflies get stronger. I drop my hands and stand taller. Why you gotta say shit like that, You make my staying away from you and us just being friends a lot harder, Piper, he tells me, his rugged voice dancing around me and hugging me into a vice. Wrapping my arms around his neck, I can't help but want him in return. He's all I think about anymore. We can be friendly and not make it weird, Saint. I lie. This is so fucking awkward. How do people just have sex and not get attached? He scoffs. You trying to replace me, baby? You keep telling yourself that you hate me and you wish you'd never slept with me. I open my mouth to respond, but he's right. I'm doing all of that. I'm wanting to replace him, find some guy to make me stop thinking about him. I wish I never slept with him, because this will only end with us hating each other. His lips suddenly press against mine, and the gates of ecstasy open without hesitation. I kiss him back, my tongue rubbing against his. His hands slide down my sides, reaching my ass. He grips and raises me on top of the toolbox. A socket falls to the ground, along with a couple of screwdrivers, causing a loud noise to echo through the garage. He shoves my dress up my thighs, his lips skimming across my jaw and neck. He rests his hands on the toolbox on either side of me, and my head lolls back, my hands on his wrists. Using one of his hands, his fingers tug my panties, using my hands on the box. I lift myself an inch up too, and he slowly pulls them down my thighs and legs, my heels getting caught on the lacy material. Freeing my panties from my feet, he bunches the material before pushing them into his jean pocket. The last line of defense, baby. There's no stopping me from having what I want now. He lifts his chin into the air arrogantly, and my clit throbs with anticipation. Grabbing the waistband of his jeans, I pull him between my legs. Unfastening his buttons, I unzip his pants, and he assists in the frenzy, pushing them and his boxers down past his smooth ass. His large black cock hangs freely, the shaft veiny and thick. Reaching out, I run my fingertip along its length, and it pulses from my simple touch, persuading me to lean down and slip the tip of him into my mouth. The taste of salty musk fills my mouth, and I suck harder. He hisses, his fingers tangling into my hair to take control of the pace, my head slowly moving up and down by his accord. The girth of his cock is so wide, my lips are stretched as far as they can go, making it a tight fit. The corners of my mouth warn they'll split any second, but I want more of him. I long to feel him squirm in pleasure. Okay, he whispers, pulling himself free of my mouth. Our movements become urgent, touching wherever we can, kissing so hard our faces are everywhere at the same time.
Our erratic breathing and frantic movements convey just how bad we want each other. He lifts his hand up between us. He spits on 2 of his fingers and dips them between my legs, placing the wetness on my pussy. His eyes flick to mine when he notices I'm more than wet enough for him. I smile. Happy with my arousal, he pushes my knees farther apart and slides into me quickly. His cock fills me so fully it takes my breath away, causing me to cling to him. My nails dig into the back of his neck, and the heels of my shoes impale his backside. I don't mean to hurt him, but he's fucking me so hard I need something to keep me from falling off the cold steel edge. Every time he pumps into me, the toolbox knocks against the wall, and I can't help but moan in response, the sounds echoing through the garage. My dress rides up my stomach from his rough touch, and I can see our skin making contact. His beautiful chocolate and my milky white. The image sears into my heart and brands my soul as his, as we silently say fuck society and their backward views on who should love who. My eyes widen with the thought of love. I have feelings for Saint, feelings to the point of defending us to anyone who gives us an awkward eye. Since when did we become an us? Fuck, baby, he grunts, his hips thrusting back and forth provocatively. He feels so good, his large dick promising me a climax from the gods. He's becoming my new addiction. Just one more bump of his presence to get me to the next time we're together. One more touch, look, kiss. Even when I know this will only end in heartbreak, I can't help but get my next fix. Tingles fire in my toes and set aflame my body as I climax so hard I quiver. He grunts, his ass becoming rock hard as he comes seconds after me. We still, our heavy breaths the only noise to be heard now. He pulls out of me slowly, the void causing a rush of goosebumps to race along my arms. Now comes the guilt. Shit. Why are we doing this to ourselves? I know he can't love me after what he's been through, and he knows I'm incapable of committing to him. Yet here we are, again, looking for each other's comfort and company. Pushing my dress down, I hop down from the toolbox, just as he pulls his pants up, buttoning them. My body hasn't even cooled yet, and I want to touch him again, to have him lay next to me in a bed and have stupid small talk until we fall asleep. It's cliché, I know that, yet I long for it. I'm to the point of wanting to risk a friendship just to see if we can weather the storm of our pasts and make it to the other end of chaos. This won't happen again, truth or lie, I ask him with bated breath. His chest glistens with sweat, dripping down to that V shape that drives me wild. Licking his bottom lip, his dark eyes look at me intently. He grabs the greasy rag from the car, tossing it over his shoulder, and walks out of the garage. Fuck, I whisper to myself. Not because of the hope that hangs in the air for Saint and me, but because, in the heat of the moment, neither of us remembered a condom. I have to go get the morning after pill now. Piper. Waking up at the clubhouse, I slide to the side of the bed and eye Big Chief, who is still asleep in my bed. I shove him angrily. "Get out!" I groan. "It's so hot in here," he whines, throwing one of the pillows that made up the barrier I placed between us last night across the room. "You're such a baby," I yawn, standing up to find some clothes to wear. "I'm staying at my place tonight, so you can have the room to yourself," I tell him as I sift through my dirty clothes. Time to switch them out for some clean ones. "Nice. Maybe I'll bring that sweet little Delilah in here tonight."
Glancing over my shoulder, Big Chief is thrusting his pelvis in the air provocatively, gaining an eye roll from me. There's nothing sweet about Delilah, you'll learn that. I silently laugh to myself. Delilah is my best friend, and the only female I know that will break a beer bottle over your head for hitting on her. She said it's her way of turning down an advance. Oh, is she a pistol? He rests his arms behind his head, not making an effort to get out of bed. Who, her dad or brother? Because you're going to find out, big boy. Shaking my head, I shut the door. I hope he hits on Delilah so I can see one of the three kick his ass. That would be a show. Big Chief has another thing coming if he thinks Shadow or Zane are just going to kick back and let him fuck their D. That is one of the main reasons Delilah is moving away, so she can actually have a relationship, a life. Speaking of D, I hope she's still here. She's my ride back to my house this morning. Little bitch is always wanting me to carpool with her and then abandons me. Slipping on my off-the-shoulder shirt and blue jeans, I pull my hair from my shirt and open the door to grab my phone to dial Delilah. Big Chief is still in bed, playing on his phone. Snatching mine off the side table, I slip back into the bathroom, but don't shut the door all the way. You still here? Piper. No, why? What's up? D. Shit, I growl, typing her back. What's up? Big Chief asks from behind me, being nosy. I'd slap him if I hadn't started thinking of him like a big brother. My ride is gone, I mumble, beginning to chew on my fingernail in thought of how I'm going to get to my car. More alarming, how am I going to get to the store and get that damn morning after pill? I can't ask Lip to take me. That would open a line of questions I don't want to answer. I need to go to town. You can roll with me, he offers on an exhale, turning around. His back is tattooed with a couple bruises. Must be from the bull riding. Too bad I friend-zoned his ass. I bet he'd buck just like the animals he rides. Really? Can we stop by the drugstore, Walmart or something? I look at him, hoping he doesn't ask what for. His big, broad chest is on display for a mere second before pulling a tight red shirt over it, covering his war with the two-horned beast he rides. Yeah, we can do that. He swipes his hat off the nightstand. Sweet, let me grab my shoes. I slide my phone in my pocket, and dread fills my chest as I think about having to get the morning after pill. Hopefully Big Chief will be off doing something else and won't stalk me inside. Tucking hair behind my ear, I glance at him nervously. What if he insists coming in with me and finds me buying it? What will I say?
Saint. Stepping out of my room this morning, I hear Piper. I swear I hear her all the time, and mistake it for someone else. But it's really her this time. Going to the end of the hall, the bedroom door is cracked open, allowing me to peek in just enough to see Big Chief lying in bed naked, and Piper sitting on the edge. My teeth grit, and hands curl in on themselves. What the fuck? Shaking my head, I stalk away and head back to the car in the garage to work on. I need to give my hands something to do before I fucking strangle Big Chief. Snatching a rag off the toolbox, the one I fucked Piper on last night, my nostrils flare. Why the fuck am I so angry? She's not mine, and I know that. In fact, I made sure she even knew that. I have no say with who messes around with her. Yet here I am, demanding she not see anyone but me. Climbing inside of the hood of the car, I begin to loosen the bolt to the overhead, my knuckles straining as I turn the socket in my hand. Still, he's supposed to be my fucking brother. Surely he knows that there's something between Piper and I. Then again, if he knows something, I'm sure everyone does. Images of me and Lip arguing in the club come to my mind, and it makes me even more pissed off. Because yeah, fucking Big Chief knew me and Piper were messing around. She's not club ass, and isn't passed around like one either. "Sup, brother?" The voice of Big Chief makes the cords in my neck strain. You still working on this piece of shit? I ignore him, for I may fucking kill him if I engage. He kicks the bumper of the car. Yo, I'm talking to you. Gnashing my teeth, I place my hand on the hood and climb out of the car abruptly. Why are you fucking Piper? I clip. His face pales. You know I'm messing around with her, so what the fuck? Angry and scowling, I shove him backward. I've never been this close to a woman before, and the first time I let my guard down just a little, I have some asshole trying to get in the way. And for what? Hey, man! Big Chief thrusts his palms into my chest, pushing me a step back, and my anger pops off, throwing us into a brawl. My arm is around his neck, his around my waist, before he runs me into a bench behind us, tools falling all over the place. I didn't fuck her, man! Big Chief grunts as I squeeze his neck, like it's a fucking stress ball. A sting radiates my gut as his fist collides with it. Using my foot, I shove him away and let go of his neck at the same time, both of us heaving for a full lung's worth of air. We stare at each other, scowling. Big Chief rests his hands on the fender of the car, his head leaned back as he pants. You always like this with bitches you have crushes on, or does this girl have you all fucked up in the head? He groans. Rubbing my chin, I look away. Using my forearm, I wipe my forehead from the sweat dripping into my eyes. There are no other bitches. My voice raucous as I stare him down. There are no more beds, man, so I sleep in there. She's not into me, brother. She made sure of that with the 4 fucking pillows between us. Looking to him, I give a silent nod, suddenly feeling foolish. Piper is under my skin way more than I ever knew. I just attacked someone for the mere thought of him touching her. Jesus Christ. I am taking her to her place because Delilah left her behind this morning. But I'm just a friend, man. You can trust me. Standing straight, he holds his hand out, wanting to shake on it. His word is his bond. Skimming my teeth along my bottom lip, I close the gap between us and shake his hand. Yeah, all right, I mutter. Does she know she's not supposed to be seeing anyone else, or is this one-sided? Big Chief points out, poking holes in the little patience I have left. I don't know anything anymore, I tell him flatly, pulling the rag from my back pocket and rubbing the grease off my fingers in an attempt to distract myself. Yeah, I figured. You might want to let her know what you're feeling, though. That's one girl that doesn't sit around waiting. Raising a brow at me, he slaps the side of the car before pushing off of it and heading out of the garage bay. I'm left feeling angry and confused. I have feelings for Piper, and something inside of me burns a guilty flame. My daughter and her mother are in the back of my head, reminding me of how I let them down. I've never moved on, don't know how, and don't know that I ever will. However, somewhere along the line I secretly encountered feelings for Piper. Her personality making me smile, catching myself watching her from across the room, and wishing she was by my side and in my bed at nights. I just didn't realize all this until watching her smile at another man. My mind has a mind of its own. My heart feeling a weight I'd never felt before, and the instinct to make the pain go away landed on Big Chief. God help me if Piper makes light of my feelings for her and decides to be with someone else, especially after I just about choked Big Chief for just being near her.
Piper. Climbing on the back of Big Chief's bike, I wrap one arm around him and use my free hand to grip the seat. His body is tense, and he seems detached. He's usually always flirting and cracking jokes. You okay? I ask him, fearing something happened with the club while I was getting some coffee. Yep, he clips and starts the bike. Eyeing his head from the back, I notice his neck is really red, like he rubbed it too hard, or someone choked him. What the hell happened to your neck? I run my finger over the inflamed skin, and he pulls away from my touch. I frown. That's out of character for him. I'm fine, he attempts to holler over the motor and takes off without another word. Out of the corner of my eye, I feel someone staring at me and find Saint leaning against the garage bay, red cloth in his hands as he glares at me and Big Chief. He quickly turns his back on me and walks inside. What the fuck is going on with the men around here today? I lean closer to Big Chief. Did Saint say something to you? I tap him on the shoulder, but he doesn't reply. He just kicks it into the next gear. The wind slaps me in the face, the warmth feeling amazing and reminding me just how great it is to ride. Chewing on my cheek, I can't help but wonder if Saint and Big Chief got into it, and about what? Me? Flipping my hair from my face, I inhale a big breath, trying not to get excited at the idea of Saint getting jealous of me sleeping next to Chief. Then I remember why I am on the back of this bike in the first place, and that excitement drops like the dead. The morning after pill. Jesus, how could we be so stupid? How effective is the pill? Oh my God, what if it doesn't work? Big Chief revs the motor to split lanes, passing in between the slow cars, passing backed-up traffic, and speeding down the freeway. The way he's driving, we will be there in no time, and I can look at the damn package for my answers. He turns off on an exit ramp and takes a right to the back road to pass the traffic. Flipping my hair out of my face, I notice a rusty gray van close behind us from the corner of my eye. Its gray paint scratched off, revealing rust eating at it from every angle. The windshield is cracked and splintering like a lake in the midst of winter. How they can see anything is a mystery. Glaring at the van, I turn back around and try and enjoy the ride. But I sense the van getting closer. What the fuck is their deal? I look behind me at them again. Can they not see us, or are they trying to get that close to us? Then it dawns on me. They could have been following us since we left the club. Hairs on the back of my neck rise as a chill spreads down my spine. Hey, someone is on our tail, I try and tell Big Chief, but his fucking pipes are so loud I know he can't hear me. Hey! He tenses against me, but doesn't respond. Turning back around, I squint my eyes to try and see through the broken glass, but the van suddenly speeds up, exhaust smoke clouding behind them, just before it nails the back of our motorcycle with its bumper, sending Big Chief and I sailing. My legs burn like my skin is being pulled off with a dull butter knife as I slide along the pavement. The pain is so excruciating, all I can do is scream and tumble like a leaf. My hands slam against the concrete, the unmistakable sound of cracked bone almost as loud as my cries. My vision whirls and blurs, reminding me of when I was a kid and spinning in a circle real fast, until my head suddenly slams against something hard. The sound of tires squealing fade out as everything slips into a vast blackness.
Saint. Climbing out of the car I'm still working on, I throw the wrench at the piece of shit. It's leaking and rattling now. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with it. Grabbing my water bottle off the toolbox, I spot Kane leaning outside the club smoking a cigarette. I don't know when the last time I saw him was. Probably when I was a kid. He's a nomad, coming and going as he pleases. Word around the club is he's gay. But I won't be the one to ask another biker if he is. You're just asking for an ass-whooping. However, that's the one thing I love about the Devil's Dust. The diversity. It makes its own laws and own path. We're fucking leaders. Lip, Shadow, Bobby, and some other brothers begin running out of the clubhouse and jumping on their motorcycles. The hairs on the back of my neck raise at the frantic behavior they're displaying. Tossing my bottle, I walk up to the club, finding Kane leaning against the club smoking a cigarette. He's always in and out, and I think he's a nomad nowadays. What's going on? I ask. Piper and Big Chief got in a wreck. Pretty bad one from what I understand, he explains, pushing his long hair from his face. My heart hammers in my chest, thinking about Piper being hurt, and my feet begin to sprint before my mind even registers to move. Climbing on my bike, I start it and jet out of the courtyard to catch up with the brothers just ahead. Fucking Big Chief. I knew he was too arrogant to ride with the passenger. If you don't respect the bike, the road has no mercy for you. Entering the hospital parking lot, I park my bike next to the rest of the brothers' bikes. Seems Lip is already inside, but Bobby and Shadow are still outside, talking amongst themselves. Hands in my pockets, I walk up to them. Hey. Lifting my head in greeting, they do the same. Let's go see what we can do, boys, Shadow instructs with a grim tone, leading us inside the hospital. The cool air hits me in the face, as if the lost souls of each floor are warning us to turn around. It takes my breath away for a split second, filling my lungs with the smell of antiseptic and the faint scent of coffee from the cafe down the hall, the dirt cheap kind, trying to help the staff doing overtime. Stepping into the elevator behind Shadow, I wring my hand before curling it into a ball. I'm anxious, ready to see what kind of condition Piper is in. Hopefully it's just some road rash, nothing serious. I watch the numbers light up on the panel above the elevator doors as we come across each floor until it dings on the 4th floor. The doors rattle themselves open, and we step out onto the scratched-up tile. The Devil's Dust Men presence pulls my head toward the right. There's Lip outside, his head lowered and holding his chin. His shoulders are tense and face pale. This can't be good. My stomach rolls like a hostile storm enveloping the ocean. I'm going to be sick. Hurrying his way, I place my hand on his shoulder, trying to comfort him. What's the word? Shadow asks in a grave tone. Hit and run. Big Chief didn't get a look at who it was, Lip informs softly and quickly. Did he ID the vehicle? Bobby questions. I look to Lip, curious myself. Rusty van. He couldn't see the plate, he tells us. You can hear the rattle in his voice, and it's bone-chilling. It's happening again. Someone that's close to me being taken by a hit and run. It's like déjà vu all over again. I can't watch Piper die. I just can't. Stepping around Lip, I risk going in to see Piper. Her head is wrapped up in white tape, and her arms and wrists are bandaged, soft spots of blood soaking through. Her eyes are black, and her face scratched all to hell. She looks so small and broken under that white hospital sheet. All I want to do is go lay next to her, protect her, to offer her something that has been growing inside of me since the day I lost my girlfriend and daughter. The ability to heal and be there. Then again, there's a burning rage eating at my nerves to find the asshole who did this to her and slit their fucking throat. Cherry is crying, holding Piper's limp hand as I come farther into the room. How is she? My voice seems loud in such a small space. Cherry sniffles and glances up to me, her eyes bloodshot and face red from crying. She hesitates, looking at her daughter with worry. It's a stupid question, I know that. Look at her. She's obviously not doing well. It's a question of courtesy more than anything. Piper! The smell of perfume flies past me as a glimpse of a frantic Delilah runs past me before she is by Piper's side. Oh my God, girl, I'm here. Shit, I'm here. Delilah begins to sob, kneeling before Piper's side. Using her other hand, she pushes hair out of her face, showing the mascara running down her face. I didn't think Delilah wore makeup, with her tomboy-looking clothes and attitude. You'd think she wouldn't know the first thing about it. Piper's eyes slowly drift open when she hears Delilah, but her gaze is on me before she looks to her best friend. Piper's throat bobs, her bruised eyes wrinkled with confusion, as she quickly jerks her hand away from Delilah before glancing at Cherry. Mom, who is this? Piper asks with a scratchy voice. My brows furrow with question. It's me, Delilah. What do you mean, who am I? Delilah seems offended, and Piper begins to shake her head before beginning to cry. She doesn't know who you are, babe. Cherry sobs, squeezing Piper's hand harder. What the fuck do you mean she doesn't know who I am? The words come out of nowhere, somewhere scared. Cherry just gives me a sympathetic look, one that tells me I won't like what she has to say. Shit. Rubbing my face, I step toward the door. If she doesn't know Delilah, she won't know who I am. Mom, My head is killing me. Where am I? Why am I in here? Piper begins to become anxious, the emotion in her voice breaking me into a million pieces, right here on the ICU floor. I can't do this. I can't be in here and be okay with her not knowing who I am, not remembering the jabs we had with each other. Back outside her room, I lean against the brick wall next to an angry Lip. Tell me what happened, because this ain't making sense, bro. I ask with restraint, because I'm 2 seconds from finding a nurse and threatening her to give me the fucking records of what's happened. I might be a prospect and take the shit end of things, do what I'm told without question. But this ain't one of those times. The doctor said the back of her head took the fall and her memory was affected. They showed us her brain on a CAT scan, or whatever it was. The doctor says she will regain some of her memories with time, but she will never be 100% the same again, Lip tells us with a solemn look. Jesus, I mutter, my hand covering my mouth. I don't even know what that means. How will she not be herself? What are the police doing about it? Shadow cuts in, crossing his arms. They have Big Chief's bike in evidence, asking questions. That's all I know right now. Lip shrugs. Oh yeah, I almost forgot about Big Chief. I was so worried about Piper. Fucking shit brother I am. Where's Big Chief? I ask, curious what kind of condition he's in. They're observing him. Couple broken bones and a leg, floor 3. Lip informs us on an exhale. He's so used to being thrown around, his body is used to getting beat up. I pat Lip on the chest. I'm going to see how he's doing. I need to get away from the crying in Piper's room. I can't hear her or her family cry for another second. Coming into Big Chief's room, it's smaller than Piper's and smells of leather from the guys coming and going from our club. His leg is cast, and the whole left side of his body is bandaged up from road rash. Sup, brother? I jut my chin when entering. I nearly take up the whole right side of the room. He moans, trying to sit up straight. Been better. He coughs, holding his side. His left arm is all bruised up, with IVs, and he has little red bracelets on his wrist. Easy, cowboy, the nurse warns, walking into the room. She looks over the monitors. How's your pain? Shit, give me something, Chief grunts. She flicks her sky-blue eyes at him before pursing her lips and walking out. Don't one of the guys have a chick that's a doctor? Big Chief asks. Yeah, Bobby's with someone we all call Doc. She's pregnant and probably not on call today, I explain. Shit, he mutters. I need more than fucking Tylenol here. He thuds his head back against the hospital bed. Crossing my arms, I lean back against the wall. What the fuck happened, man? He licks his dry lips, looking his broken leg over. Some van hit us, causing us to go into the other lane. I took the hit, Big Chief tells me in little to no words. What hit? After Piper and I took the fall on the highway, the van backed up across the median, trying to run over Piper. I shoved her, and they ran over me. Well, tried. Couldn't get the fucking tire over me, so they settled for just running over my leg. He chuckles, and I can't handle the visual. I fall to my knees and vomit in the wastebasket, acid rippling up my stomach to the point my esophagus feels like it might bleed. Spitting the aftertaste into a tissue, I stand, wiping my mouth with the back of my hand. Does Lip know that? I ask. About the van trying to kill you both? Haven't seen him yet, he groans, trying to sit up straighter. Getting closer, I grasp his hand. It's clammy. We're going to find who did this, brother. I promise. He looks up at me. Fucking right we will. Just like last time, brother. Saint. Later that night. Back at the club, I sit at the bar and have a drink. The day is almost gone as the sun sets behind the hills. I have a fucking headache from the day's events. The cops have Big Chief's bike for investigating, but haven't given anyone shit about who might have done the hit and run. To them, it's just another gang-on-gang violence, so they don't give a shit. We're going to have to figure the accident out on our own, or pay some assholes off in the end. Delilah rushes through the club with books in her hand and papers falling onto the floor. She's wearing a ripped-up rock metal band shirt and some designer jeans. She's the sexiest tomboy I've ever seen. Her tanned skin, dark hair, and short temper is attractive. Her dad and brother have to be the reason she hasn't been taken yet. "What are you doing?" I ask. Lifting the beer to my mouth, I take a big gulp. "I read on Google that putting picture books together would help Piper get her memory back. I got pictures of everyone and put what I could together in the short amount of time I have." She huffs, picking up the stuff she dropped on the floor. She truly is a mess. "Let me see that." I pull one of the picture books from under her arms and open it up. There are photos of Delilah, Addie, and Piper when they were younger. Piper is rolling her eyes in one photo, with a sucker stuck between her lips. She shouldn't be more than 13. She stands out like a phoenix amongst a flock of pigeons. "Hey, so I grabbed Piper her iPod from the back room, too," Addie informs, coming up from the hallway. I didn't even see her come in. I was so lost in the photo of Piper. Addie's little white dress she's wearing fits for how angelic she is compared to Piper and Delilah. They're an odd threesome. "Jesus, guys, she's going to be fine," Rad grumbles, slamming a bottle of beer down on the counter. "Hey, fuck you," Delilah hisses, snatching the book off the counter. I stare Rad down, curious where the fuck he's been during this whole time. Not to mention his tone is disrespectful. He chuckles at her reaction as he pops the top off a beer, giving me an unreadable look as Delilah and Addie leave, both cussing under their breath at Rad. With glaring eyes, I raise a brow in Rad's direction. "What's your deal, man? Their best friend just got hurt." His leering eyes flick my way. He takes a sip and swallows. "What?" His callous behavior just as annoying as it was minutes ago. "You do realize you're a fucking prospect, acting like an asshole about one of the patched-in members' daughters just had a serious accident?" He huffs. "Right. And are you defending Piper's little accident because she's Lip's stepdaughter, or because you're fucking her?" I fling over the fucking bar, grabbing him by the back of the neck, and slam his face into the counter. His beer crashes to the floor as he grasps my wrist, pulling himself over the bar. Both of us on the floor, we begin to wrestle, punching wherever I can land a fist. "Okay," Rad groans, shoving me off of him with the use of his foot. Both of us sit on the floor, out of breath, staring at each other. He runs his hands back and forth through his blonde hair, looking down at the floor. "Jesus, man, I was joking." Running my hand down my face, I stand. I can't be around this idiot. He's going to cost us both of our patches. "Hey, Saint, how long have you known this club?" Rad asks out of nowhere, like we didn't just have a brawl in the middle of the club. Shaking my head, I don't answer him. He's baiting me into another fucking argument. I know it. Instead, I head down the hall away from him. I don't know a lot about Rad, and that's really starting to set in as I question his character. Zane told me he used to sleep out on the beach because he and his family had a falling out. He said Rad told him the ocean was the only family he ever needed. Inside my room, I plop on the bed and rest my arms behind my head. I'm exhausted, but have too much on my mind to sleep. The sting on my knuckles has me raise my hand and inspect the split skin from pounding it into Rad. My phone dings, taking my attention off of my hand and Rad. It's my mom. "How are you doing? I heard about Cal's death." "Bull. His name was Bull, and I'm fine." "I know what his name is. I was just trying to bring some humor. You ever going to come see your mama?" "Soon. My mom and I stay in touch. I visit her often, but I haven't been around much since mine and Piper's hooking up. My dad passed away from drug overdose, leaving my mom in debt up to her ass. If it wasn't for Bull helping me get her out of the ghetto, I probably would have lost my mom too." Shadow walks into my room looking defeated. He has bags under his eyes, and his hair looks like he's been pulling it. "Sup?" I ask. He huffs. "Just got back from the hospital. Lip wants you up there to keep watch overnight," Shadow explains, leaning against the doorframe. Ice in the glass he's holding in his left hand clinks, making both of us look at it. Me? I question with confusion. Why would Lip want me? If anything, he wanted me to stay away from Piper. Yep, he replies. The rim of the cup hovers just before his lips. I stand, grabbing my gun from the dresser. Nobody will get near Piper if I'm watching over her. All right, I'll head over there. I can't sleep, so being next to Piper is the next best thing. I need to be there, see her alive, and know she's going to be okay. Heading out to my motorcycle, I catch the eye of Rad talking on his phone. He swivels his stare toward me, his seedy eyes making me curl my lip. Something in my gut is telling me not to trust that motherfucker. Every grave hit the club has taken recently. I can't help but look to him for his reaction and find him sneering with humor. Why? Saint. At the hospital, I slowly tread to Piper's room. The smell of the place, the lights, it's all just a reminder of what I lost years ago. I want to turn around and leave, to just forget. A chair sitting outside Piper's room grabs my attention, and I'm more than certain that is where my ass will be for the rest of the night. Inhaling a breath, running my hands down my face, I shove my loss deep down within and remind myself Piper needs me. She needs protecting, and if anyone is the person for the job, it's me. I know what it's like to lose someone, and I'll be damned if I let it happen again. That must be why Lip picked me to watch over Piper. Glancing around the doorframe, I find Delilah, Addie, Lip, and Sherry all talking to Piper. Cherry and Delilah sit on the bed, showing Piper a book of pictures, and Addie and Lip stand by watching, their faces hopeful, but their eyes full of concern. My eyes zero in on Piper. Half of her head is shaved from the stitches, and her skin is more pale than usual, making her freckles pop with a vengeance. Those gray eyes look angry and defeated, and she gazes upon the photos lost in a fog. Crossing my arms, I lean against the doorframe and watch her. The way the tip of her tongue slides amongst her bottom lip, her nose scrunching up as she tries to remember the faces shoved in front of her. She feigns a smile for her family, but deep inside, she has no clue what's going on. She's at the brink of crying. I look to the floor, trying to revive my aching heart. This whole situation has brought me to a world I've tried to forget. Yet here I am, swimming at rock bottom, with a woman I care about. My mom used to tell me, "Don't fall in love with sad girls, Saint. They'll drag you to the depths of a broken world that only they understand." Looking at Piper, I can tell somehow I've hit rock bottom with her. But, luckily for us, there's only one way left to go. Up. Lip turns, noticing me for the first time since I've arrived. His shoulders rise with an inhale, as if he's happy to see me. "You're here. Good," he mutters, his tone limp with emotion. Rubbing my hands together, I step farther into the room. Piper looks at me, and I can't help but stare back. Does she remember me? Does she know I'm here to help? "Ladies, why don't we let Piper rest?" Lip suggests to the room. Addie looks up as if she's offended. "Lip?" Cherry hesitates, her mother instincts telling her to stay with her daughter. I don't blame her. I wouldn't want to leave my daughter like this. Thorns prick the nerves inside my chest, thinking about having the chance to stay with my daughter after she was delivered, to hold her hand and let her know her dad was there. "Babe, she's been through a lot. You've been through a lot. We need to go home and let this all sit with Piper," Lip explains, pissing the ladies off. His heart is in a good place, though. Just looking at Piper, you can tell the little threading of sanity she has left is about to unspool. A nurse suddenly walks in, pushing the off-white curtain hanging in front of the door, its attempt to give Piper and her visitors privacy, all the way to the wall. "All right, family and friends, visiting hours are over. You can come back tomorrow at 8 in the morning. she informs everyone, not caring to stop and explain to us why there's visiting hours during such a critical time, as she cleans the counter next to Piper's bed up of gauze and saline. I have someone staying with Piper overnight for her protection, Lip informs the nurse, his strong voice back in full force. Everyone looks to the lady who stopped in her tracks and is staring at Lip with wide eyes. Fear rippling through her basic face. Round, pale, thin lips. Sir, I'm afraid. There is no negotiation to this. Lip takes a step toward her, his head tilted to the side as he squares up with the nurse. Lip, Cherry hisses, trying to calm him down. I can assure you, sir, we have security. Yeah, some Paul fucking Blart that could give a shit less about our kind of people. Lip's voice begins to rise, causing the nurse to become shaky. I won't be in the way, I reassure her softly, trying to diffuse the situation. I'm being nice, but I won't be leaving this room tonight. Not without a fight. Not just for Lip, but because I want to be here. The nurse glances at me, rubbing the back of her neck nervously. She hesitates before swallowing hard. I guess I'll be Piper's nurse tonight, so if you just stay in here where nobody can see you, it should be fine. She gives me a weak smile, and I grin in return. Thankful the situation doesn't have to escalate. This is for you too, miss. Saint will watch over you, as well as caring for Piper. We don't know who did this, but what if they come back? Delilah informs, and Cherry stands abruptly. I'm not leaving. Cherry's spooked by Delilah's words, and Lip takes her into his arms and whispers something into her ear. Her body relaxes noticeably by whatever he'd said, and she nods. Lip bends over Piper's bed and plants a chaste kiss to her forehead. Okay, get some rest. Standing at the foot of her bed, I wait for everyone to say their goodbyes, leaving the room in a thickening silence. Turning on my heel, I snatch the chair from the hallway and set it on the left side of her bed, close. Taking one of the photo books off her lap, I open it and gaze upon them. I can feel her staring at me, so I cast my eyes to her instead of the picture of Bull flipping the camera off. Her red brows furrow, her face strained with curiosity. Were we together? She asks in the sweetest voice. I have to look away to keep from laughing. Rubbing my sweaty palms on my jeans, I sit straight. Why do you say that? She shakes her head, her fingers fumbling with one another nervously. I don't know. It's just, when you're near me, I feel something. Like a connection or something, you know? Dull gray eyes look to me for clarification. I rub my chin. I mean, we had hooked up a couple times, but we never were official or anything. I try to explain. Was that because of you or me? Us not committing? Biting my lip, I'm not sure how to answer that question. A little of both of us, I suppose. Because I can tell you're important to me. I feel it. She whispers almost to herself, as if she doesn't understand what she's sensing. Reaching over the albums, I grasp her hand. The Piper before this accident would rather have sawed her tongue off than ever reveal how she felt for me. This is a big step, revealing I'm important to her, and even more so through the fog of amnesia. How the fuck am I supposed to pretend I'm not sweet on her anymore? That I want nothing more than to be right here with her, protecting her, as if she was my girl. Well, I'm here now. Boots from the doorway pull my focus to the movement. Lip and Cherry are watching us. They just witnessed everything that was said between Piper and I. Lip's face is soft and holds a look I haven't ever seen before. Worry. He's worried about Piper's confession. So am I. I don't know if my conscience will allow me to love again. But who knows? I care for Piper, and I never thought I'd ever care for anyone again.
Piper. A few days have passed since I woke up in this hospital, in the worst pain in the world, and lost. My head still hurts, which they said it will for a while, and my body aches and burns on and off throughout the day. Mostly at night when I'm trying to sleep. Road rash is no joke, and I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemies. It hurts and itches. I don't even want to think about the scarring. I refuse to look in the mirror. Flipping through the photo books my family put together, I twist my lips, deep in thought. I've remembered a lot the last few days, like who Delilah is, my mom, stepdad Lip, and even some flashbacks of Saint and I. But that's where it's tricky. I know who everyone is, but I don't remember all of our history with one another. It's like a quilt, each square a memory of my past, leading all the way up to my present. Some squares are missing, some's threading loose and unconnected entirely. It's frustrating trying to piece it together. It's even worse when someone talks to me as if I should remember them, or an event that happened between us, and I don't. "That was the funniest night," Delilah laughs from beside me, causing me to jump in my spot. I situate, the hospital bed becoming more and more uncomfortable the longer I stay here. She points to a picture inside the plastic sleeve, a night I'm trying to remember. There's Addie, Delilah, and I sitting at a bar in some club, all of us smiling, and I have a beer in my hand. My eyes are half shut, my hair perfectly straight. I'm wearing a dress that is more than revealing and makes my upper lip curl. I can smell the perfume and hear the music in my head, but I just can't remember that night or why it's so funny to Delilah. Maybe I puked? A boob pop out? My head begins to throb, and I become hot and flustered. I shut the book and rub my face with my hands. I can't do this. "Do you remember?" Addie asks, tucking a strand of gold hair behind her ear. She's so pretty and smells like honey, making me feel even more gross sitting here all bandaged up, smell of dried blood. "No," I clip, more than I intend to. "Okay, so some guy came up hitting on you. He looked like he could sell insurance or something. It was interesting," Addie cuts in. "Yeah, and he used a pickup line asking you your birthstone, and you replied back, his must be a crack rock if he thought he was getting anywhere with you that night," Delilah continues, laughing throughout the story. I snort. I mean, it's funny, but not that funny. However, I find myself covering my mouth with my hand as a hysterical laugh comes about, one filled with grief and humor. I can't tell if I'm happy or sad right now. Addie and Delilah both look at me with concerned eyes, and I try to rein in my crazy. I lay back with a distressed huff. I'm losing it. My emotions are black and white, here and there. I'm mentally drained and want out of this fucking hospital. I can feel him staring at me, Saint. He has this magnetism about him that I can sense. Risking a glance in his direction, I find him staring at me from the corner of the room. He's sitting in a chair, his legs spread out and elbows resting on his knees while he busies himself with his phone. His black hat is twisted backward, giving him a sharp bad boy appeal. His eyes silently telling me he'll throw everyone out of here if I need a break. He's been here since day one, and when he isn't here, I feel more lost than normal. He grounds me. He's the only thing I remember, or I should say, feel the most. Adjusting his leather cut, he eyes the girls who are going on about another picture I don't remember. Nibbling on my nail, I remember the club. I know the Devil's Dust, but I don't recall everything. The earliest memory I have of the club is the girls and I sneaking whiskey from the bar. We did that often. Closing my eyes, I try and think back to when I was a kid. My mom. I squeeze my lids harder, trying to picture the club. I see my mom still, but I just can't remember anything else. My eyes fill with tears. I'm frustrated and feel dumb. Am I going to be like this forever? Boots stomping along the floor have me lift my head to find Lip and my mom standing in the room. Lip. Why do I call him Lip and not Dad? The thought fades as I conjure up the memory he's not my real dad. I have a dad, and I can see his face when I close my eyes, but I can't remember anything about him. My gut twists, and a black hole opens up, causing an Arctic chill to race along my spine. A shiver shakes me, and I wrap myself in my arms. My body doesn't want to know any more about my past. I can tell it's not a fairy tale. I don't think I want to remember the girl I was before this. "How are you feeling today?" Lip asks, gaining my attention away from the foreign feelings growing inside of me. I'm just ready to get out of here," I mumble, pulling the stiff hospital sheet to my chin. "The doctor said he might let you go home tomorrow," Mom cheers, clapping her hands with excitement. Sitting up, I share in her giddiness. Thank God. Wait, where is home?
Saint. Sitting on a brick outside of the club, Big Chief next to me, Shadow pulls in on his motorcycle. I swear every time he comes around, a cold vast of air swims over the area. Fucker has problems I can't even begin to dissect. Running his hands through his ink-black hair, his eyes fall upon me. "Thought you would be at the hospital," Shadow assumes. "Nah, gotta go back in a bit," I tell him. Lip and Cherry wanted some time alone with her. I'd be lying if I said I didn't sit outside the room for an hour before dragging my feet the rest of the way out of the hospital. "How's the road rash?" Shadow points to Big Chief's bandages. I look to him as well. He looks miserable. His leg is broke and in a camo-colored cast, and his arms and neck look like someone threw a pot of boiling water on him. "Fucking hurts," Big Chief grunts in reply. "Fucking shit they gave me isn't touching it." He pulls an orange bottle of pills from his pocket and rattles it. Shadow pats his shoulder. "I'll see if Bobby can get a hold of Doc. See if we can get something stronger." Heading toward the club, he turns back to us. "Oh, and Piper comes home tomorrow. Get your shit out of the back room. She's staying here until she's safe to be on her own." Shadow casually informs us both, as if he just told us to check the mail. Piper would stay the night a few times a week before, but having her live at the club is going to be awkward for the brothers. They'll have to rein in their bachelor lifestyles if they don't want Piper seeing it. Silence falls when Shadow leaves, and I can't help but wonder if Big Chief is going to try and sleep next to Piper like he was. I'm not okay with it. Not at all. Wait, will she know who he is? That will be uncomfortable having some stranger sleep next to her. Sighing, I know I'm just bullshitting myself, trying to act as if my jealousy is for her benefit and not my own. She's becoming mine, even though I know I can't save her from her demons, because I need saving from mine too. "Get your shit out of the room this time. No sleeping next to her, man," I demand Big Chief. He looks my way, but I don't make eye contact. I won't take that fucking smirk he gives well, and I'll break his other leg. "Think she'll want to see me?" he asks. I can't tell if he's being coy or serious. I want to tell him no, but being fucking territorial isn't a color that suits me, so I humor his ego. Why wouldn't she? He rubs his chin, his road rash looking like he took a dip in a volcano. "Because I'm the one that did that shit to her. I was driving, man." He raises his voice, clearly blaming himself for the accident. Shaking my head at him, I stand up. "Don't be stupid. You didn't clip your own bumper." He grunts. "You know, I called the police station to see if they had any leads on who hit yet, and they said no, to come pick my bike up." "It's not surprising, brother. You're running with us. They just assume it's a gang-on-gang rebuttal, and a waste of manpower to try to solve something that won't do any good in the end. Jesus, how do y'all do this shit? Take everyone treating you like you don't matter? That you're not a fucking human being paying taxes and all?" I laugh, rubbing my chin. Brother, I don't know if you've seen the people looking around this club, but we're far from any normal citizens waltzing around town. We're different, and wearing a leather cut or not, people sense that shit. It's best if we stick together and do our own bidding, I explain. He sighs before grabbing his crutches, leaning against the wall and trying to stand up. So, you want to go get your bike? I ask. He chuckles and gestures toward his broken leg with both hands. Have you seen my leg? How the fuck am I going to get it in the back of a truck? Oh, I'm sure it will be a hold my beer kind of moment, but we'll get it in. I grin, heading toward his truck. At the evidence unit, we head inside the large gray brick builds. Big Chief talks to the lady at the front desk, who looks like she'd rather be doing anything than working the desk. I stand aside and let him do the talking. I hate being around authority. It makes me uneasy. I swear they're always staring at me, waiting for me to fuck up. I'm a misfit, and they know I'm a sure thing to throw in cuffs. Big Chief turns around, tucking a piece of paper into his back pocket. We gotta pull around back and load it up, he informs, and hobbles past me. Outside, the sun is starting to set, the lights in the city slowly turning on for those that dwell in the night. I hop behind the wheel of the truck, and Big Chief climbs into the passenger seat. His crutches in the fucking way, I shove them to the back seat. He points to the fence blocking off vehicles from the public, left of the building, and I wrestle the steering wheel that way. Pulling up to the gate, some security guy opens the fence for us, allowing us entry. Putting the truck in park, I get out, and Big Chief grabs his crutches from the back seat. I notice the wrecked motorcycle immediately. It's fucked. Holy shit, brother. How'd y'all survive that? I ask with disbelief. I run my hand along the smashed-in fender, the tire hanging off the bent axle. I don't know. Big Chief sighs, his eyes turning dark, as if he's reliving the entire accident over again. There's gray paint scratched along the side of the fender. This is from the van that hit you. I point it out to him. He squats next to me, and I rub my palm along the scratched colors. You think so? Oh yeah. So, then why didn't the cops do a fucking paint match? Every vehicle has a specific color for each make and model. They could run it and narrow it. They don't care. If they find out who did this, they will have to tell us, and they know we'll retaliate. You're probably right, he mutters. So now what? He stands, placing his hands on his waist. We'll take it back to the clubhouse and see who we gotta pay off to run the paint. I tell him. I ain't got all day, the security guard hisses from behind us. Glaring at him, I ask, you want to help me get this in the bed? I jump my chin toward the truck. The guy glances at Big Chief, and then the motorcycle, knowing Big Chief can't wrestle this thing in the back, even if he tried. Yeah, sure, I guess. He sighs heavily.
Piper. Lip wheels me out of the hospital in a wheelchair, and I feel dizzy from the fresh air. A nurse follows us, reading off directions to care for my road rash, and if I should experience any worsening symptoms of memory loss to come back. My mom entertains the nurse, nodding and taking the paperwork. Does this look familiar? Lip asks, pushing me up to a black car. My head throbs as a memory pushes into my mind. Stepping outside of the clubhouse, there's a black car with a big red bow wrapped around it. It's fucking picture perfect. Throwing my hands over my mouth, I squealed and stomped my feet in excitement. They got me a car. They got me a freaking car for my 16th birthday. Does that mean you like it? Lip asked, pulling me in with one arm around my shoulder. He kissed my temple. It's perfect. My jaw dropped with admiration. I walked around the car and looked inside the windows, the interior leather giving off that new car smell. But the small rip in the seat tells me it's used. I don't care, though. It's perfect. And the best part? Not a lot of room in the back seat. Lip grinned, slamming his hand on top of the roof of the car. My mom smacked him in the back of the head. I rolled my eyes at his protective dad demeanor. "Let's go for a drive," I suggested. Mom suddenly disappeared, and Lip's face paled in horror. "Lip, give her a break, babe. This has to be overwhelming." My mom's voice breaks me from memory lane. They really surprised me with that car. I thought I'd have to work for my own car, or Mom was going to give me her horrific red bug. "You got me this car for my 16th birthday," I mutter, and both of them look at each other like I just told them coordinates to buried treasure. "That's so good, Piper," Mom cheers, and I smirk at her excitement. It's annoying, but funny how crazy she gets when I remember something. Lip takes me by the hand to help me out of the wheelchair. My weak legs wobble from the weight of my body, and blood suddenly rushes to my head, making the pain around my staples worse. But it feels good to be on my feet. I scrunch my toes into the hard pavement, willing my skin to soak up the warmth the sun birthed among the parking lot throughout the day. "Easy, go slow, and take your time. We're not in a rush," Mom murmurs, helping me into the back seat of the car. My road rash warms as I sit upon it, and tears fill my eyes. "I got it," I groan, plopping in. I'm hungry, I'm thirsty, and more than anything, I'm fucking tired. Just coming out to the car has worn me out. "Let's get you to the club, darling." Lip talks to himself more than to me as he climbs in behind the wheel. "We brought your car to pick you up because the doctor said having you around familiar things will help you remember things faster," Mom informs, situating herself into the passenger seat. "That's why you're going to stay at the club for a while. It's familiar and safe." Lip glances over his shoulder at me before looking back at the road. "Wait, like a motorcycle house?" I frown. Why am I staying at the clubhouse? Don't I have a house? I remember a house, a pet fish. I begin to ramble. I know I had a pet fish, and that's all I can remember, but I know I had my own place. The club is filled with slutty girls and men. We're not allowed there, so why would I stay there?
Saint. "Yeah, I have someone we can call for a paint match," Shadow tells the table. Getting back to the club, I showed him and Zane what Big Chief and I had found on the motorcycle, and they called a meeting immediately. "Any word on the street about any retaliation or attempts to patch over since Bull has passed?" Bobby asked the table, curious as to what led to Piper and Chief's hit and run. He interlocks his tattooed fingers, waiting for someone to bring us some good news. "No, I haven't heard anything. But we're still getting fucking flowers from the town for Bull's passing, so shit hasn't hit the fan yet." Zane lifts his hand, gesturing to the table on the back, full of an array of flowers. "This doesn't make sense," Bobby groans, running his hand down his face. "Maybe it was just an accident," Rad mumbles from the back. His feet are kicked up on the table, sand from the beach still stuck in between his toes, his blonde hair down, shadowing his face. "Well, whoever the fuck it was is going to be sorry when we find their ass," I inform the table, my eyes on Rad and my tone sharp. The squeal of Delilah and Addie outside the club filter through the window, alerting us of Piper's arrival. "Speak of the devil," Zane states, rubbing his hands together. We all stand, ready to help welcome Piper home. I can't help but wonder how she's doing, how she's taking all of this. Standing in the doorway to the club, I watch the girls run to the car, excited to see Piper. Bobby and Zane greet them as well, and Shadow stays back with me, observing. Piper stands on unsteady feet, her hair blowing in the wind, as she smiles at everyone. She's so beautiful, and I don't mean the kind of beautiful every guy tells a woman. Piper is her own kind of beautiful, a wildfire with an insatiable thirst to burn bridges and make her own way in life. Her eyes catch mine, and I hold her stare. So much being said between us without a single word. "So where the fuck do I sleep again?" Big Chief asks, stepping in front of my view. Sighing, I rub my chin and cross my arms. "We'll figure something out," Shadow tells him. Back inside, I lean against the bar, grabbing the beer I was drinking. I slowly sip from it as I watch Piper come in and everyone fawn over her. I try to act like I'm not that interested. I don't know why. I guess in case there's a chance she isn't feeling me the way I'm on her. Rejection is not something I am used to, nor want to ever experience. "Thank you all so much, but I think I just need to lay down," Piper states in a weak voice. My back straightens with the promise to slap everyone away from her, like hovering flies, given the word. She looks to me with hopeful eyes, silently telling me she wants me to hide away with her. I just want to throw her over my shoulder and take her to my room where I can care for her. Gripping my beer hard, I down the last of it. "Yeah, sure, honey. Let me grab your medicine. Do you want me to change your dressings or anything?" Cherry asks, acting every part of the concerned mother. Piper gives a tight smile, tucking some hair behind her ear. She follows Cherry down the hall, but not before giving me a quick glance. Hours later, not a sound to be heard or a light to be seen. I step out of my room and open Piper's door. She's asleep. The blankets tucked in between her legs and an arm wrapped up under a pillow. Stepping up to the side of her bed, I run the pad of my finger down the side of her shaved head. I wonder how long she stayed up and waited for me. "You know, you're mine now, right?" I whisper into her ear.
Piper. Waking up, my heart is beating fast, and I feel like I can't breathe. Snapping up straight, I'm covered in sweat, and some of my bandages covering my road rash are peeling. They itch like a motherfucker, making it even worse. Nearly hyperventilating, I clasp my throat with my hand and pull the earbuds playing an unfamiliar song from my ears. I turn the iPod off, the noise giving me a headache. Looking at the soaked sheets, I must have had another bad dream or something. Swallowing the confusion of what woke me, my tongue sticks to the roof of my mouth, thirsting for something to drink. I throw the blankets off me to go find something cool to sip on. My white tank top sticks to my stomach from the sweat, and my gray shorts have ridden up, making me having to pick them out between my legs. Opening the door to my room slowly, the hallway is dark. Everyone must be asleep. Good. I don't have to worry about everyone surrounding me, asking me if I remember them. My feet pad against the wooden floor as I make my way down the hall. My feet stop in front of a closed door, and I don't know why. Reaching out, I lightly place my hand on the door, as if whatever is on the other side will reveal itself to me. Then, I remember, my eyes opening wider. This is Saint's room. I bite my bottom lip, wanting to open the door and crawl in bed with him. But he didn't come see me tonight. I wish I could remember everything about us. Forcing my feet to move forward, I recall the clubhouse. Well, most of it anyway. I know I used to sleep here a lot, but I can't really remember why. I go into the kitchen, grab a cup from the drainer and fill it with water. Pausing, I look the cup over. It has a cat blowing bubble gum. It's cute, making me smile. It's not something you see every day, a cat with gum. I nearly drink the entire cup of water, my mouth is so dry. I think the fucking pain meds are giving me dry mouth. A bandage on my arm tickles my chest, and I arch my head to get a better look at it. Shit, the sweat must have loosened it. Using my free hand, I pull it the rest of the way off and toss it on the counter. The skin isn't the prettiest to look at, but I'm done with these fucking white Band-Aids. Taking my glass with me, I push the doors to the kitchen open and inspect the rest of the clubhouse, curious if more memories will pop into my head. That's the worst of all this. When do I know I've remembered everything? The bar is littered with beer bottles and peanut shells, the smell of smoke and musk hanging in the air from the boys. I take a sip of my water and step lightly over to the wall with a bunch of pictures hanging. The guy everyone told me about, Bull, is up there. Closing my eyes, I print his picture into my mind, willing myself to remember everything about him. Fatherly, protective. I remember whenever we would have get-togethers, he would always have candy in his leather jacket. I'd had to give him a hug and tell him what I'd been up to get it. Up to the day he had his accident, he still had candy for me. Remembering him passing makes an uncontrolled sob slip from my throat. It hurts recalling Danny spreading his ashes. Moving away from Bull's picture, I find a young man's picture with the name of Tomcat. I frown, not remembering him. My eyes fall on the next photo of a man with long blonde hair and a sharp pointed face. Locks. He sounds familiar, but I can't remember him either. That face, though, it's as if it's the devil himself, one you never forget and recognize anywhere. It's chilling. Those are the fallen devils. Flinging around with fright, Saint stands by the pool table. His hands leaning behind him and his legs kicked out in front of him, as if he'd been watching me for a while. He's wearing nothing but a pair of jersey shorts, the waistband of his boxer peeking above. I can see the outline of his cock perfectly. His wandering eyes fall to my chest, my wet shirt showing my pink nipples off. Rolling my lips onto one another, I turn back around and look at the pictures. I figured it was something like that, I mutter, taking in the photos. I don't know why they put Locks up there. He was a rat bastard, Saint continues, ignoring the sexual tension in the room. A rat? I question. Yeah, he didn't like the way Bull was running the club, so he tried to take it down, or something like that. It got ugly, I know that. I think Bull's woman got killed amongst it all, he explains. A woman with long dark hair and a round face flashes in my eyes, Anahi. Wait, I thought Bull was with a woman named Anahi? I asked, confused. Yeah, he is now, only because the woman he did love died, Saint tells me. I silently nod my head in understanding and take another sip of water. So I guess Bull dying reunited him and his first love then. Want to step outside, get some fresh air? You look hot, Saint observes. Sitting the glass down on the pool table, I cross my arms and look to the doors. Being outside seems so foreign as long as I've been laying in a hospital bed. Yeah, sure. He leads the way, his bare, strong back luring me into the great outdoors like magic. The moon sits high in the sky, but the glow from the garage fogs the brightness of the stars. My feet burn amongst the hot concrete as I make my way to the garage. My eyes skim the grease-covered area, a car with a hood up, the tools on the ground, and the toolbox. My nails digging into Saint's back, the sound of his heavy breathing in my ear flash in the back of my mind. We had sex there. Amazing, hot-as-fuck sex. Do you remember? Saint whispers from behind me. My mouth parts, and my thighs attempt to squeeze the intense throbbing in between my legs to a tolerable tease. Can you see me inside of you? Can you feel me, baby? His hot breath sticks amongst my neck, the mint mixing with mine and bringing life back into me. Just like that, every encounter I've ever had with Saint slams into my memory. The sex on the counter at my place, the toolbox, the mind games. I'm practically dripping wet just thinking about us. My head lolls back onto his shoulder and his arms wrap around me. I remember, I whisper. Yeah, you do. There's my girl. He breathes heavy, pushing his groin up against my ass. God, I've missed you, I mouth. Something animalistic surges my heart to beat hard against my chest, making me feel alive. I actually fucking feel something besides confusion since the first time I woke up in that hospital bed. I don't know whether to cry with relief or turn around and demand Saint to take me on the toolbox again. I remember everything, I say, all breathy. His hands lower to my waist and he picks me up. My legs wrap around him. My hands on his face. He kisses me harder than he ever has. His plush lips fitting mine perfectly. I kiss him back. He begins to walk us toward the garage, but he doesn't make it inside before he has me thrown up against the metal wall outside. His mouth sucks and licks on my neck, his hand up my shirt. Yes, I whisper scream, wanting so much more. You know what they say about sleeping with a biker? He asks, his lips still on my damp skin. There's no self-help group for fucking a biker, baby. Once you fuck one of us, there's no other cock worth the ride. A laugh erupts from my throat, one that isn't sad or confused, but happy. Saint chuckles with me, his deep and vibrating my chest. Pushing my shirt up with his rough hands, my chest right in line with his face, he slips a nipple into his mouth, and I run my hands along his head as he sucks and flicks his tongue amongst the red bud. A tingle shoots down my stomach and into my clit from the intense contact. I gasp. His left hand slides from my ass to my thigh and then in between my legs, his fingers dipping into my wetness with fervent pressure. Slowly, he pulls two of his fingers in and out, his thumb swirling my clit. It feels so damn good. I want more. I want him. God, I want him so fucking bad. You like that? He whispers, my wetness coating us both. Jesus, stop teasing me, Saint, I beg. His right hand loosens, allowing my body to fall a few inches, aligning perfectly with his hard cock. This is what you want, right, baby? He asks, pressing his short-clad cock into my clit. I lick my lips, my mouth dry from panting. I want this too, but I want to make sure you remember all of me before I take you, Piper, because I don't think I can walk away from you this time. My eyes widen with his confession, our stares locked onto one another. Before the accident, both of us wouldn't admit we wanted to be with each other, our own demons standing in our way. You mean you want to be, like, exclusive? I clarify. He looks down before looking off at the clubhouse. I mean... He doesn't say anything more. Saint, what if I said I might be falling in love with you? He looks up at me, his eyes dancing between both of mine. Don't. I suck in a tight breath, the rejection hurting more than the staples in my head right now. Taking me by the chin, he lifts my head, making me look him in the eyes. But that doesn't mean I might not be feeling the same. The doors to the club open and Lip steps out. My body instantly cools, and Saint drops me to my feet. Piper! He hollers out for me, his arms crossed across his bare chest as he looks around. It doesn't take long before he finds me and Saint. Shit, Saint whispers. Clearing my throat, I pull my shirt down quickly. Tomorrow, you're taking me back to my place. I can't stand this babysitting shit, I groan, walking past Saint and to my stepdad. Pushing past Lip, he doesn't say a word. He just looks at Saint with furrowed brows before following me in. "Piper, you need to be careful," he begins his fatherly advice. "I'm an adult. I know what I'm doing," I sneer, walking fast down the hallway. "Yes, but you're not well." I stop and turn toward him. "No, I'm not well, and yes, I can't remember everything, but I remember him." I point in the general direction of where I left Saint. "I remember him, so just let me remember, okay?" Tears fill my eyes, and it makes me more angry to show my emotion. Maybe he breaks my heart. Maybe he lifts me onto a pedestal so high only to let me drop on my fucking face, but let me feel it. Let me fucking feel something. Lip's face softens, and he rubs his hands together as if he's trying to control his temper. Not meaning to hurt him any more than I have, I turn and go back into my room, climb onto my bed, and push my earbuds back in. Ariana begins playing Boyfriend. I turned this off before I left, yet the song sits ready for me to press play. Saint must have come in here looking for me before finding me by the pool table. These are the words Saint wants to say, but can't. Pulling the pillow under my head, the opposite side of the staples, I close my eyes and try not to remember anything. Waking up, I smell coffee. My mouth waters and I sit up in bed. I'm still wearing the white shirt and shorts from last night. I'd better change before going out there and gracing everyone with my hard nipples. Rubbing the sleep from my eyes, I climb out of the blankets and look through the bag my mom brought over. I settle for a baggy gray shirt and some black jeans. Man, my body hurts this morning. I could use some pain medicine. I throw my hair up into a messy bun on top of my head and go in search of some coffee. I remember I like coffee a lot. Opening the door, I find Big Chief standing there trying to balance on his crutches, his face wide with surprise. "Hey." He lifts his chin. "Hi," I mutter. I remember him slightly. I mean, I know we both were in the accident, but that's about it. Oh, and I think we might have been close friends. "I wanted to come see you in the hospital, but I know you had a lot thrown at you. I just wanted to tell you I'm sorry for the accident." He looks to the floor, his shoulders rising. I don't remember the accident, but I know for a fact Big Chief shouldn't blame himself. "Don't be silly. It wasn't your fault, and honestly, I think this accident is a blessing in disguise." I am seeing the person I was with fresh eyes, and to be honest, I'm not sure I approve of some of the things she did. Don't get me wrong. I can feel deep down inside of me I'm still some wild child that will be in more trouble than not. But the way I thought of myself and the way I acted about it was oxidizing my self-worth at best. He gives a simple smile before turning and heading down the hall. I hear everyone talking before my bare feet hit the common area. Saint, Shadow, and Zane all sit at the bar talking, and Anahi stands behind the bar, conversing with him. Slipping behind her, I grab a white and black mug, fill it with coffee, and take a large gulp. I moan, like it's the first sip I've ever had of coffee. That's the one perk about losing your memory. You get to have many firsts again. Anahi turns, her head cocked to the side. She's pretty, really pretty. Dark hair, dark eyes, perfect complexion. Her black shirt hangs really low, showing her cleavage that could belong to a 20-year-old, making it hard not to stare. "Hey, honey, do you remember me?" Anahi asks, placing her hand on her hip. I remember her being with Bull, and how hard she took his death. Closing my eyes, I see her red-rimmed eyes and coke-powdered nose from the past. She looks much better today. Smiling, I nod and walk around the bar before she tried to hug me. That's the next step after someone asks if I recall them, a fucking hug. I was just telling the guys I think I'm going to settle down in Arizona for a while, she continues. Saint turns and looks at me. His white shirt is tied around his shoulders, his black cut looking really good on him this morning. I can't help but smile at him. Last night we both told each other we were falling for each other, in an odd kind of way. Bull's son Maverick ran away when he got hurt. They found Maverick in some juvie hall in Arizona. So Anahi is going to stay over there until he gets out, Saint informs me. That would be good for him, some kind of support. I try to socialize, but really I just can't stop thinking about how good this coffee is. I want to try all the coffee in the world right now. Cold, mixed, light, and dark. I turn toward the wall while they continue to talk behind me. The pictures of the fallen members staring back at me. One in particular, Locks. What is it about this man? It's his eyes. Those ocean blue eyes that feed the flames of fear. I've seen them before, but where? You hear me? Anahi's voice breaks my trance, and I turn back around. Her pointed stare right on me. I see you trying to take off with my coffee cup. She points at the cup in my hand. I look down at it. That's right, I'm a coffee mug thief. I smile and take another sip. We'll see, I shrug. You're leaving. What are you going to do, take all the coffee cups? Bobby laughs, slapping the counter with his large palm. Bobby. Oh yeah, he's with a doctor that helps the club. I remember them both. I'm surprised Doc hasn't been around poking and prodding on me since I got here. True, Anahi sighs. I'm going to miss you guys, but I think a break from here will do me good. I can't help but feel bad for her. Finding the love of her life just to lose him. I want to be there for her, but I got my own shit to deal with right now. Like this ever-blossoming darkness rooting itself in my chest. I keep trying to ignore it, but it just keeps getting stronger. I don't know where it breeds from, but it won't stop. I need to figure out what it is to truly love myself again. Hey, Saint, can you take me to my place? Shadow turns around in his seat. You might check with Lip first, he suggests. It's fine. My tone firm. I'm so sick of the hovering. I had an accident. I didn't go back in time and turn 10. Saint looks to Shadow and Zane, apprehension wrinkling his forehead. That's right. Saint wants his patch, so he does everything the older brothers tell him to do. I suddenly feel guilty putting him in this awkward position. It's not fair of me to make him choose. It's cool. I'll take care of her, Saint insists, standing up. I have to bite my cheek to keep from smiling. He chose me. Holy hell. His eyes fall to my bare feet. Might grab some shoes first. Glancing down, I inspect my red-painted toes, as does everyone else in the room. I wiggle them. Yeah, okay. I begin my tread down the hall, and I hear the deep voice of Shadow. You better hope Lip doesn't catch you taking her out on a motorcycle, boy.
Saint. Straddling my motorcycle, I wait for Piper. This woman is going to get my ass kicked. I know it. I should be asking Lip if it's okay to take her, but Piper is a grown-ass woman, and everyone needs to remember that. She needs a break from everyone hovering, and I personally think it will do her some good to be on her own. So to hell with it. I'm down for the club, but that doesn't mean I'm handing my balls over. Besides, I'll protect Piper. I'll kill anyone that tries to come near her without my say-so. My phone beeps, so I take a quick glance at it while I'm waiting for Piper. It's my mom again. I need to stop by and see her before she comes to the club looking for me, making a fucking scene. Piper steps out of the club, her hair up on her head. The big shirt she's wearing hangs over her shoulder just so, showing the black strap of her bra. The dusting of freckles across her collarbone are dark today, and has me ready to throw her down and lick every spot, to feel her wither beneath me. It's about time we get reacquainted. She stops, eyes my bike, awe-stricken. That's right, she just got in a wreck, and is probably terrified to get back on a motorcycle. We can take Big Chief's truck, I offer, one of my hands on the handlebars. No, I loved riding before, and I don't want to be afraid of something that made me feel so good, you know? She tilts her head to the side, the sun shining off her red hair. You sure? I really don't feel comfortable with her on a motorcycle myself. Just the thought that she could have died has me wanting her to never get on the back of a bike ever again, even if it's with me. Ignoring the question, she kicks her leg up behind me and slides onto the seat, her fingers digging into my leather cut. It feels perfect, like it should have always been her back there. I'm sure. Just stay away from other cars if you can. She tries to sound strong, but I can tell she's scared. Biting my bottom lip, I nod and start up the motorcycle. Slowly, I pull out of the parking spot and gradually increase the speed. I glance in the side mirror to see her face. Her eyes are closed and her head is leaned back. She's flying. I know that feeling. There's nothing like it. Taking my right hand off the handlebar, I reach behind me and grip her thigh, giving her a little squeeze. I'm scared as fuck that I'm falling for this woman. Driving into a nicer neighborhood than I ever grew up in, I glance in the side mirror to check on Piper. Her face has that blank look on it. She has no clue where she is. Shit. I should have told her we were stopping by my mom's place. Pulling into a perfectly paved driveway leading up to a yellow 2-story house, I park the bike and turn it off. Bull helped me get my mom out of the projects and into a neighborhood with less crime rate. Bull did a lot for everyone. I don't know how any of us will survive without him. Is this where I live? Piper asks with astonishment. I crack a smile, climbing off the motorcycle. No, this is my mom's place. I need to stop by here real quick, I explain. Oh. She looks at me with worry, her lips stained from always wearing red lipstick puckered. It'll be quick. Taking her by the hand, I help her off the motorcycle. She's taking some of her bandages off from her road rash, I see. Some of it's already healing, bringing about fresh new skin. The screen door to the house slams, the smell of cigarette smoke wafting about. There's my no-good son. Can't even call his mama. My mom's voice carries down the porch and through the neighborhood. Rubbing my head with the palm of my hand anxiously, I feel Piper staring at me. It just now occurred to me. I've never brought a girl home to my mama. Sorry, Ma. Been busy, I tell her, coming up the steps. She purses her lips, eyeing me like she did when I was a kid, and she beat my ass with a newspaper when I acted up. She has on one of her wigs, a black, slick-haired on with red highlights, and she's wearing a long purple dress, her hips plumping out, making her look like a grape jelly bottle that's been in the sun too long. Stepping up to her, I kiss her cheek, and I feel her body tense as she notices Piper for the first time. Who is this saint? Her voice is unrecognizable, a scratched tone with a high pitch. This is Piper. She's from the club. What the hell happened to her? Mama asks with no filter whatsoever. I was in an accident, Piper states, crossing her arms. Mama looks to me. Go on, get this white girl inside before people think we done kidnapped her or something. Shaking my head, I open the door and usher Mama and Piper inside. The house is clean, not a speck of dust to be seen. The yellow floral furniture, the most ugliest shit I've ever seen, and the wood floors so polished you can see your reflection in them. Peppa, would you like some tea, baby? Mama asks, her forehead sketched with permanent wrinkles my father put there when he was alive. Lifting a brow at my mom, I correct her. It's Piper. She waves me off, not caring. I'm fine, thank you. Piper's voice is so small and meek. I've never seen her like this before. It's fucking cute as hell and making me want to do things to her. Saint, kitchen, Mama yells, acting as if I'm a damn kid. Following her into the kitchen, covered with white china and flowers, she stands at the sink looking at me. Why didn't you tell me you were bringing her? She hisses, turning on the faucet, as if it will drown out her loud southern voice. Didn't think it would matter. I shrug, opening the fridge for food. Baby, you've never brought a girl home before. Ever. Who is she to you? Biting my lip, I ignore her question and contemplate grabbing a brownie from a plate. A warm sting slaps into the back of my head from my mama slapping me in the back of the head. Shit! Slamming the door to the fridge shut, I glare at her. Well? Her expectant eyes widen, waiting for me to answer. I don't know. She's just important to me, okay? My voice softens, and this warm feeling fills my chest, causing me to rub the heel of my palm across it. Saying it out loud to my mom makes what I'm feeling for Piper more real than ever. Well, I'll be, she whispers. This is why you haven't been coming by eating all my food. Jesus, here we go. She's going to make this bigger than it is. No, I've just been busy with the club. You know how it is. How long you two been? Bye, Mom. Interrupting her, I walk out of the kitchen, finding Piper looking at photos on the shelf. She looks to me with those big gray eyes. Is that your dad? She points to a picture of my dad sitting on some steps, looking ratchet as hell. Torn jeans, greased up shirt, and oily hair. Yeah, that's him. He died. Her lips part. I'm so sorry. Don't be. He's better off. I clip. Taking her hand, I pull her away from my past. Gotta go, Mom, I holler, before walking out of the screen door, Piper in tow.
Piper. After leaving Saint's mom's, we get back on the main road, and I feel Saint deflate within my hold. I can't help but smirk thinking about how his mama still treats him as if he was a 12-year-old boy. I like her. We pull up to a familiar area with little houses all in a row. I know where I am. This is where my house is. Of course, my place is the one with bare lawn. I smile, remembering my neighbor always wanting to decorate it. Saint parks and turns the motorcycle off. My thigh still tingles from where he touched me on the ride over, which has my legs trembling as I climb off. Look familiar? Saint asks, looking the place over. Yeah, I know where I am, I tell him. People annoy me with all the questions, but when Saint asks, it doesn't. Maybe it's because he doesn't have that sensitive, cutesy tone. He just straight out asks it. The door to the house next to me bangs open, and a short lady with a flower nightgown on comes hobbling over, her feet covered in gray slippers that look like they haven't ever been taken off. Piper! She holds her hand up in the air as if to stop me. I smile. It's Miss Skiddy. Out of breath, she places her hand on her chest, her eyes flicking to Saint for a second before back to me. I just wanted to let you know that I ordered some mums for our yards, she says with excitement. Okay, I laugh, not knowing what the hell a mum is. Her eyes furrow, wrinkles forming around her mouth as she frowns. Did you have an accident, honey? Self-consciously, I touch the side of my head where the staples are. Yeah, I did, I mutter. She looks to Saint, then back to me. Well, I'm right next door if you need anything, dear. Her old voice wavers. Thanks, I appreciate that. I nearly whisper before turning away, tripping over a blue gnome. Oh, I added some more decor to your yard while you were away. I hope you like it, she adds. Not giving her eye contact, I hold my head up in a lazy wave, a half laugh escaping my lips. Going up the steps to my place, I pause. I know I hide a key around here somewhere. Peering at the bird feeder, I doubt it's in there. My eyes fall to the flower pot with dead flowers dreading over the sides, a green frog with chipped paint smiling up at me. There it is. I tip it over and grab the key I hide under there. It's crazy how some things just come to me, and others I have to really work on remembering. Unlocking my front door, I toss the key on a side table just inside and take the place in. Slowly, everything comes back to me. The smell, the lights, the couch. I got that couch on the side of a curb in the rich neighborhood. I made Addie and Delilah help me pack it in the back of the club's van. Home, I whisper, kicking my shoes off. I scratch my arm and hiss. Fucking road rash. I thought you hated being here by yourself, Saint points out. My face falls. That's right, I used to hate this place. That dark feeling inside of me roars its head, and I place my hand over my stomach in fear I might puke. What else do you know about me not liking about being by myself? I prod. He sits on the couch and lays his head back. He's stalling. That's not good. It's something bad, isn't it? I chew on my nail, angry I can't remember. Walking around the couch, I look at my knickknacks on my shelves. Candles, pictures, everything I remember, so that's good. Nothing referring to the darkness that lingers inside of me. Glancing down at the coffee table, I find magazines with what looks like myself on them. I pick them up. Is this me? I ask, my fingers glazing over my half-naked body standing next to a motorcycle. Yeah. You've been in a lot of magazines, he informs me. Dropping them to the table, I shake my head. Why would I do that? I don't understand. The words come out a mere whisper. What? Do you not want to do that anymore? Saint asks. Looking to him, my face frowns. I don't want to do a lot of the things I did before the accident. His dark eyes look to mine as if he supports me, understands what I'm saying. I mean, I'm going to miss looking at your fine ass, but I get what you're saying. He chuckles, but I don't find any humor in it. There was something truly broken about me before, and it scares me to know what made me so insecure of myself that I had to get everyone's approval. I need to pee, I state. Huffing out of the room, I make my way down the hall. Why won't he just tell me what he knows? I'm so sick of these damn guessing games. Pushing my bathroom door open, all of my beauty supplies sit on the counter, the familiarity of it all sitting in. Sitting down on the toilet, I roll some toilet paper around my hand and inspect the counter. There's an ashtray with a half-smoked joint, and my fingers itch to light it. I pull a drawer open, finding lotion and hair ribbons. Reaching in, I shove the bows and clips around, looking for a bobby pin. A small red bow with spots sits at the bottom of the mess, and I freeze. My eyes beginning to well up with tears as I remember it. Something so small, yet mighty. Clasping the bow into my hand, I bring it to my lap. I remember this bow. It's the one I had when the devil's dust came to save me at my dad's house. Closing my eyes, that ominous monster that threaded itself inside of me weaves through my veins with the memory of my real father. What he did to me when I was a kid, the way I coped with it, who I was. I remember it all. The nightclubs, the strange men. Pulling my pants up, the bow still in my hand, I lean against the bathroom counter and hang my head. Warm tears fall down my face as the abuse of my father surfaces. I wanted to know where the broken feeling came from, and now I wish I never remembered. I don't want to be the person I was before. I wasn't living. I was just trying to survive. A knock against the door has me snap straight. Running my hand under my nose to check for snot, I sniff. "You okay?" Saint asks, stepping into the small space. "Yeah, I'm fine." My voice gives away that I'm crying, and Saint comes further in. His grim face looks me over, and I hold my palm out with the bow. I remember why I don't like being by myself," I cry. "I'm terrified of men, of my father." Saint closes the gap between us, wrapping his strong arms around me. His warm chest and security makes me cry harder. His hand presses my head against him firmly, and he kisses my head. "It's okay, babe," he whispers. "No, it's not. I don't want to be that person I was before. I was so broken and lost," I sob. He gently pushes me an arm's length away and looks me in the eye. "Then don't be that person, Piper. Don't let your past define you. You're fucking amazing. And for you to let some man that was in your life a short time snuff that flame you burned so brightly would be a waste," he tells me, his voice so strong and sure. "You make it sound so easy," I whimper, wiping a tear from my face. His face falls. "I know, and it's not. In fact, because of you, I'm trying not to let my past define me, you know?" He reaches out for me, his fingers trailing down my arm. "What?" My brows furrow. "I feel guilty moving on from my baby mama and baby girl dying. So much so that I pushed you away when I wanted you to stay." He looks away, his vulnerability making him uneasy. I remember our talk outside of the clubhouse, how his daughter died from a hit and run. I look to him gobsmacked. I was in a hit and run, just like... Yeah, I know it's fucking creepy how history can repeat itself. It's like God gave Saint a second chance to make it all right again. Sliding down onto the floor, he grabs the joint and sits next to me. I watch him light it and then offer it to me. I'm foggy enough with the pain meds, I resist. "Do you ever see yourself having kids again?" I ask, leaning into him. Seconds pass before he blows out a head of smoke. "Maybe one day. One step at a time, you know?" he explains before taking another drag. "When I heard you got hurt, seeing you in that bed, it brought down walls of guilt I'd been trying to climb for years." My mind drifts to the first time he and I had sex, and he had a condom. The way he put it on and tied it when we were done goes to show just how prepared he was to prevent having any more kids. He's not ready for that road yet, but who is? My chest seizes, and I can't breathe. My eyes widen and I sit up straight. I was on the back of that bike with Big Chief because I was going to get the morning after pill, which I never got. You have to take that pill within 72 hours. It's been like weeks. Piper. In the living room, I try not to think about the idea that there might be a living being inside of me right this second. Or maybe there isn't. Maybe the accident took the life that was trying to seed itself within. Jesus, that's depressing, but it could be true. Hands on the counter, I huff and glance at the empty fishbowl in front of me. I cock my head to the side. Why is there no water in it? "Where's my fish?" I point to the waterless glass sitting upside down on the kitchen counter. I'm pretty sure it died. Saint scratches his forehead, inspecting the calcium-covered glass with me. Ugh, I believe it. I suck at keeping fish alive. Pretty sure I had a cat once and it just went missing. Watch me clean my closet one day and find its corpse. My head begins to throb with all of the information coming at me. Pregnancy, dead fish, the house. I know what you need, Saint states with a seductive tone. Walking over to the stereo, he turns it on, switching it over to Genuine Pony. I can't help but smile. Nobody can forget that song. Placing his hands behind his head, he starts to thrust his hips to the beat, and I become wet instantly. Grabbing his shirt, he tugs it over his head and tosses it at me. The waistband from his boxers shows just above his jeans, and it's the sexiest thing I've seen in a long time. He looks like he could be in a music video with those abs. Biting my bottom lip, I sashay toward him, and he suddenly picks me up. I wrap my legs around him, and he sings the lyrics into my ear. They're dirty and personal, and the thought of maybe being pregnant vanishes. All I can think about is Saint and I together right now. I want him to replace all my pain with the scent of him. Dancing with me in his arms, he shoves me up against the window, the blinds curling and snapping behind my back. He kisses my neck, his hands groping my breast. My head falls back, and a sigh spills from my mouth as he touches me all over. Grabbing my left hand, he wraps the blinds cord around my right wrist, securing it. Taking the other wrist, he does the same thing with the other blind. He makes great effort to make sure the cord doesn't touch my road rash. It's little acts like this that show how much of a gentleman he can really be. Kinky, I laugh. You have no idea, baby. He nips my collarbone. Letting me fall to my feet, he pulls my pants down, and I kick them to the side. He undoes his jeans, and his hard black cock falls freely. My eyes widen at the piercing in remembrance. Holy shit. He grabs a condom and slides it on his shaft. I think it's a little late for one of those, but I don't say anything. Not until I know I'm pregnant. Until then, I'm just going to focus on us. He grabs me by the thighs, lifting me back up. As soon as my legs are around him, he enters me. Filling me with every inch until he's buried to the hilt, my hands try to fling to his back for purchase, but they're restrained from the cords. You ain't tearing my back up this time, baby. His husky voice whispers against my cleavage. His teeth nip the soft tissue, making me squirm beneath him. He drives into me like a starved man, the blinds threatening to snap off the window any second. Curtains wave back and forth, and I tremble from pressure building inside of me. My body ready to leave off the cliff of pain and into a sea of pleasure. My toes curl, and my head hangs backward as my cunt spasms from his thick cock. Gritting my teeth, I pump my hips and ride him. Up and down, back and forth, the song bringing us both to climax. And just in time as the left blind takes all it can and falls to the ground. Lifting my left hand, the blind on the floor is still attached to the cord. Cupping my face, out of breath, I take my gaze from the blind to him. Don't you ever forget me again, Piper, he whispers. I never did. I don't think I ever forgot him. There's always been something there, drawing me to him. My phone rings, and I unwrap the other wrist from the blind cord, the indentation from its tightness pressed into my skin. Shit, I hope that goes away. I fall to my toes and quickly dig my phone from my pants pocket. It's Delilah. Hello? I'm breathless. I'm sure she knows what I've been up to.
Hey, you coming back to the club? She asks,
not mentioning me sounding like I just ran a mile.
I wasn't going to, but I need to talk to her about possibly this morning after pill business.
Yeah, will you be there?
Good. I picked up some cards and all of us are going to get together and hang out, she explains.
Yeah, okay, sounds good.
I don't care about cards, but whatever to get us some time to chat. Hanging up, Saint looks to me for what's happening.
Delilah and them are having a get-together at the club.
I feign a smile. You want to go? He asks, pulling up his boxers.
I mean, it would be good for me to get around some people for a little bit. If I don't, Lip and my mom will come looking for me anyway, I tell him, trying to find an excuse good enough to get him to take me back to see Delilah.
Locking up the house, I wait for Saint to get on the back of the motorcycle, and I climb on afterward. I don't enjoy the ride back, not like on the way here, because the only thing I can think about is getting a pregnancy test.
Saint. Pulling into the club, Lip is outside with his hands crossed across his chest, looking meaner than ever, his rage directed right at me. Shit. I park and Piper gives me a look. Go ahead, I'll be all right, I tell her, and she does so. Inhaling, I crack my neck, the sound of Lip's boots thudding getting louder by the second. You have 2 seconds to explain to me why you took her on the back of your motorcycle before you're out on your ass. He bites into me with a harsh tone. She needed a break. Lifting my chin, I tell him like it is. A break? He seems dumbfounded. Yeah, a fucking break. Everyone is up in her face, asking if she remembers this or that. She wanted out? I took her. He turns his back on me, rubbing his hands up and down his face, as if he's about to fucking blow. Look, man, you ain't going to be able to keep her off a motorcycle. This is her life. She was taught you fall off. You get back up again. Lip turns, his hand on his chin, lips parted as if I just spoke some shit from a Bible. He points to me. You hurt her, I swear to God, I'll bury you. I will make sure there is nothing left in this town for you or your mama. Understand? He threatens. I bite my cheek, wanting to tell him to go fuck himself. But I'm a prospect. One day when I get my patch, we will come back to this conversation and him threatening my mom. Yeah, I got it, I clip bitterly.
Piper. Back at the club, I want to tell Saint how scared I am, but Lip was outside waiting for him, so I run inside to find Delilah. She's at the bar laughing about something with Addie. Snatching her hand, I drag her down the hall, interrupting whatever she and Addie were talking about. What the hell, Piper? She growls, her feet tripping over themselves. Finally, in my room, I slam the door shut and look at the bed. I might be pregnant. What? Her voice rises. She grabs me by the shoulder, making me look her in the eyes. I was going to get the morning after pill that day I got in an accident with Big Chief, but I never got it, for obvious reasons. Her face is pale, her mouth gaped open like a fucking fish. Do you know whose it is? I look at her like the bitch she is. Saint, I clip, hating that my best friend has to ask me that. I must have really gotten around. Falling onto the bed, I hang my head into my hands, tears filling my eyes. Hey, okay, this is what we're going to do. I'm going to go get some booze or chips, something, and I'll grab a test. We will find out tonight, Delilah insists. Sitting on the bed next to me, she pats my back. Sniffling, I lift my head and lean it on her shoulder. Thanks, you're the best, I sob. I just point out, I always knew it would be you first, she laughs, and I punch her in the arm.
Not funny, I grit. But she's right. When we were kids, her and Addie always said I'd be the first to be knocked up. A male voice has us both whip our heads toward the bathroom. Big Chief stands there, leaning on his crutches. What the fuck? Delilah stands, her face red. Big Chief raises his hands in surrender. I won't say anything. Delilah grabs a crutch, ready to hit him with it. If you say anything, I'll shove this up your ass, understand? She's not playing. She will beat him over the head with it. He nods, and I cover my mouth to keep from laughing. Sitting in the main area, I watch Sane, Saint, and Lip put a table and chairs out. Addie is in the kitchen getting snacks ready, and my mom sits behind me, braiding my hair. Your hair looks so good like this, like a bad Viking. Her voice dips, and all I can think about is that show we used to watch together. There was a tough woman on there that always had her hair braided and twisted. Want a drink? Saint offers, his sexy hooded eyes looking me up and down. Smiling, I take it, but just hold it in my palms. I can still smell his cologne on me. Looking down at the drink, I won't drink it, but I can't help but wonder if I won't be consuming alcohol for the next 9 months. I look to the door, waiting for Delilah. I wish she would hurry up. What the hell is going on here? Rad slams through the front, his arms stretched out wide. He doesn't have a shirt on under his cut, and his blue jeans are ripped up, his blonde hair pulled up into a bun, showing off his sharp face. My teeth grit, my hand curling into itself. There's something about him I don't like. Just a little fun here at the club, low-key, you know, Lip explains, throwing some poker chips down on the table. Nobody invited me, huh? Rad scoffs, stepping around the table until plopping down onto a chair. He's so obnoxious. We figured you'd show up, Saint offers, his voice holding a lace of annoyance. The doors open, and Delilah presents herself. I nearly sigh with relief. About time. Her hands are full with bags, and her eyes meet mine. Here, let me help. I slide off the stool, my hair slipping out of my mom's hands. Going into the kitchen, she pulls out whiskey and chips before handing me a pink package at the bottom of the bag. Go, I'll be there in a second, she huffs out of breath. Tucking the box under my shirt, I leave the kitchen and smack into Big Chief. His knowing eyes meet mine. You good? His question has double meaning. He's like a big brother. I feel I can trust him. About to find out, I whisper. Stepping around him, I walk back to my room, shut the door, and go into the bathroom. My nails tear into the plastic, the box splitting down the side until a white stick falls to the floor. Bending over, I pick it up and pull my pants down with shaky hands. The cold toilet sends chills down my legs, forcing me to have to push to pee. I pull the cap off the pregnancy test and insert it between my legs. When I'm done, I shove the cap on the pee-soaked sponged part and set it on the counter. I wipe, pull my pants up, and begin to nervously chew on my nail. My heart is beating a mile a minute, and I feel the need to pee again from the adrenaline rushing through me. A knock on the door has me turn just as it opens. Delilah walks in. Did you do it? She whispers. I just peed on it. We have to wait, I tell her. She redoes her ponytail, her eyes glancing at the torn box on the floor. Whatever it says, we will get through this, okay? She pulls me into a hug, and I wrap my hands around her. The smell of leather and fruit making me close my eyes and love her even more. Letting me go, we both turn and look at the test on the counter. There are 2 pink lines. Pregnant, I whisper with heavy hesitation. Delilah turns to me. Shit, she mutters, her eyes as scared as mine. Turning away from the test, I lean against the wall, my hands on my head. Do I tell him? I begin to breathe harder. This is too much, too fast. Easy, Delilah shouts. Grabbing me by the arms, she shakes me out of my hysteria. We don't have to do anything right now. Just take a deep breath. Her voice lowers throughout the sentence. Licking my lips, I nod. You're moving away. How can you say we? I remind her. I'm going to be alone in this. Her green eyes turn a shade darker, her face tight. I'm not going anywhere right now. Got it? I nod, thankful. I need her. I need time to think about what the fuck to do about this. Keep it, give it up, tell him. Y'all, we're about to start, Lip hollers into the room. I snatch the test off the counter and throw it in the trash as if it's incriminating evidence. Coming, Delilah and I both say at the same time. Back in the main room, Lip, Saint, and Big Chief sit at the poker table, laughing. Delilah stands next to me at the bar, silently helping me keep my shit in control by holding my hand. My palm is sweaty, thinking about being pregnant. Will Saint want to be a father? I know his past has served him cold towards moving forward. My eyes skim to Lip. He's seriously been the best dad any girl could ask for. My dad was a piece of shit, a sperm donor and nothing more. Lip stepped up and took the place of a father when we had no matching DNA. Surely Saint wouldn't abandon me. Rad stands on the other side of the bar, his back turned toward us as he watches the game. Knowing I'm pregnant, it's like I instantly feel the baby inside of me now. There's a heaviness. I wonder how far along I am. Is it a boy or girl? Will Saint want to keep it? He lost his daughter, and it's defined his whole life. How will he feel about my being pregnant? This could change everything between us. Rad suddenly turns, and his eyes pierce into mine. They're scarily familiar. My brows furrow, and my heart skips a beat looking into them. What? He clips rudely. Shaking my head, I open my mouth to say something, but think better of it. I just keep looking at his eyes until they drag me back to the day of the accident. Hey, someone is on our tail, I told Big Chief, but his fucking pipes are so loud I know he can't hear me. Hey! He tensed against me, but doesn't respond. Turning back around, I squint my eyes trying and see through the broken glass, but the van suddenly speeds up, exhaust smoke clouding behind them, just before it nails the back of our motorcycle with its bumper, sending Big Chief and I sailing. I come back from the flashback. Rad's eyes look so familiar because he was driving the fucking van that hit us. Taking a step back, my mouth wide, Rad's face pales as if he knows that I know it was him. Quickly, he walks around the bar and looks down to me. Piper. A warning laces his voice. It was you! My voice raises, catching everyone's attention. Rad looks to the room before back to me. It was him! He hit Chief and me! My eyes fill with tears as I remember the villainous eyes through the windshield, seconds before Big Chief and I went sailing. Lip stands. What the fuck is she talking about, Rad? Rad lolls his head as if he's bored. Well, fuck. I really wanted this to go differently, he rasps, before grabbing me and turning my back to his chest. I scream, my knees trembling with fear. Piper! My mom cries, just as Rad puts a gun to my head. I stiffen, my blood running cold that I might die this very second. Easy, brother. Zane tries to talk Rad down, but Rad just pushes the barrel of the gun into my temple harder. I wince. My mom suddenly pulls a .45 out from under the pool table, aiming it at Rad. "Let her go, or I swear to God!" Rad points the gun toward her and pulls the trigger. My ears ring from the gunshot, and my mom flies onto the floor. "Mom!" I try to run to her, but Rad pulls me closer, not letting me help her. Lip steps forward to go to her, but Rad aims the gun at him, making him stop in his tracks. "This is not you. Let's talk about this." Saint slowly stands, worry in his eyes. "And you know me? Is this what you think?" Rad laughs, and I cry harder. He sounds crazy. I've never heard him sound like this before. "Reality check, motherfuckers. I've been in this club how long now? Been your best friend for years, Zane, and none of you knew I was Locke's son," Rad hollers. My eyes slowly raise to the photo hanging on the wall of Locke's, the devil eyes that looked so familiar. They were the very pupils of our enemy. "Locke's didn't have any children," Shadow informs. "None that you all knew about," Rad sneers. "What do you want?" Zane asks with a soft tone, as if he's talking a sick person off a ledge. "I'm here to collect what my dad was owed." Rad slowly begins to walk toward the club's doors, stepping over my bleeding mother and me as his hostage. He violently kicks Addie, who is at my mom's side, making her fall into the bar stools. Zane roars, but is stopped short as Rad fires his gun at him, a bullet slamming into his chest. Dragged outside into the night, I sob, Rad's arm tightly around my collarbone as he heads to Big Chief's truck. "We're going for a little ride, Red."
This concludes The Long Road to Us by M.N. Forgy, narrated by Gillian Macy and Nelson Hobbs. Copyright 2019 by M.N. Forgy. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with M.N. Forgy and was produced in the year 2020 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.